I'm going to say something and I want you to give me one-word responses, okay? Make sure our brains are working and we're ready to share our views. So just a one word, what comes to your mind immediately? Because in the next days, hopefully we sort of brainstorm, we share ideas, we want new imagination about what we can do to make food more affordable. So I'm going to say a word and you're going to say loudly enough what comes to your mind. Like the weather today. We try. Anyone? Okay, we'll practice that one again. The weather today? Okay, the Springboks? The Springboks? Yeah. Food prices? Food quality? Okay, so we got you've got some opinions in the room at least. Okay. Now I have to do the sort of boring parts as well. Or maybe I should have also said I'm Mark, I'm from University of Pretoria. Anyway, because I was supposed to introduce myself. And I'm also from the DSTI NRF Center of Excellence in Food Security. Ooh. All right. So some of the housekeeping things. Toilets, very important, you know, it's part of the whole food system. Ladies' toilets are over there through that door. And there's another intervening room. So it's not like you just go through the door and the toilet's right there, if you're worried about that. There's another room with mirrors and things where you can do your makeup. And then there's the toilets. And men are in the next room over there. So you have to go out of this door where Busiso's going, and then into the next door there, behind that wall. And then the men's toilet is there. Okay, so that's the toilets that you can go to like as frequently as you need to. Enough? One. And then we need to know about dinner this evening. So we've said we'd really like people to stay for dinner because we think there's a lot we can talk about, sort out over dinner. I don't know if drinks are provided or not. We'll hear about that. But, you know, some of us have, you know, we can buy our own drinks if necessary. But maybe we'll answer the drinks question later. But there is a dinner, which will be fairly early, and we hope people can stay. But we need to confirm the numbers of people. So all of those who are sitting in the room now who are going to be at the dinner this evening, please raise your hand and keep it up. And then somebody can help. Yondela, will you help just counting? So we know, yeah, who's staying for dinner. What it says on the program, 6 p.m. So we're deliberately doing it fairly early so people who are traveling can go. Okay, Yondela's counting. But I get around. Okay. What did you get, Yondela? Okay, I got about 22 as well. And then just take into account people who might not be here yet, who we know are coming for dinner. Okay, thank you very much for that one. What other exciting housekeeping tasks did I have to cover? I was supposed to make a joke, but I'll put that one, I'll hold that one. The joke I was told to make is, okay, this room, we want to have a lot of discussion, we want a lot of interaction, but the room is not well set up for it, we're aware of that. But still, hopefully we'll be more productive than the United Nations. So, yeah, okay, it's not bad. A few people laughed, you know, or I was thinking, you know, like we were sitting around behind the tables like this with microphones and things, but, you know, hopefully we'll be more productive than the Madlanga Commission, you know, or more positive, more good, you know, positive outcomes from that as well. So we really do want your inputs. The program shows the tea breaks and the lunch breaks. I'm assuming lunch is going to be served in the dining room.
Morning, Sheriff.
So
hi, Nani, how are you? I'm good, thanks. How are you?
And yeah, that's a reminder that I should consider the people online as well. Oh, it's gone. So anyone online, you're very welcome. We heard a few voices. So can we hear any yebo from the people online?
Yebo.
Yebo.
Yebo. Good, we see. So we do have a few people online. We of course wanted people in the room, so we didn't share the online link too widely, but a few of our speakers will be online. So we had the link, and there are a few people who couldn't make it who are going to be joining online. So everyone online, you're very welcome as well, and we will try and remember you and keep you involved in the discussions as we go along. Of course, we're well aware that we have phones. My phone is on silent, and when I'm looking at it, it's because I'm checking the time, not because I'm checking my WhatsApp messages. Maybe. So can we please all make sure our phones are like on silent or off? And we know you're going to do a bit of work on your laptops and things, but we're trying to really keep focused in the room on the core and very important questions that we are addressing in the coming days. So let's try and do that and try and stay focused in the room and stay on time. I'm ahead of time. Any other housekeeping I missed? Mo, Ntlantla, any housekeeping thing I missed? If you haven't registered, make sure you are registered. Get your name down, get one of these things, Yondela.
When you speak, you switch on the mic.
Okay. So we have mics in front of you. Like the United Nations, you all have mics, and you just press the button there, and then you speak. And that will help the recording and help the people online. Others in the room hear you clearly, even when you're at the far side of the room. Andrew? Yeah, cool. So it's online. All right? Are you good? Are you all humans? Yeah. Have we had enough food? Good. There's going to be more food through the coming days. I'm going to hand over to Andrew and Yondela, who are Andrew Benny from the Institute for Economic Justice, who's going to talk us through the purpose of this. Thanks, Andrew. You can give me a hand as well. Thank you, Mark. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Morning, everyone. Lovely to see you all here. So I'm Andrew Benny from the Institute for Economic Justice. I work on the food systems program. Just one thing, so I'm just going to be covering a bit of the context and the purpose for this symposium. Just one quick thing though, I feel like if we don't address this, people are going to be distracted and not be able to concentrate the whole day without a firm answer. So there will be complimentary wine tonight, red and white, but then and fruit juice, obviously, and then others will be on your own account. Okay, so why are we here today? So part of the context is, and I'm not going to go into much detail here because we'll be unpacking this a lot more in the sessions today. But obviously part of what brings us here is our context, firstly, of not just persistent, but in recent years, rising food insecurity and malnutrition, including rising child malnutrition, and the need for firm societal and also specifically policy responses to address the crisis of food insecurity in South Africa. That need to address that is also embedded in our constitutional right to food, Section 27, which guarantees the right to food, and Section 28, which also guarantees the immediate right of child nutrition. Part of the context here when we're talking about affordability then, which we're going to... can you do... I'm talking. Where was I? So part of our when we're talking about affordability, what makes food affordable? Number one, it's do people have income in their pockets to purchase food? And number two, what is the level of food prices? And we know that that's in the context where buying food in our context is critical to how people access nutritious food.
Tech is not always on our side, hey?
Okay, so if we look back at South Africa's history, to put on mute, but it's still coming through. An event wouldn't be an event without these starting glitches, right? Testing the Zoom. Testing. Okay.
Maybe while you're doing that, I could just do another housekeeping thing I was supposed to do, which is that we do have a photographer in the room. taking pictures so we capture this event, and we hope that's fine with everyone. If anyone has a problem with their picture being taken and so on, please let us know. And you can let us know now or later, but I'm looking around, I don't see any shocked faces. Yeah, so Madeleine here is the photographer. She's taking pictures, so we can capture it for the report and so on coming out of this. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on from the problem of affordability and food insecurity, we have and do have government policies that are aimed at addressing food insecurity, but the crisis persists. So we have some policies to raise incomes, like the social grant system, but high food prices and one of the factors behind food insecurity, unemployment, still persist. So in this context, there's a need, but also an important opportunity for us to work towards a food affordability policy framework in South Africa. And that's principally what this discussion over the next 2 days is about, is us working together to move towards actually realizing a food affordability policy framework in South Africa that is implemented and that makes a significant contribution to addressing the food insecurity crisis. So the specific purpose of this symposium then is to, number one, provide a platform for us to share existing information and priorities, as well as identify knowledge gaps on affordability. So obviously there's a lot of knowledge out there that needs to inform policy, but there are also gaps that we need to talk about that might require further research to inform policy. Second important purpose of this symposium is to collectively deepen our understanding of how a price is formed in South Africa and what actually shapes affordability or non-affordability. Thirdly is to also identify and interrogate policy options. So this is also where the rubber really hits the ground, which is to actually identify policy options that can address high food prices, food volatility, and create greater affordability of food. And so importantly, we want to essentially work towards the establishment of a food affordability policy framework in South Africa. And this event, we want to come out with a clearer process on working towards that as well. Okay, so just to give a quick overview of the program, I'm not going to go through the program in detail, but just to give a broad idea of how we'll be working for the rest of today and tomorrow. Today, after this opening session, we're going to be looking a bit into how do we actually understand affordability in food systems? What is affordability? What shapes affordability? From there, we'll then move into looking at some of the factors, what actually determines food prices in South Africa, what's behind these high food prices that when Mark called out what we think of when we hear the word food prices, we all say it high and expensive. And then we'll also, after that discussion, we'll move into group discussions in groups to distill out some of the most important issues that we've learned about food prices that need to be addressed in affordability. Some of those key questions that we'll be thinking about through the sessions, but also in the group work, is around what the situation of unaffordability in South Africa is, what the main factors determining food prices are, what makes food prices higher than they could be or higher than needed, who are the main actors involved as well. That's important to think about when we're talking about policy, who should policy be relating to and regulating and so on. But also, what are the research gaps in relation to understanding food prices and affordability? So those are the kind of key practical answers that we want to move towards by the end of today. And then we have a group dinner, as Mark mentioned, at 6. Then tomorrow, after then unpacking food prices and affordability and what determines that today, tomorrow we'll then turn to what actually can be done to make food more affordable. What actually should be the key things we should be thinking about in a policy framework. And then the last major session of the day will be around group discussions, identifying the most promising policy options for food affordability. So as Mark said, we have an amazing lineup of speakers who will be giving initial inputs. We also have we'll also be learning tomorrow also about some international experiences like from Brazil. But also the most important part of this is that the speakers will help kind of stimulate us, but we really want this to be a space of horizontal interaction and solution finding and deep discussion. So I hope you feel the same as me, that going back to Mark, that looking at this program, there isn't the risk of it being boring. Okay. So before we go into the actual meat of the sessions, I just want to hand over to Peter Amalocha. It does say on the program Rajesh Hakuldo was just going to give a few words from the Department of Agriculture, but he's experienced a bereavement in the family, so our condolences to him. But thank you very much, Peter, who works in the Food Security and Agrarian Reform Unit at the Department of Agriculture, for stepping in to say a few words about the importance and significance of this topic.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Mark, and thank you for the organizers of this symposium. I think this symposium came at the right time, because we have a problem in South Africa as far as the food system is concerned. I'll just give you a little bit of what are the challenges of the food systems that we're experiencing at the moment. One of the challenges, the characteristics of the food systems in South Africa is the persistent food and nutrition insecurity, despite sufficient food and public health interventions, degradation of the environment by conventional techniques and climate change, insecure income and wealth inequality arising from the multidimensional poverty and unemployment, and asymmetrics in power inefficiencies, information across the food value chains and spheres of government. Maybe Andrew, what I didn't do is I just have a presentation. It's in a strong logo. But what I want to talk about, I've jotted it down. Maybe if there's the need to share that the presentation, it could be shared. I just think maybe people are expecting the presentation, but yeah. Now what are the challenges of the food system? These are the challenges of the food system that have been identified. It's improving nutrition. Transition to more sustainable agricultural and food production processes, leveling the playing fields across the food system, and incorporate food systems governance. And this symposium talks exactly to that. It talks to the food systems governance. And what did we do as a country to transform the food system? In 2021, there was, after the Food Systems Summit, South Africa was identified as one of the countries that need to have its food systems transformed. And we had about 10 consultation sessions, that one in each of the provinces, and we had the one national consultation meeting. Now, in these consultations, there were 4 pathways that were identified for the transformation of the food system. One was the enhancement of sustainable local production for consumption of sufficient, safe, and nutritious indigenous foods. 2, promotion of economic and environmental resilience. 3, facilitation of inclusive, sustainable, and competitive value chains. And 4, promotion of integrated food systems policies, legislations, planning, governance of the food system. Now, this is where, what we're talking about now in terms of food prices, we're talking exactly to pathway number 4 of the food system. Now, we will need to have develop a food affordability policy at some point, because now the governance issue, we have identified the governance issue as a problem. It's what will transform the food system. As we are busy with this kind of symposiums that seeks to address issues of governance, we're trying actually to respond to pathway number 4 of the food systems transformation, and the organizers of the symposium, I thought they thought in their wisdom that let's try to assist government in terms of trying to answer to some of these issues that have been identified during the food systems summit. And I would really like to thank the organizers for really organizing this symposium, because out of this symposium, then we'll be able to really go back and say, this is what the industry, this is what community organizations, the academia are saying in terms of the pathway number 4, the food and nutrition security system. And I really like to thank you for that. And the contributions from this summit, I think, will be taken forward in terms of the food systems transformation. And I would like to really thank you, Mark, and the organizers of this symposium. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Peter. I think it's really important for different sectors, government, civil society, academics, researchers, activists, to come and find common ground and work towards common objectives. So we appreciate that input, Peter and Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much. With that, over to you, Mark, for the first session.
Thank you. Back to me. Yeah, thanks very much, Peter. And as Peter's made clear, we really want to look for practical solutions. And that's what we're going to focus on tomorrow. But to get there, we have to first analyze what's going on, what's the problem, in particular, what's making food unaffordable, what's creating high food prices. So this session is really about what determines food prices. First of all, we're setting the scene. I'm jumping ahead of myself there. But we're going to set the scene with understanding why this is important, what's going on with food and nutrition security, before we then specifically focus on analyzing what determines food prices. So this first session now is setting the scene. We've got some great speakers to help us set the scene, but everyone in the room is also an expert. Everyone in the room has experience. This is not a mass meeting. This is a meeting of people who are involved in different ways with this issue, and we're wanting to put all of our heads together to understand the situation we're in, why it's important, and what's creating high food prices and how do we resolve that. So please, all bring your experience, bring your expertise to these discussions, much as we also welcome those who've committed to speaking. Our first speaker is going to be Dr. Edzani Mpapuli. She's coming to the fore here, and I think her presentation is being set up as well. So Dr. Edzani is a public health medical professional expert. She's the executive director of Grow Great, that works a lot on access to food, including food affordability. She is a founding member of the Union Against Hunger. She's also part of the Maternal Support Grant Coalition. And she's been an activist on these issues of food with a particular focus on the importance of the first 1,000 days for years now. So as they work on the technology, don't worry, you can still welcome Edzani to the platform. Thank you. I also understand she's not feeling very well today, but I think she'll still help us in setting the scene on why this is such an important issue that we all need to give our attention to. Edzani, are you okay?
Yes.
All right. So, and for your information, I hope you've all got the program. We've given speakers 12 to 15 minutes. I'm going to be a bit brutal in cutting people off if they get to 15 minutes, and so that we have time to also engage. So Edzani, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to start talking while they're setting up. And yeah, I'm usually talking about child hunger and child malnutrition, but I think it's important to really understand that a child is not hungry or dying from hunger in isolation from a household. And that really, the hunger starts in the, the hunger starts in the household. And food insecurity in South Africa, as we all know and we hear for, is a big problem. And the key drivers are poverty, unemployment, and high food prices. So affordability is the biggest reason that we are here. So people are not hungry, they are being made to be hungry. And the question is, who is that who's making people to be hungry, and what will you do about it in this symposium? Because South Africa produces enough food nationally, and yet millions can't access adequate nutrition. Oh, okay, there we go. So we have 40.8 million people who live below the upper bound food poverty line of 2,635 rands per day. That's basically scraping on less than 100 per day. While even worse, we've got 10.8 million people who live below the food poverty line of 855. So that's just enough. 855 rands is the money that you need to eat for a month with just enough calories to survive. So that's just at survival. And already 10 million people are living at that line. Okay. Okay. And the technology is continuing to make sure that it does its part for the presentation. So we have 63.5% of households that are food insecure. That's 1 in 4 South Africans who are living on a limited diet, and 17.5 experiencing severe food insecurity. And when we look at the 10 Best Buys, which is a campaign that we've been pushing as Grow Great to identify 10 protein-rich foods that we want to push for prices to be decreased on by industry and government in partnership. We've not won anything on that, and hopefully we can come up with something here that leads us to a key strategy. But when we're just looking at those foods, and if somebody was to spend their grant on them, we can see already it's around 654, between 654 to 781 rands to just buy those foods, and it's not even enough for a family. It's just enough for a pregnant woman and a child that we've costed here. And that's also focusing on protein and not staples. So we have a huge crisis in South Africa, and that is really driven by the food prices. And as we've been tracking these prices over the years, we've seen that the prices have gone up significantly. I like pilchards, and I'm coming to the point where I'm not affording them anymore as much as I used to. I used to call it a cheap food in my house, but it's no longer a cheap food. And everything else is very high, and we've all experienced that. My children were saying that they don't like pilchards anymore, and I was saying, hey, right now that's the only food I can afford, so you need to eat the pilchards. But for many families, they don't have any other choice. And if pilchards are expensive for me, how much more about those who don't have money to start with? And in terms of the latest evidence, we have the Food Forward report that showing us that really amongst highly vulnerable households, food insecurity is not a passing shock. So when we look at families who receive, who are dependent on food aid, the situation is severe. And in this community, over 70% of households are food insecure, over a moderately or severely food insecure, meaning that they either skip meals for moderate food insecurity, or severely food insecure, meaning that they skip days without having a meal. And that's 70% of people who are most vulnerable experiencing this. It's almost everyone who's vulnerable. So we have a hungry, food insecure country, and no wonder the violence, because hungry people are angry people. And we have an increase in the number of food insecure households, now standing at 17.8 million. and 8 million households severely food insecure. Those are the many faces that we see. And sometimes, even in rooms like this, there are people who are in that state because the money that people earn is spread, and that picture is mainly affecting Black single African women, and that's where it's concentrated, who have to spread their money beyond themselves into their extended families and everybody else who's dependent on their small little salary that they might be earning from a job as a domestic worker. So that is the picture in terms of numbers and what actually is going on in this household. So firstly, diet quality falls. The household first shift to cheaper staples and fewer kinds of foods long before there actually is total food absence. So they start from stopping to buy protein. Many families, believe it or not, eat pap with oil, just oil and salt. And then it gets worse, and then they just start eating pap only. And that's what happens. And often, as a medical doctor, when we prescribe food, we always say, take it with food. And we know we have a huge population in our country with many chronic illnesses, and all those medications, most of them must be taken with food. So food insecurity directly and also indirectly impacts on health. Firstly, by creating the pandemic of non-communicable diseases, but also by making sure that those same people don't take their medications because they don't have the food to take their medications with. And what has been seen is that food shortages peak before grant payouts, because that's then people are desperately waiting for the day to get paid. And that's why we see long snaking queues. And it takes away dignity because you're just waiting for the day to make it. And you now have nothing else. The food has completely run out because it's the end of close to the end of the month. And this is when there's high food insecurity, especially for those who also are seasonal workers, seasonal farm workers especially. So adults cope first by cutting quality and cutting portions and then sacrificing their own health. And this matters because when nutritious food is unaffordable, unhealthy, cheap filling foods stop being temporary substitutes and they become default food choices. And that's how then we start saying, oh, but poor people just prefer ultra-processed foods. But that's because for the longest time, that's what they've always been able to afford. And it becomes then the norm. And with big food industry capitalizing on advertising and pushing these foods into the communities, it just fuels the fire of the consequences of malnutrition. So adults try and shield children by buffering, but that eventually breaks. So in this study, they showed that the adults will skip the meals so that the partner or children can eat. And even though they shield the children from it, they tell them that there is no food and translate that emotional and nutritional consequence of that stress and burden of knowing that there's no food. Mothers boil water at night and wait for children to fall asleep because the child is expecting that food will come. They wait for them to fall asleep with boiling water because they've got nothing to put in the pot. That happens in many families, and food insecurity is from this is showing that it's very peaking in the Eastern Cape. So 77.8% of households talk to children about inadequate food. That's a problem that no child should be worrying about. So food security is not only material, it is relational, it's emotional, and stressful for children too. And who is most vulnerable? Children in the first 1,000 days are most vulnerable. And the first 1,000 days is the 270 days of pregnancy plus 365 days of the first year plus 365 days of the second year of life. And together they make the first 1,000 days. And the first 1,000 days are decisive because by age 2, the brain has reached about 80% of its adult size. This is the best and only decisive window to prevent nutritional stunting. And if unaffordable nutritious diets are missing here, the effects last a lifetime. Pregnancy, as we all know, is also nutritionally vulnerable and is part of those first 1,000 days. Poor maternal diets and hunger affect fetal growth before birth. And children who are born with low birth weight are 3 times likely to get stunted. Yet in South Africa, we have the maternal support grant policy that is still pending, when this is the most vulnerable time of a human being's life and where a child's potential is created, and having no access to good diets takes that from that child forever. So what does food affordability do to children? Unaffordability lands on not just the wallets of the parents, but it lands on the child's body's brain and growth curve. It is not abstract. Food unaffordability kills children. We have about 10,000 children who die every year from malnutrition-related causes, and 1,000 who die out of those, it's 1,000 who die directly from malnutrition in hospital, and about 9,000 who die from severe malnutrition as an underlying cause. So as we're sitting here today, about 30 children are going to die from malnutrition-related causes. Maybe, are there 30 of us here? Maybe. All of us here, if we were children who are malnourished, we would be dying today from malnutrition every single day. And that's how bad the circumstance is in a country which is not food insecure. And when we look at stunting, you track the trend, it reinforces that the biggest problem in this country sits in the first 1,000 days, where we have levels of stunting rising catastrophically to about 43% in children who are 18 to 23 months. That's when they're transitioning to a complementary diet where the parents, where they now don't just depend on breast milk, but they need to start eating. And there's nothing for them. And there's no intervention in South Africa that actually tries to focus on those children. We know that we have the school nutrition program, which gives children food at school, but their siblings have nothing to eat at home. And the interesting thing is that the children who are stunted in South Africa are not underweight or normal weight. They're actually also likely to be overweight and obese. So it tells us that the problem is not necessarily the calories, it's the quality of what they're eating, and probably mainly a problem of protein malnutrition, because choices are being driven by affordability. And for those who don't know stunting, stunting is when a child is too short for their age. Thinking of those children being the same age, a stunted child looks very much normal, but they're just much shorter for their age, which shows that both their brain and internal organs didn't develop properly for their age. We know that we have grants, but they're not adequate. They're not keeping up with the increases. We've got the maternal support grant, which has not happened yet. We've got ECD funding that's up, but not implemented yet. We've got donations, but those are not well coordinated. And all these interventions miss the vulnerable period of life, which is the first 1,000 days. So food affordability is a health policy, child policy, and survival policy. We need to start by protecting the first 1,000 days, because this is where affordability turns lifelong development, turns into lifelong developmental risk. We have we have a promise, and we hope it's not an empty promise, for the president saying that he wants to end child stunting and malnutrition by 2030. And I think it's how does that happen without food prices decreasing? So if food is unaffordable, adults adapt, but children inherit the cost for a lifetime. Thank you.
So much very picture of just how serious. You've painted a very, so thanks very much, Adzani. Give her another round of applause. Sure. You really painted a very somber, sobering picture of the tragedy of food and nutrition insecurity in the country, hunger in the country, which is manifesting most extremely and tragically with our children. So, building on this picture, who would like to? Any contributions from the floor or questions from the floor? We have about 15 minutes for this, so we can open it up and get more inputs from everyone from the floor. And you've all got mics in front of you. Are we too stunned? Who would like to add something to what Edzani has painted as a picture? Or anything you want to clarify? You want to ask? Irvin.
Just to add,
Can people just introduce themselves when they speak, so we start knowing? Yeah.
my name is Mervyn Abrams, and I'm from the PMB Economic Justice Group. Just to say thanks to Edzani for that sobering picture, and just to add, I mean, you said it, it's impact of children. It's an impact. Adults survive, but then the children don't. So it's impact of education, it's social. The one area that policymakers like to react the ears thing is often what we don't, and yet it's also an impact. So I'd like to add that it's also an impact on our economy and economic development, because with 30% of our children being stunted, or 25%, the idea of South Africa ever becoming this great power in the new economy, we are shooting ourselves in the foot. So it's also it also negatively impacts on future economic growth, because often people are, well, it's people, it's human being, education, it's all, but I think we need to highlight the economic impact as well.
Thanks for that, Mervyn. Yeah, it's a pity for children and families directly affected. Anyone online wants to say something? Maybe Godfrey, you can look for a hand, but someone could put on their mic and cough or something if they want to ask a question online. Anyone else want to add from the floor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. I would like to ask.
And you just introduce yourself.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Mohammed from the Business Community in Power Cycle Trust. I would like to ask the doctor the distribution of the malnutrition. Indeed, I was very shocked when I hear this presentation today that it's happening in South Africa. I was thinking only it happens on where what we call undeveloped or crisis area, zones. So I would like to know the distribution of the malnutrition, and so that we can discuss during the intervention and solutions, recommendations, like if it is more in the area of rural area or displaced areas or informal settlement, the availability of land where people will look at options of home gardening and so on to support this, especially the poultry or other stuff. So I would like to know the distribution of the malnutrition cases throughout the country.
Thank you. Maybe do you want to respond briefly to that? Where is the worst of the hunger? Your mic, you can use your mic on the table. Either side. Lean left or right. You got to press the button again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem is worse in the rural provinces, so the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, the the Northern Cape, and also within the other provinces in the Western Cape and in Gauteng in the informal settlements. There's also very differing statistics from different research institutions around the levels of stunting. Some of them showing the Western Cape having very high levels. So we're actually working with researchers in the field to try and find a way to standardize how we measure that across the country. And so that we actually have granular data at a district level that allows us to target interventions to the areas of highest need. So that there is a data gap, but we're quite clear around where the deaths are happening, which is in the KZN, Limpopo, and the Eastern Cape as the top provinces where children are dying from hunger.
Thank you. Can you just clarify for me, in my understanding, despite the problem being worse in those provinces you're talking about, the number of people who are food insecure is actually larger in the urban areas because of our more urbanized population. So the problem might be more extreme in rural areas, but if I'm not wrong, the total number is actually larger in urban areas. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So in terms of absolute numbers, it's in the urban provinces. Gauteng and KZN, where the most people are, that's where the highest numbers of people who are hungry are. But in terms of proportions, the rural areas are proportionally more hungry.
Okay, good. Yeah, we have to be clear where this problem is for our solutions to it as well. Florian.
Yeah, thank you, Mark and Idzani. My name's Flo, DSI NRF Center of Excellence in Food Security at the University of the Western Cape. So two things I wanted to respond to that question and build on what Idzani just qualified. And thanks, Mark, for bringing up the urban side of things. I think it's really important to recognize that. I want to emphasize that. The urban spaces are a place where that occurs a lot. And that also emphasizes why food prices are important, because most people in urban spaces don't have access to land that would enable them to cultivate. So that has implications for how we think about food prices and improving that. I also wanted to add to what Dr. Idzani said, and I'm very grateful that you highlight the emotional trauma that's associated with food insecurity, but that also this has a transgenerational impact. What is being revealed is that malnutrition at an early age actually shifts the genetics of those children, makes them and their children more likely to develop non-communicable diseases down the line. So this is an issue which has really long-term consequences. And that then also emphasizes the long-term economic development impact that was just emphasized as well. So thank you very much, colleagues.
Yeah, thanks for that addition as well. Andrew, Penny, yeah. If you want to add, Idzani, you can, but I think,
Thanks very much, Idzani, for the sobering picture. Just one of the points I'm kind of thinking ahead also now to kind of the practical aspect and solutions and so on. You mentioned early on in the presentation about the 10 best buys and the importance of them nutritionally, but that you haven't managed to make so much progress with government and retailers. So what would you say are the blockages there that needs to be worked on?
Thanks for that question. Idzani?
Thanks for that question. I think the answer is obvious. I think for business, if there's nothing pushing them, because people are buying food anyways. Like he said, in urban areas nobody's growing food, so they're really controlling the market. And I think unless if we were to start a 10 Best Buy shop with lower prices that compete with their prices, then the only thing that shifts them is making more profit, or if there's real competition. And I think that's why that they're not coming to the party. And I think government is also not using its power to say, well, let's define this foods. Let's put discount on them together. So government is also not using its power, and it has the power to actually say, well, business, we're gonna choose these foods and we're gonna make them affordable. This is how much we'll contribute, and this is what we're saying they should do. And they're saying no, but business must first just come to the party. The competition, it's going to disrupt the market. So I think ultimately business is not using its power to control food prices where it matters, and yeah, and business will not move unless they're only moved by profits. And in this instance, they will be losing, and they're not gonna come to the party unless they are forced to come to the party.
Okay, so how do we force them to come to the party? Good, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tozama from Saita. I just want to
Just explain South African Informal Traders.
South African Informal Traders Alliance, which is Saita. And then I just want to say in the floor that the presentation that Doc did, it's a true reflection. It's a reality of what is happening. It's not just something that maybe someone decide. It's a true reflection of what is happening. But when it comes to the business side, where you said like we are just making profit, us as informal traders, it really affects us because we're not even making that profit because the food is very expensive. It is very expensive. We're not making profit at all. We're just doing it for a living. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. And that's maybe one difference of the informal trader and the big business who have to see that profit. Okay, other last point, question? Yes, Mark.
Hi, thanks, Mark, and thanks, Dr. Nzani, for that. I'm Mark from UWC. So, Doctor, just given your presentation on the nutrition insecurity and affordability, I'm just wondering how should affordability be measured, just given what you said? Is it in terms of calories, nutrients, or full healthy diets? And so when we say food is affordable, do we mean people can afford to not go hungry, to eat nutritiously, or to eat a truly healthy diet? I just would appreciate your comments on that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I think the way that we've thought about it is people not going hungry, and what we should come out from this platform with is how do we make a healthy diet affordable for all? And also how do we reframe how we describe hunger? Because the questions around food insecurity and security are around did you not eat in the last day? Did you go hungry? So it's mainly it's most of them are around hunger, and I think it's also to think about how do we make sure that even the way that we measure food insecurity is reflective of the quality of the diet, even though it a little bit shows the transition from buying more affordable foods and less healthy food. That's not the big focus. And I think that should start being the big focus of even how we measure food insecurity, whether or not we having adequate food, even how we measure the food poverty lines. That is not just about the calories that you need to survive a month, but the amount of money that you'll need for a healthy, nutritious diet with the calories and proteins and minerals and vitamins that are required for a human being to thrive and not to survive.
Right. Thank you. So thank you very much for this session. And I mean, we all came here because we're committed to dealing with this issue, but I hope we are all more committed now because Edzani really shared some powerful information with us. And thanks to the additions from the group that have added to the picture. Just to emphasize, I really want to remind us that, as Edzani said, 7 out of 10 people in the country are food insecure, not getting all the time all the food they need. That's a crazy statistic in a country with the wealth that we have around us. And what really also got me as well, amongst other things, is that the situation is getting worse. as she shared the figures that from people suffering severe, this is hunger now, severe food insecurity. 5.2 million in 2019 went to 8 million by 2023. And we know from even more recent indications that it's not getting better. So this is not just a situation that's bad, it's a situation that's getting worse. And that has to be a call to action for all of us. And we're glad government officials are here and also keen on taking that action. Something has to be done. And in the context, as has been mentioned, there is enough food. So we're not going hungry. People, the 7 in 10 not going hungry. The 10,000 children that die due to malnutrition and related issues every year are not dying because there isn't food. They're dying because they can't afford it. So at the heart of solving this problem has to be addressing this issue of affordability. That's why we're here. So thank you for being here. Let's, to vary our clapping, I was going to say clap again for Edzani and for yourselves, but let's try clicking our fingers. Click our fingers, so we're going to mix it up a bit. Can everyone click their fingers a bit, you know? Exercise your fingers as well. All right, thank you. Thanks, Edzani. Now, next input and discussion, I welcome Stephen Devereux, Professor Stephen Devereux, to the floor, and he's going to help give us an overview of the food system and where affordability comes into that. So to understand what's going on and to look for solutions, we have to understand the system that is in operation here, that at the moment is delivering these tragic outcomes that we heard about just now. So Stephen Devereux is a SACHI, an NRF SACHI chair in social protection. So I think you can see the relevance of that. He works at the Institute for Development Studies at Sussex in the UK, but he's based in South Africa most of the time. He also co-directs the Center for Social Protection at IDS, and he's affiliated to the DSTI NRF Center of Excellence in Food Security. So please welcome again Stephen Devereux. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And Stephen, over to you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the stimulating discussion already. I can see it's going to be a great couple of days. So my task here is to be quite conceptual and high level. I want to talk about what we mean by the food system and how food prices are determined in the food system in a conceptual way, and then to look at the food affordability issue. So these are two separate issues. First, the food systems as a concept, and then food affordability, also relating it to South Africa, of course. So here is a very complicated diagram, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time on because there's too much there going on, but it's a very useful framework for understanding how food systems generate good or bad outcomes in terms of food security and nutrition. So at the top, you'll see a lot of drivers, background drivers, political factors, environmental factors, socio-cultural drivers, etc. But the key part of the diagram of the framework is the middle section. So I'm going to jump straight to that. So you have the food supply chain on the left, and the food supply chain for every individual commodity, right? This is not overall. For every commodity, like a loaf of bread, you have production, you have storage and distribution, you have processing and packaging, and you have retail or marketing. Okay, so that's what happens to every commodity that we purchase and consume. And the food supply chain determines availability, basically. It determines whether we have food in the shops or in the markets or on the streets. And after availability comes access. So how do you get access to that food? Well, it depends on economic access, affordability. That's right in the middle of that food environments box. And from that, you have consumer choices. Consumers make choices based on their budgets and what they prefer to consume, etc. And that leads to their diets, which is what we call utilization in food security terminology. So to sum it up in a sentence, what this diagram shows us is that costs plus profit margins in food supply chains determine economic access or affordability of food, which leaves consumers who have budget-constrained choices with inadequate diets, inadequate in quantity or quality or diversity. So just to go through that again, on the left-hand side, in every stage of the food supply chain, you have costs incurred by people working in that part of the food supply chain, and you have profits that they are taking, which is their income that they derive above the costs. Okay, and that process leads to a price for the loaf of bread that you buy. So when you get to the shops, you look at the loaf of bread and you see, yes, I can afford this, or I can't afford this, or I can afford one loaf but not two loaves or whatever. So your budget will determine what you can access based on those costs and profits, and therefore the affordability. And the outcome from that process is a diet that's either adequate, if you have enough money and you can afford to buy all the food that you want and need, or an inadequate diet, not enough food, not enough quality, bad quality food, or a non-diversified diet. That's the essence of the food system that we're working with. Now, what I want to do is to break down the food supply chain into those 4 components and just show how a food price is built up. Okay, this is very, very simplistic. I like to make things simple. Later on, we're going to hear from the Competition Commission and other experts the details about this very complicated process. But for now, I just want to make a very simple diagram to show how this works. So you start with production. Let's follow a loaf of bread. Okay, so you start with production. What is the main ingredient in bread? It's wheat. So there's a farmer somewhere that's growing wheat. And that farmer has costs of growing wheat, fertilizer, land, seeds, transport, storage, and so on. But most of those costs are incurred by the farmer on the farm. However, that's not bread, that's wheat. Wheat still has to be transformed into bread, and that happens through processing. So somewhere there's a baker, a bakery, and the bakery buys wheat from the farmer and then makes that wheat into bread. That's processing, and that has its own costs and its own profit margins for the baker. Then you've got to distribute that. You've got to package it, you've got to put it into a plastic packet, and you've got to put it in a truck and send it off to the shops. So there's distribution, transport, storage, all of those associated costs. And finally, you have a beep. Why do I have a beep? We're getting to the big, yeah? No, not yet. Stuck. There it is. Okay. And finally, we get to the marketing side. We get to the loaf of bread arriving in the shop, right? And there again, the retailer or the street trader has costs. They have to buy that loaf of bread and then they have to sell it for a profit to make an income for themselves. So there's nothing, let me just say here, profit is not a dirty word. Profit is income. People need to live. And so everybody who's making bread and selling it to us is making a living out of that. And there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is if the profit margins are excessive, that's when we have an issue. So here, for example, is ShopRite's margins from 2023. This is overall, not just for bread, but the overall margin. Their gross margin was 24% and their net margin was 6%. Now, 24% is the income that they earned above their production costs or their operational costs. So that's the gross margin. Then they have to pay taxes and so on. So that comes down from 24% to 6%. It might not sound a lot, but if you think about the bulk, the amount of stuff that ShopRite sells, that's what leads them to, what is it, 13 billion Rand of profits a year. 13 billion Rand of profit a year. So those margins, little tiny increases or reductions in those margins make a huge difference to their profits, but also make a difference to people's access to food, the affordability. So this is how, in my understanding, a price is formed. A price of a product is formed by value being added at each step of the food supply chain, and people taking their costs, their profits above the costs of their inputs. And that total range of price increases or value add from farm gate to shop is what they call the farm to retail price spread. So the farmer by no means gets all the value, right? A lot of the value gets absorbed by the baker and by the retailer along the way. Now, there are 2 components here. I've separated them out because I think it's important to make this distinction between costs and profits. Costs are exogenous. What does that mean? It means that the farmer or the retailer doesn't have control over some of these costs. They don't determine the fuel price, for example. But if you have a shock to the fuel price, if you have an increase in fuel price, then all the costs are going to rise throughout the supply chain. Fertilizer prices will rise, transport costs, of course, will rise. All costs will rise throughout the system. So everybody will have to increase their what they're charging for their inputs because their costs have risen, which is not in their control. What is in their control is their profit margin, because that's discretionary. It means that they choose how much profit they want to take. So there they are constrained not by costs, but they are constrained by competitive pressures. So you have your loaf of bread at 5%, 10% below another retailer, and budget-conscious shoppers will go to where the bread is cheaper. Okay, that's one reason why ShopRite subsidizes their bread, because they attract more customers by selling cheaper bread. However, retailers can collude to get around this competitive pressure and fix prices. And they did that famously, notoriously, in the bread price fixing scandal. So they took above justified profit margins. I think what's helpful about this way of looking at it is that it also shows that there are actually 8 intervention points for reducing food prices. You know, I think we have a tendency maybe to think that it's all got to do with farmers cheating the consumers, or all got to do with retailers cheating the consumers. In fact, there are 8 areas where prices could be reduced, and that's the 4 cost areas. You know, if the fuel price comes down, all those costs will come down, and those costs should be passed on to the consumer. And this area is what the Competition Commission calls a rocket and feather effect, where prices rise very sharply but come down very slowly. But they should be passed on if prices fall. And then the profit margins. We can also put pressure on actors in the food supply chain to reduce their profits. And that's how we could get prices to come down. There are 8 intervention points. Okay, so I want to move on. That's my setting out the framework, I think, for analyzing the food system and how we lead to food price formation. Now I want to move on to the issue of food affordability and to talk about the food affordability gap, which is essentially the gap between a household's income or an individual's income and the cost of a nutritious diet. So if you're earning 5,000 Rand a month and the cost of a nutritious diet is 7,000 Rand a month, you have a gap. Your income is not going to help you get to a nutritious diet. Let's look at that in South Africa with a couple of specific numbers. If you take, for example, the child support grant, we can see that 560 Rand, that was pre-budget this year. At 560 Rand, that's 70% of the food poverty line. So it's about 2/3 of a food poverty line. The food poverty line is the very basic, essential food adequacy. It's nutritional. It's not nutritional adequacy. It's dietary energy adequacy. So it's basically having enough carbohydrates to survive. It's not giving you a nutritious diet. A nutritious diet costs a bit more because you need more protein, you need fish, you need vegetables, fresh fruit, and all of that. And so the cost of a nutritious diet is higher than the food poverty line. And the child support grant would give you about 60% of a nutritious diet for the child if you spend all the money of the child support grant on that child and just on food. So you can see that the food affordability gap is partly caused by the fact that social grants in low-income households are inadequate, even to meet basic energy supply of the child. And here, I'm sorry, I might be stealing a bit of Mervin's thunder later, but I've taken a couple of figures from the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group to show if you compile different hypothetical households, you can see here on the left we have what they call the social grants household, and I put a couple of numbers in there for 2 child support grant recipients, 1 SRD grant, 370 Rand, and 1 old age grant. And if you add up those grants, then this household with no other income, unemployed household, would get 3,810 Rand a month. And according to the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, from July 25, the cost of a basic food basket was 5,443. So you can already see they can't even meet the cost of a basic food basket, this household surviving on grants. They are somehow surviving, but they're not even getting basic food needs covered, let alone the other essential costs that the Pietermaritzburg Group also monitors. So they are way below what they need to survive. And if they were to have a nutritious food basket, of course, that's more expensive. So again, the food affordability gap increases as you move from a basic diet, energy diet, to a nutritious diet. So that's the challenge that we face in South Africa, is how to close that gap. And obviously, one way is to start bringing the prices down. Another way is to raise grants. And of course, raising income. Other ways of raising income. Jobs would be nice, for example. It's got stuck again. There we go. Another calculation that the Pietermaritzburg Group does is a household surviving on a national minimum wage. So you do have an employed person in this household. And the national minimum wage, if they are full-time employed, would give them 5,297. So almost enough to meet the basic food basket, if that's all they spend their money on, but not, of course, enough to reach the cost of a nutritious food basket. So the minimum wage also is insufficient. So these are already two policy lessons that we can take away. Food affordability gap is caused partly by the minimum wage being too low and social grants being too low. So to conclude, how do we make food affordable? This is to go back to the big conceptual thinking. We can either raise household incomes, and the best way to do that would be through jobs, of course. But in the absence of jobs, given the high unemployment and the fact that, as Idzani pointed out, a lot of the most vulnerable people in this country are those who are unemployed, you have to use social grants. You have to use social income instead of earned income from employment. So raising incomes is the best way of doing this. Raising income through jobs would be the best way of doing this. And the other side, intervene on the supply side, would be to bring down the cost of food, especially nutritious items. Through the 10 best buyers is a good example of trying to bring down the costs of nutritious foods. Okay, so this is just, as I said, a very big, high-level conceptual framing. I hope it sets the scene for what we're going to be discussing in more depth in the rest of the workshop. Thank you very much.
Sorry, to remember to mute and unmute. Thank you very much, Stephen. Thanks everyone who's still online listening as well, and everyone in the room. So we've got some clear ideas from Stephen of where sort of the price is created, and therefore these are points of potential intervention, as well as a first look at this clear gap. Additions from people or questions? What more would you like to know? What would you like to add to this picture? It's quite a lot to think about there. While you're thinking, let me add one point, which is that Stephen showed us the farmers. Maybe you can flick back to it if it's easy, but if it's stuck, it's not a problem. You got the farmer there. Of course, with the farmer are workers on that farm. And part of what is bunched under costs here is workers in each of these levels as well. And we have to think very carefully about that. Are we saying these workers are overpaid? We know often they're extremely underpaid. So when we look at our solutions as well, we have to always be looking at who pays the cost of the solution of making food more affordable. Let it not fall on the most vulnerable workers, I would argue. Yvonne.
Sorry, let me just move closer. Morning, everyone. I'm Yvonne Erasmus from CRE, Socioeconomic Rights Institute. It's quite a broad question, but I am struck that we know quite a lot about the affordability dimension, using other people's data as well. So it's a broad question of how much do we know about the breakdown of the food system side of things. Are there some broad trends in what we know? So, for example, do we know, a lot about production or a lot about distribution or a lot about processing costs? But there are some areas where we, in those four sort of dimensions, where we know very little. So there's a trend. So can we say, like, we know a lot about production costs, but not actually about other costs, because that is subject to some sort of privacy of information and businesses withholding information? Or do we need to analyze this by product? So I'm just wondering about that, because I'm struck that we know quite a lot about the one side, but I don't know how much we know about the other. And it's obviously very complex to try and unpack, but I was just wondering whether there are some overall trends for those who have this information in what we know, and some very clear gaps, or is it so complex that we really need to look at it product by product?
Okay, thanks. You want to respond to that now?
Well, I think about it.
Stephen, back. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Stephen Greenberg here from the Just Transition in the Food System Network. Thanks, Stephen. I was just wondering to what extent you think that, I understand that this is about food prices and affordability, but when we're really talking about access to food, to what extent do you think that a potential alternative pathway could be to increase own production of food on quite a big scale that kind of just totally bypasses the issue of food prices, because that is an element also of access and availability.
Thanks for that. I see another hand here. Let's take the other questions from.
Okay, thanks. My name is Justice Lohoro from Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I think mine is just an interesting thing with regard to the issue that says maybe to issue of affordability, we must maybe issues of employment and income. My issue is that do we have to improve the income, or should we produce at less so that the product becomes cheaper? Because I think my worry part is that even when people earn more, the food prices will continue to go up, because market, when they see people having enough income, then they raise food prices. So what one is interested in is to say, how do we come to that to ensure that the food price, it's affordable? Should we deal it at production level, or should we focus on employment and income increases and all that? Because I think the more you earn more, the more then food prices goes up. So that is just my issue, to say, where do we target? Do we target at the production side, or do we target at the income side? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I think, Stephen, there's a lot there for you to chew on.
Yeah. I'm going to start with your point, Mark, about workers in the food system. And that's a really important point I didn't go into because of time. There are 2 points to make about this. The first is, when we talk about food prices being too high, we often think about the consumer, as though the consumer is just somebody out there who walks into a shop and buys food. And there are, of course, consumers, but there are also food system workers. And a large proportion of the economy, of the active workforce, are engaged in various components of the food system, from farm workers through to cashiers in supermarkets, right? And informal traders as food vendors. So we need to look at the implications for food workers in the food system of some of these issues as well. So for instance, you made the point, if we are putting pressure on prices to come down, who's going to take the hit? Is it going to be the the owner of the CEO, or is it going to be the workers? And very often, as we've seen in the case of farm workers, for instance, when wages have been increased, the farm workers have often taken the consequences of that, because the farmers don't lose their income, right? It's the farm workers. So we need to we need to be very careful about the implications for workers in the food system, and think about their needs as well as the abstract consumer out there. Second point about from Seri. I think you're quite right. We don't know enough about the breakdown of profits and costs throughout the food supply chain, or throughout the food system. We do have a bit of information from the retailers' ends, because they have to publish. And we know about individual crops, and we'll hear more about that later. I think Andrew and others will talk about individual crops from the production side. But the in-between parts, especially the processing and the distribution, I don't think we know enough about. But I will defer to Competition Commission and Consumer Commission, who might know more about that. Those kinds of details. But I think that's an important point. We tend to focus a lot on food affordability and a lot on retailers, not enough on other parts of the food system, retailers and producers, but not the rest. Stephen Greenberg made the interesting and important point about own production. I think another way of looking at this to find a solution would be to shorten the food supply chain. And one way to do that is own production. If you're growing your own food, you don't have to worry about distribution, processing, and retailing markups, because you're going to grow it and eat it yourself. So that's obviously a solution for those that can do that. But even in the absence of own production, you could cut out all of those other chains, except the retailers, if you buy from street vendors, because they're not going to, if they're buying directly from a farmer and then selling on the side of the road, or in a township, there's no markup for storage, distribution, and so on. So that's why street vendors are often cheaper than the supermarkets. And there's a big debate around quality implications, etc. But overall, a shorter supply chain is going to reduce the cost to the consumer in general. including own production, of course. And then finally, your point about whether we should focus on raising incomes or bringing down prices. I think obviously both would be best, but when you raise incomes, it has a beneficial effect on the economy. It stimulates more economic activity. So in general, one would expect that if there is more demand from consumers and you have a responsive economy like we have, then you will get more supply. So we shouldn't expect an inflationary pressure through raising incomes unless there are supply constraints. And I wouldn't think that there are significant supply constraints. So let's try to raise incomes instead. Even if you raise social grants, which you might think is just wasteful expenditure, it does actually create a lot of economic activity and multipliers for other people. So that person buys a loaf of bread or something on the street from a street vendor, that gives income to that street vendor, who then uses that to buy more food for their own family. So you get that positive multiplier effect. So I don't think we should worry about raising incomes. But what we should do for sure is make sure that social grants and minimum wages are index linked. So as every year when food prices increase by a certain amount or the CPI increases, we should make sure that the social grants and the minimum wage keep track at least with those increases, so you're not losing purchasing power because of inflation.
Okay. Thanks. I think, Andrew, you had a hand? Were you?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I think I'm probably just reiterating a couple of points. So the one is Yvonne's point, and I think we'll say it a bit more about it with the maize and wheat value chains later, but I think that's one of the things that we don't have a complete picture of is we can look at like margins of firms or like Stephen mentioned, and margins, of particular firms or particular steps. But we don't have the kind of complete picture of like value distribution, for example. How is value actually just distributed within particular value chains? And maybe it's a discussion here is, do we need that picture as a food system as a whole, or is it about rather breaking it down into particular value chains? But I think, we have like in the maize and wheat value chains, we can look at in particular periods and for particular firms and dominant firms, especially their profit margins and so on. But we don't have that systemic picture of value distribution, which I think is important to inform. For example, can we think about policies and regulation that ensure a sort of fairer distribution of value in the food system, for example? And then I'm just thinking, the point you raised about labor, Mark, is, this is and even Stephen's point about own production is that addressing food affordability and food prices is also a multifaceted issue. There's no one silver bullet. And maybe part of the work of this symposium is also to work towards identifying what are the most, we can't kind of undertake every single intervention, but what are the most priority ones? I mean, thinking about, for example, farmers that currently in most value chains, they aren't able to pass their costs through to value chains, but other actors like processors and retailers are. Then at the farm level, for example, if the question might be, okay, in other parts of the value chain, it might be key to address power issues and control. With farmers, it might be to address critically input costs, to bring those down. But then we know most farmers out of the good of their hearts won't then increase wages if their input costs reduce. So then it's also a question of labor laws. And I'll stop there.
Okay, great. I don't know if you want to respond to any of that. Have any other last
good comments?
Sure. I think okay, if it's a very brief one, because time.
Yeah, I'm very brief, but I think I just want to draw attention to the elephant in the room and the assumption that we will be addressing that at a later stage. But the way that these profits and costs are calculated internally, I think has a lot to do with market concentration and with collusion and also with information asymmetry. The fact that we don't have the information to be able to understand that clearly is also a result of business practices which protect that kind of information, probably to avoid more aggressive regulation. So I'm looking forward to some of the conversations and contributions from other speakers here today who will hopefully shine a light on that for us. Thank you.
Yeah, and at the heart of that, we can just say the word power, which Andrew mentioned. It's different forms of power that will determine who gets more profit and benefit in this system here as well. And I think Andrew also mentioned, just in passing, the issue of input costs. And I think it's important that we note that this process of price formation starts before the farmer because of the input cost production. You're still going to face input costs when you're producing for yourself of different kinds, of course, depending on the nature of your agriculture. And I think it's important for us to be aware of that this time, because with these rising international oil prices, we're also going to be hearing a lot in the coming months about how prices are going up. And we're going to hear a lot of people saying it's not our fault, it's somewhere else, you know. And yes, indeed, the attacks, illegal attacks on Iran by the USA and Israel maybe are not our fault, but it does, to me, it doesn't mean we're off the hook. We can just say, oh, well, it's a problem somewhere else. We need to be clear on what are we doing to protect South Africans and the South African economy from these kind of shocks as well. And certainly we're sitting in this room because we believe there's more we can do that we need to be thinking through. So those input sides are very important as well. Any last word you want to emphasize, Stephen?
Just to add, that's a crucial point. I mean, the government, for example, could do a lot for food prices just by reducing a fuel levy. That's one thing that they can do. It doesn't sound like a direct food intervention, but actually it is because of the impact on input costs and also transport, etc.
Yeah, great. Okay, so thank you, Stephen. There's another way we're going to clap now in sign language. Clapping is like this. This is a short sign language. So can we all clap using sign language? Short. Clapping sign language. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stephen. And now we're going to go to our last speaker for this first session, which is on really trying to create a picture of what's going on in the food system and with affordability and so on. So online this time, maybe I should face the camera sometime, talk to the audience there. Yeah, we are very happy to welcome Derek Heedy, who is a senior research fellow with the International Food Policy Research Institute. And he's got many years, some decades now of work on research around food issues, mostly with the IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute. I believe he's based somewhere in Asia. Maybe you can clarify exactly where. And he's going to share some perspective, more international perspective and maybe Asian perspective on this question as well, and see what we can take from that and learn from that. So please welcome Derek Heedy. You can clap now, normal style. Yeah. Good.
Thanks, everyone.
Derek,
can you hear me
there?
okay?
Can you hear us? Yeah, we hear you.
Ah, great. Okay, thank you.
Great.
I'll go ahead.
Over to you. We hear you clearly.
Great. Thank you. And yeah, thank you for the invitation. I'm very sorry I couldn't be there. I mean, one reason was some hesitancy about the international fuel and travel crisis. But I would love to make my way to South Africa one day. So yeah, my talk is called The Healthy Diet Affordability Problem. I mean, I switched it a bit. I'm going to talk about South Africa a bit using the data I have to hand, but I'll talk about international experience as well. So my camera's not working, so that's me. And I just wanted to put up my email. You know, I'm always happy to get any sort of email inquiries about, especially a topic that I've worked on for a time and is to me. So a quick outline for my of, well, what economists call stylized facts, which I think means mostly true.
Derek, we're losing you. We hear you clearly and then it cuts. We're not quite sure where the problem is. Can you make sure your connection, your mic is secure that side? Because we're hearing you and then it cuts back in again. Does it look okay? Derek? Does it look okay on our side? He's gone.
Have often, and policy as well, have been historically.
So Derek,
there was some allusion to this in the previous.
Derek, we're going to need to just restart because we've been missing a lot of what you're saying. If you can hear me. Derek? I don't know what's... Derek, we're not hearing you. We can sort of read your presentation. Please do read the presentation while we're trying to fix it.
Hi, Derek.
Hello.
Yeah, there's some very loose connection somewhere because you come and go. Maybe you can check your mic. I don't know if it's on the mic or on the internet. So Derek, something's not working on your internet. We think we've checked ours. We think ours is okay. Sorry to everyone for this challenge. don't know what. Given what, do we have a solution? Texting him. Anyway, because Derek, we're not hearing you at all now. Let me go over here. So you're sending him a message. You see the messages? You see the chat? Yeah, he's lost connection. I'm sending WhatsApp as well. No, I'll check him. Stephen, do you have a number for him? No, it's showing online that his connection has dropped. He's back now? Derek, are you back? Gone again. Okay, I think. Okay, so I think we're going to have to drop this presentation. I don't know, is the next speaker Mervyn? Where's Mervyn? So go, when you've gone there, do you think you'll be ready to present? Okay, Finesse, all right, go there. Yeah, sure. Good. So if Derek doesn't come back in the next few minutes, we're going to go over to Mervyn. In the meantime, he's back? Derek? Speak to us, Derek. Derek? Derek, are you there? Derek?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I just hope it's going to remain stable.
Okay, sorry about that.
So let's try.
Yeah,
let's go back to the presentation and try.
Yeah, I'm based in Sri Lanka, so sometimes the internet is not great here.
Okay, all the way from Sri Lanka.
All right,
so
let me try and
put up the
screen.
PowerPoint. Are you doing the PowerPoint on your
Yes,
side?
I'm doing the slide. Just
Okay.
give me one.
Great, thanks.
Why isn't it coming up?
I mean, will it help if we may switch off our video so that to save the data? I don't know.
It might.
Do we have his presentation here and then we can put it up on this side? So Derek, we can put it up on this side because we have your presentation. Oh, but is
it coming up now?
Yes, you've started sharing your screen. So we're hoping it's going to come up. It's showing progress, but not this presentation.
Just let me know when you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, is it up now?
All right, it's up now. Okay, so let's try.
Okay.
So we're going to try again. Derek, over to you. We hope it remains stable.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, as was mentioned in the previous presentation, traditionally there's been a lot of focus in poverty and security monitoring just on calories, when we should be focused on complete nutrition. And complete nutrition is best encapsulated in food-based dietary guidelines that prescribe balanced diets, that meet nutrient requirements, and also based on other health properties of food, such as reducing the risk of non-communicable diseases. And when dietary guidelines specify food group targets per day, so 200 milliliters of milk, then food prices can be used to estimate the minimum cost of a healthy diet. And that daily healthy diet cost can then be compared to income, expenditure, food budgets, or wages to measure and monitor healthy diet affordability. So there's 3 empirical steps there: choose and quantify food guidelines. That can be quite complicated, actually. Costing the diet, and then comparing to income distributions or expenditure distributions. I want to emphasize a few other key points here. The cost of a healthy diet is essentially a new food poverty line, and it could be used to replace or complement traditional poverty lines. We have a paper on that there. And we can measure the share of people unable to afford a healthy diet, but also the size of cash transfers needed to make diets affordable for the poor. I'll come back to that also. And then changes in healthy diet affordability over time reflect the simple outcome of a race between healthy diet food inflation and income growth. And do is measure healthy diet wages with high frequency data. And that's something that could certainly be done in South Africa. So I'll come back to that. I want to share the slides afterwards, so I'm not going to read this out, but this literature was kind of developed by researchers at IFPRI and Tufts through a series of Gates Foundation grants. There are plenty of these papers online. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about is drawn from a chapter in the 2024 Global Food Policy Report, which is here. So some stylized facts. So according to the FAO website, the estimates are published through methods developed under the Food Prices for Nutrition project, but these are reported on the FAO website. 62% of South Africans cannot afford what's called a global health diet, a very generic healthy diet. It's not South Africa-specific food-based dietary guidelines. This is exceptionally high compared to peers. So it's that prevalence is just 12% in China and 20% in Brazil. So that's very high, and I have to admit I found it somewhat surprising before the previous presentations, but 62%, I believe, was the number quoted as the share of South Africans who are food insecure. So maybe this number makes sense. And then possible explanations. This is global sort of food price data, so measurement error in food prices is possible. The World Bank also does some imputations on income estimates, etc. But the most likely explanation is high levels of income inequality in South Africa, and maybe high prices of nutritious foods in South Africa as well. Stylized fact 2, starchy staples and oils and fats are very cheap sources of calories, so these make up a small share of the total cost, but the real takeaway is that vegetables, fruits, animal source foods are expensive food groups in South Africa. That's unusual, although animal source a little bit above average in terms of how expensive they are in South Africa. And astonishingly, animal source foods, vegetables, and fruit collectively make up 71% of the total cost of a healthy diet. So that's a key takeaway in terms of thinking about what kinds of food groups and specific foods we need to target. Legumes and nuts, it's worth noting, are the cheapest healthy food group, and they're also non-perishable as well as perishable. A stylized fact 3. So we're here to talk about healthy diets, but we really need to talk about unhealthy foods too, because consumers are making choices between healthy and unhealthy food. And stylized fact 3 is that unhealthy foods are often much cheaper calorie sources than healthy foods. So I wrote a paper almost 10 years ago with Harold Alderman in the Journal of Nutrition, where we took global data on prices and we calculated the price per calorie, per edible calorie of all sorts of different foods, and we made all these comparisons. And one striking fact back then, even with quite old data, was that in middle income countries especially, unhealthy foods can be much more affordable than healthy food. So in this graph, I've only to a few unhealthy foods, and this data for South Africa is a little outdated. This is the retail price per 100 kcal, and I've highlighted a few unhealthy foods there in red. So 100 calories from instant noodles in this 2017 international dollars is $1.46. Chocolate biscuits, $1.63. Soft drinks, $2.15. So you can see there that these foods, very unhealthy, widely consumed, much less expensive than healthy food. So biscuits, for example, a snack food, are 60% of the price of bananas. Instant noodles are 40% of the price of infant cereals. Those are fortified infant cereals, so very healthy foods for young children. In addition to these explicit prices, we have to think about what economists call shadow prices. So healthy foods are often perishable, whereas unhealthy foods, processed foods, have long shelf life, so that makes them more attractive to ordinary consumers. And also unhealthy foods, often processed, often have shorter preparation times. So in fact, the price differences between healthy and unhealthy foods, if you look at the shadow prices or whatever you want to call them, the implicit costs, are much larger. Those gaps are much larger, right? For most of these foods, maybe not bananas or milk, but for many of these foods, especially vegetables, they require a lot of preparation time, as do legumes and nuts. So the price differences between healthy and unhealthy foods can be quite large. Stylized fact 4 is that healthy diet costs are more volatile and more seasonal regular food prices or non-staple food prices. So these statistics here are not from South Africa, Malawi, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. But they find that fruits and vegetables display the highest seasonal price variation. We found that in every country we've done work in India, in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, every country. So fruits and vegetable prices are highly volatile on a seasonal basis. And we need to quantify how much they vary in South Africa seasonally and for different communities as well. Okay, the third section, policy options for improving the affordability of healthy diets in South Africa and some research steps to get there. So in the paper, in the food policy report chapter that I mentioned, we talk about the 3 Ps, the poverty problem, the price problem, and the preference problem. So the poverty problem is the biggest one. We've already alluded to those. Basically, too many people with insufficient income to afford a healthy diet. What are the policy solutions? I think the most important one is to reevaluate and reform social protection via a nutrition lens. In terms of research methods to get there, we've shown in the paper in the bottom right corner, microsimulation methods are a very good way to simulate the affordability and dietary impacts of different levels of transfers, different kinds of household targeting rules, and also alternatives to cash. Would vouchers be better? Would food vouchers be better? Would food fortification help? And these microsimulation studies can not only model affordability outcomes, but actually through income elasticities, we can model how we think households will respond in terms of their diets, as in without nutritional behavioral change. Right. And that's important because we can talk about affordability all we want, but if people aren't going to choose healthy diets, then it avails nothing. All right, the price problem. I talked about this as a stylized fact. High relative prices of healthy foods discourage consumption, as do their higher opportunity costs or shadow prices, such as shorter shelf lives and longer preparation times. Policy solutions. So an earlier presentation talked a bit about identifying kind of short-run best bet foods. We can use very rich price and nutrient profile data to identify high nutrition, low cost foods for promotion via behavioral change or food voucher systems or institutional interventions, etc. We can also identify or model agri-food system investments to reduce healthy food prices. The RIAPA model that IFPRI developed is a good example of this. It's basically designed to do different kinds of simulations to look at prices, affordability, diet change, etc. And we can choose, different commodities or value chains. Another intervention, so Stephen talked about 8 interventions. I think I would add a 9th here. There's 8 interventions within the existing food system, but a 9th intervention is R&D for producing healthier processed foods with longer shelf life and less preparation time. And the Rockefeller Foundation and the Gates Foundation at one time were very interested in this idea as well. Like, in other words, how can we compete with instant noodles and deliver something healthier? And then we can also think about multi-value chain investments in transportation and storage. So in the chapter I mentioned, we found a very strong correlation internationally between the cost of a healthy diet and this transport and logistics index developed by the World Bank. And that makes sense because if healthier foods tend to be more perishable, then you need more efficient value chains to deliver them, to give access, and to bring the cost down. And then also on the price problem, can we identify or model taxes and regulations to raise the costs of unhealthy foods? Right, that's a pretty well-established scientific literature. And then lastly, the preference problem. We're talking about affordability, but preferences really do matter. The preference problem is people not choosing a healthy diet, even if it's affordable. Policy solutions, this is the trickiest one because behavioral change is more difficult than anything else we do. Traditionally in nutrition, first 1,000 days, in-person counseling, been tried a lot, but we need to think about how to do behavioral change at scale. So social media and mass media are very important, I think, for putting healthy foods, even though there's not much evidence on that. If it were me, if a policymaker would ask me, I would say, first, have a heavy focus on both preschool and school-age children and their caregivers. Exactly what was meant, the first 1,000 days matters. But also in terms of preventing obesity and so on, the existing literature from different countries tends to show that you start early. You've got to affect diets pretty early on in schools, and and schools also offer an institutional platform for changing diets. But we can also think about universities, workplaces, etc. And then something we're thinking about in Sri Lanka and working towards is innovative infotainment on social media. There's a little cartoon here on the right from the 1980s in Australia, where I grew up, Life Be In It. And this was a quite successful campaign, not necessarily in terms of changing actual outcomes, but it was very recognizable. And this character on the right is called Norm. And, you know, people of my generation in Australia, we still use that as slang. Like we say, oh, that person's a norm, meaning they're lazy, right? So, and now I think with social media, what we're trying to do in Sri Lanka is come up with or propose regular media channel where we share sort of entertaining clips. It could be, say, about eggs, and they're kind of comic, and there's regular characters sort of play around with the idea of eggs as a super healthy food, and then another video is on another food group, etc. So that's what we're trying to do. And lastly, I think on the sort of the technical knowledge side, we need specialized food preference surveys to understand why consumers and households, caregivers make the choices they do. And then my last slide is kind of some cross-cutting suggestions for advocacy. Building a little bit on what I said earlier. In South Africa, you could lobby for the cost of a healthy diet to replace the old basic needs food poverty line. So the basic needs food poverty lines are just sort of built around what people already consume, right? Typical food baskets. But those are typical food baskets of poor or almost poor people. So why should that be a target? It shouldn't be a target. That's a sort of stupid vicious circle. And we should also argue that nutrition is a basic need, right? It's not a luxury. So that's one thing you could do. Then, sorry, the typo here, monitor the cost of a healthy diet at high frequency as a complement to conventional food inflation. So instead of just reporting the food CPI, the Treasury or whoever reports inflation in South Africa could also report a healthy diet index. Third, same thing, monitoring healthy diet affordability with prices and wages as an income proxy. So we can't measure income on a monthly basis, but we can measure wages on a monthly basis. I'm sure South African government already does that. And so that could be used to focus more attention. Like right now, during the current fuel crisis, you could be saying, oh, the affordability of a healthy diet has gone down by 10% based on price and wage data. Then lastly, promote healthy diet affordability monitoring and diagnostics in the context of multi-sectoral nutrition efforts. I don't know anything about South Africa's multi-sectoral nutrition framework or how that's going. But I would say from international experience, this idea of a healthy diet and healthy food groups, those constructs are a great way to bring together people from the health ministry, people from the agricultural ministry, because the health ministry understands food-based dietary guidelines because they develop them. And the agricultural ministry, they work in commodities and food groups. So they understand that. And so this construct is a great specialist from different ministries, different groups together and sort of break down those silos. All right, that's all. Thank you. I hope you could hear me well. And yeah, happy to answer any questions if I can.
Great. Thanks very much, Derek. We could hear you clearly. So thanks very much. I hope you can stay online for a bit because we're just going to ask for other inputs and any questions from the floor as well. So, yes, we've heard from Derek from Sri Lanka in IFPRI. Any additions, questions, and so on? I see Stephen here with the mic in front of him. Okay.
Derek, hi, thanks. That was great. And I'm so glad we managed to get you back to hear that. Fantastic. You didn't, in your recommendations or your advocacy ideas, talk strongly about direct government intervention to regulate food prices or to subsidize food subsidies, some of those old ideas which have gone out of fashion now, or government direct open market operations, you know, storing its own food and selling it cheaply and so on. Are you not considering those as being politically feasible or technically appropriate?
Thanks. Derek, you can respond now. I'm looking if there's other questions. Yeah, maybe you could respond to that, Derek.
Sure, yeah.
Clearly.
I think the food subsidies historically have focused a lot on cereal. And I think the experience there has not been great in many countries. There's been progress in things like the public distribution scheme, and Stephen, I'm sure knows, they've added legumes to the public distribution scheme, and I think there is some evidence that has helped. So that is an option. I guess some of the cutting edge things there are sort of thinking though, well, is it not better to do nutrition sensitive transfers or maybe vouchers? But I think the evidence tends to sort of mostly suggest that cash transfers or nutrient sensitive cash transfers are the way to go. I think there is a bit of a problem there, though, that the evidence around nutrition sensitive cash transfers is mostly targeting the first 1,000 days. So it's targeting pregnant women or mothers of young children. I don't think we know much about behavioral change for households as a whole or other groups. And so that's a challenge, but I think it's a good point raised by Steve.
Right, great. Yeah, I mean, it's great you did speak specifically to some recommendations, some suggestions. We appreciate that, and we're going to build on those as we go forward. I think online we have Kelly.
Yes, just one question. Hi, everyone. Kelly from the Center of Excellence in Food Security. This is a more general question, and maybe it will come up later, but it came up for me based on this presentation. Curious about the consideration of gender, especially when we're talking about, firstly, child food insecurity, the food insecurity of children, because those are responsibilities that ultimately rest on women. And then also when we speak about, the paradigm and the complexity around choices, because along with, shelf life being a big issue, so is food preparation, and also, the South African situation where we often have women-headed households economically, but then also in terms of care labor. So I'm curious around, how the consideration of gender affects the vision going forward and the sort of bigger picture.
For that, I think that's something we all need to think about. I don't know if Derek has a specific response, but I think something we all need to think about. When we talk about power in the food system as well, there are gendered power relations and gender dynamics and what actually happens in the family as well at the end of the day. Other questions for Derek or additions to what he was saying? I'd like this sort of poverty, prices, preferences combination that we have to address all of those. Florian.
Hi, yes, Flo again, Center of Excellence in Food Security at the University of the Western Cape. Thanks, Derek. Really interesting. I'm appreciating that you also brought attention to the importance of healthy and affordable options, both. And in particular, there also the importance of instant noodles that you raised. So I think that's an interesting one. And I'm wondering whether you have, well, there's two questions. Firstly, whether you have any knowledge of alternatives that have been developed along that line. For example, instant noodles that are affordable, but that are based on something like sorghum and pulses. In other words, something that is already nutritionally quite complex and replete, while at the same time being easy and quick to prepare, because as you pointed out, there are other costs associated with food preparation, energy costs, time costs, which are also gendered. And my second question relates to a comment that you made around preferences, and the emphasis there seemed to be on consumer education. But in our context, we know that consumers are making choices often based on economic considerations. And I'm wondering whether you have experience or knowledge based on your international research of more aggressive regulation of food industries, which invest billions in shaping preferences and shaping desires. And so if government tries to push in the opposite direction with very limited budget and capacity, it's unlikely to really make a dent in that. So my sense is perhaps incentivizing industry, actually big food, to take that on. And I'm wondering what the international research can say about that. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I assume you're referring to the heavy spend in advertising from the food industry and so on, yeah, in that shaping of preferences. Derek, any thoughts on those two?
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I'll just say something about gender quickly. Yeah, exactly. The food preparation costs and so are a big factor for women. And in surveys, even in the sort of background research, formative research for various surveys we've done, even just the other week, same thing in Sri Lanka. You find in all these countries, so many incredibly high percentage of young children, even babies almost, are given biscuits and soft drinks. And when you ask the parent, well, I've got, sort of 50 cents left over from my wage, I can, either buy like one banana for 3 kids, or I can buy a couple of packets of biscuits. And that they know that the children get pleased by having the biscuits, the sweet food, etc. So we see that sort of pattern all over the world. And female workers in Sri Lanka, I'm sure it's the same in South Africa. They have so little time. I mean, they get up at 4 a.m. in some parts of rural Sri Lanka to start cooking, not for themselves. So thinking about foods that are, sensitive to the time constraints of work is very important. And then lastly, I mentioned this idea of monitoring healthy diets relative to healthy diet costs relative to wages. We also do that. We started, doing this in Sri Lanka, and we have wages specific for men and women as well. So wage inequality for men and women is a big issue in many countries. I don't know about South Africa, but I would not be surprised. So for example, you might buy, Sri Lankan tea workers, the female workers are paid 40% less than the male workers. And that's an institutional wage, which is shocking. So there's lots of ways, even in the sort of measurement, policy advocacy, we can stratify things by gender. And then, so I don't specialize in the food regulation aspect of this research, but I come across it, I guess, a little bit. The Gates Foundation a few years ago and Rockefeller were very interested in this idea of working with big private companies on things exactly like that. I mean, they actually brought up the example of instant noodles. Can we compel or nudge big companies to create healthier forms of what are traditionally unhealthy products? I don't know any updates on that. Maybe that's something to kind of pursue from the Gates Foundation, Rockefeller, whether they've actually on that front. I think within the Gates Foundation, it kind of fell flat. But I know that there have been some successes, right? Trans fats has been one in the Western world. Looking at the history of interesting, it hasn't been so successful in Africa, but in North America and Europe, they've companies under sort of threat, I think, heavy regulation actually voluntarily did that. And there are some experts who encouraging or finding ways to sort of nudge private companies into reformulation products is maybe the best way to go. Because it's a sort of level, playing field. If all the companies are being threatened with, high taxation or something, that may compel private companies to do the reformulation themselves, reduce the amount of unhealthy ingredients they're using, increase the quantity of healthy ingredients.
And the last one was just about the heavy spend in advertising and so on that companies do to influence preferences. You didn't speak to that. You spoke to sort of countering that, which could be very hard to do given the sort of budgets we see these companies having. Any quick thought on that? Or maybe regulation of advertising or other interventions that might address that?
I don't know how, I mean, advertising is a problem, and I think lots of countries have at least gone as far as trying to counter, trying to regulate advertising for children, but beyond that, seems quite difficult, and marketing issues for children as well. I think that's part of the problem, but there's a whole litany of problems that, I mean, when you go to a supermarket in any given country, if you actually look through what are the proportion of products in the supermarket that are healthy, it's very problematic. And I also know, actually, having worked a little bit with the supermarket chain in Sri Lanka, they actually often struggle to get any money from fruits and vegetables. So one of the biggest supermarkets in Sri Lanka said, we're interested in IFPRI because we often make a lot of fruits and vegetables. They'll often sometimes even sell fruits and vegetables at a price that is not profitable to stop consumers going to the little mom and pop vegetable stores. So that's something we need to understand from the private sector as well. Like, where are profits coming from and how can their profits be improved? I think that's also one reason that, the Gates Foundation, Rockefeller, et cetera, were trying to work with private companies to develop new products based on healthy ingredients. Because, yeah, there's lots of issues in the fruit and vegetable chains in low middle income countries that make them fairly unprofitable. So you may talk about a 6% profit for, I forget the name of the South African supermarket. That doesn't mean they're making 6% from, don't know that they are. So it's a very complicated business to understand, I think.
Great. Okay, so thanks again to Derek. We're out of time now. So thank you very much, Derek. Put our hands together. And thank you to all of us this morning for this session. We're going to go to lunch now. I mean, we've heard so much. Idzani really painted the picture of how tragic the situation is, and we need action, particularly on food affordability. Stephen showed us a little bit of the food system and where sort of price is created, which starts helping us think about where we could intervene. And Derek gave us some specific suggestions. I liked some of the things I liked Derek pointing out that some of these unhealthy foods are actually more affordable in calories. So mothers in particular and others are not just ignorant. There's a tendency sometimes to think, oh, people are making bad choices. They need to be educated. But actually, when you look at that, you say, well, they're making a very economically sound decision of where they can get more affordable calories for their children. And as Derek said, the children like it. So we have to take those things into account and say, how can we then impact maybe on the poverty, the prices, and those preferences? I see Justice is out of the room, but I thought he made an important point or question around, do we intervene in the income side, or that's the poverty side, or do we intervene on the cost of things, the price side? I think we have to look at a holistic picture. Part of the logic in coming into this symposium was that there's a range of possible interventions, and an effective overall intervention probably needs us to use a range of tools and use them in a coordinated way that makes sense, taking into account also maybe some of the negative outcomes of some interventions. So how do we have an overall policy framework or approach to improving food affordability? I suspect, we'll discuss more in the coming days, I suspect that's going to need a range of interventions that are used in a combined way. And exploring those issues further is why we're here. Yeah, we started setting the scene. We're going to have the rest of today and tomorrow to explore more, where we can get more questions and add in more. After the lunch break, we're going into the session on really trying to understand in more depth this creation of prices, what makes food expensive, what makes the prices high and unaffordable to us. So with that, I want to say, well, I'm sure all the presentations here are going to be shared. I'm sure I'm kind of looking at some organizers, Yondela. So, yeah. So they're going to be shared. I think there was great content in those. And can we now come back at 1:15? So it gives you about 40 minutes for lunch, which we had. We are running then 15 minutes late, but don't stress too much, because we had one presenter couldn't make it from SAFTU. So we're saving half an hour at the end of the afternoon program. So I think we can still finish on time or on early, although we're going to be sort of looking 15 minutes late after lunch. So, but if we can all be back here ready to start at 1:15, that would be great. Thank you. I don't know. I think you can leave the stuff here. There will be
lunch will be served.
Lunch, go that way to lunch. Go over there. You have to decide the safety of your equipment, but I think the people, Godfrey is pretty safe, right? Godfrey's from here. He knows the scene. So you can leave your stuff here, but you're still going to be liable if anything happens. All right, please enjoy your lunch. Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch. I hope the walk in the slightly colder weather helped kind of wake you up a bit. But yeah, welcome to the afternoon session. So in this session, we're starting to look at, we've had a really great morning session looking at understanding generally and broadly food affordability issues. What is food affordability? What are some of the things to think about? So now this session, we're going to start looking more specifically at what's actually happening with prices, food prices in South Africa, and what's determining these food prices, what's behind them. So to kick us off on that, we're going to start with Mervyn from Pietermaritzburg Economic and Justice and Dignity Group. The Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, for those who may not know, publish a monthly food household affordability index, of which food is a major part of that. And so they're one of the foremost organizations tracking every month what's actually happening with food prices, but especially what does it mean for low income and working class households, and with especially women at the forefront of that research and in thinking about the food question. So Mervyn, if you'll please come up, you'll be taking us into looking at what are some of the key trends in food prices and unaffordability in South Africa. Sorry, I didn't do the whole share thing. Okay.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and good afternoon, everyone. And I know that okay. Yeah, the afternoon sessions are a bit difficult, but let's plow through it. So thank you for the invitation. And as Andrew had mentioned, oh, it's got stuck, was it? Oh, no. I will talk really around price trends using the information on the Household Affordability Index. Really, what we are trying to do with the index, and of course, we don't always get it right, and sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But we try as close as possible to try and follow women across South Africa as they go into the store, to look at the kind of choices they make around food, and how they deal with the issue of food affordability. So we collect these prices from around 47 supermarkets and 32 butcheries across South Africa. Those are the cities, and there you would see the actual all the foods that we track. So we track 44 foods, too many to mention, but of course you can go and see it on our website. Access to the index at www.pmbej.org.za. So what are the trends we are seeing? Firstly, when we look over a period starting in January 2021 to January 2026, then we see that the cost of the basket has increased by roughly 33% over that period. So that's quite a large increase. It is currently, well, in January, it was standing at 5,000, oh, I can't read it. Sorry, my specs are not a thing, but you can see the price. Oh, I can read it better on here. 5,401 Rand. Now, this rise, in our view, reflects not just temporary spikes, because we've taken temporary spikes into consideration there. I mean, this period covers, for instance, the spikes and the shocks that happened into the food system around the Russia-Ukraine conflict, for instance. Okay, so those spikes are taken into consideration over this period. So it's not just temporary spikes, but it's a structural shift, because even when inflation slowed down, prices remain permanently elevated. And later on, I will show that. So you have a shock like in wheat prices, or you have a shock in a major increase in sunflower oil, for instance, as we saw in 2003. And then the prices subside, but it remains at a higher level than before the shock. And so you'll see that quite clearly as I go through some of the other slides. We spoke about, and Stephen Devereux took us through, there are quite a few Stephens here, I notice this. Stephen Devereux took us through affordability and what it means. And for us, that is an important area of work. So you will see below, and we use as a proxy the national minimum wage. And when you look at the national minimum wage in the slide below, you will see that the national minimum wage is insufficient and has been over the 5 years, insufficient to purchase the basket of food. I don't know, yes, a Fireflies AI. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
Sorry, the cursor's just disappeared. Help anyone?
It's the lunch.
There, okay. Sure.
Okay, so we have the entire basket of 44 very basic foods. So some of those foods, I mean, just to give you some idea for those who don't know the index, the types of food that's in the basket. So we're talking about a basket constructed for a household of 7. And we would have, for instance, maize meal and rice and potatoes and onions and some chicken and some cooking oil and a little bit of curry and salt and bread, peanut butter, so it's that types of food that's in the basket. And within the basket, we have asked women, what are the most important foods you must buy and you prioritize every single month? And based on their answer, we had constructed 17 foods in our basket of 44, which we call the core foods. And so it's interesting to see how the price of the core foods have increased, because those are the kind of foods that women prioritize at the beginning when they go into the stores. And so within the core foods in the basket, we saw over this period of 5 years an increase of roughly 29%. And that these 17 core foods now constitute 52% of the total cost of our basket. Now, at an average cost of 2,822 Rand in January, these foods are relatively expensive in relation to the total money available in the household budget. And below, I have a slide which shows that, so I must just backtrack one bit. We also asked women, what are the household costs that they have to prioritize first? So it's really important to remember that food is not the first thing people buy when money come in at the end of the month. What are the things that they have to pay for first before they even consider the food basket? So the 2 things, well, it's actually 3 things, but the third one is very difficult for us to track. The first is transport. If there is a worker in that household, that wage is lost if they don't spend money on transport. So transport is prioritized. The second thing that is prioritized is electricity, because electricity is a constitutive part of cooking process. The relationship between food and energy, whether it be at production level, at farming level, whether it be as an input into the production, manufacturing, retail process, or whether it is considered as part of an input cost within the household, you cannot separate these two. And so it's important that we track those as well. So when we look at the cost of, if we deduct the cost of transport and electricity from a national minimum wage, then we end up with the graph below. And that shows that the core foods far outstrip the amount of money that's left over from a national minimum wage after they had paid transport, electricity, only those two costs. So what that does is important. Number one, it means that these costs are taking money away from money that could usefully be spent on food. So if those costs increase, even if food prices come down and transport costs and electricity costs increase, it will consume the extra money that's left over from lower food prices. So it does make the picture a bit more complex. It's not only food prices that provides access to food at household levels. It is actually, how does the household budget, how is the household budget constituted, and what households prioritize in terms of the household budget. The other important aspect of looking at that graph is that when the cost of core food exceed, as it has done consistently over the last 5 years, exceed the amount of money left over after transport and electricity has been paid, that means that household can only then purchase core foods, which is staples. So it has an impact on dietary diversity. They have to leave behind in the shopping basket fruits and vegetables and all that which constitutes a nutritious meal. So it has a direct impact on nutritional diversity within the household. When we look at, for instance, I just wanted to give a trend or show a little bit around a few of these core foods. And if we look at maize meal, now I'm surprised, there is I'm not going to mention him, there is an agricultural economist in South Africa that is often mentioned in the newspapers and so on. And we've had our fights. And he keeps on telling us that there is fantastic harvests. So if you have market forces, if you have a great supply, then surely it should bring prices down. But let's look at the highest price, the highest of those, what do you call them, bars, is the cost of maize. Maize meal has roughly or approximately increased around 40 to 50% over this time span. Good harvest or no good harvest. And that is also connected to the fact that South African maize growers want to export maize. So often we pay the price for that in terms of parity pricing. When we look, for instance, at rice, we had seen a lot of volatility in the price of rice. And because we import most or all of our rice, it has to do with geopolitical factors. With the Russia-Ukraine conflict, for instance, a number of countries didn't export rice because they were protecting their own national food security. And that, of course, pushed up the price. And so we had seen the price of rice being quite volatile, but also increasing over that period. Cake flour has increased by approximately 24.5% over this period, and some of that has to do with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Cooking oil cooking oil is quite interesting. So cooking oil increased massively in January 2023. You would remember off the back of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the fact that we weren't importing as much sunflower seeds into the country. And then after the conflict stabilized, but it is now 46% above what it started off in 2021. So when prices come down after these shocks, they tend to stabilize at a much higher level than prior to the shocks. With chicken, we had seen the same. Well, chicken prices have increased, and it's around 37% higher this year than it was in 2021. I had mentioned the idea of that food price affordability is connected to the cost of other basic services, because those basic services are paid first, and the money that's left over then goes to food. And I have spoken about that before. So what it does is it crowds out money for food, and that then makes it seem that food becomes unaffordable, because it's really the amount of money you have in your pocket that determines really whether food is affordable or not. So when we look at the graph, which is quite interesting on the other side, the lowest bar is the money that is left after electricity and transport is paid. The brown bar in between is the food poverty, is when you divide that amount by 4 persons. Because of our unemployment problem, every wage on average in South Africa has to stretch across 4 people. And if all that money is spent on food and it's divided by 4 per capita, then it is consistently below the food poverty line, which some of the other speakers have also highlighted this morning. And now we're back to this thing. And I can't see. I thought, because we want to look at some suggestions, I thought it's interesting to bring this graph, because half of our foods, 22 of our foods, are actually exempt from value-added tax, are already exempt. And when you look at the cost of the foods that are exempted from VAT in the ones below, you will see that that food price inflation increases has been greater than the food on which we pay value-added tax. So whilst value-added tax do help in bringing the basket, making it cheaper overall, but the highest inflationary value has been on those foods that are actually VAT exempt. So that also should tell us something. We have already dealt with this fact that wage growth and social grants does not keep track with food price trends. And so I would just like to say that food prices, according to our research, rises much faster
than wages and others and social grants, and for that reason is unaffordable. And I would like to just throw a thing out. We keep on talking about high food prices. Is it really high food prices, or is it too low income? Shouldn't we start talking about fair food prices so that we don't build a system on the backs of farm workers who would be the ones who are suffering currently? Perhaps food in South Africa is already cheap. We just don't know that. So it might be just to come from the other angle, when we look at, for instance, the wages that are being paid within the system, and if those wages are increased as they should be, it might mean that the food at the end will be more expensive. But then that is an economic issue that actually says that our wage levels in South Africa are way too low and needs to be relooked at. And that's what most financial economists and government are too afraid to ask. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mervyn. So yeah, you can take a seat, or we've got the microphone there. Okay, thanks very much. I got a huge, quite a significant number of quite key points from that input, about food price trends, but not only food price trends themselves, but also how they relate to household well-being and income and so on. Around a few key points being prices after shocks and key particular spikes not coming down to pre-shock levels, and so the overall trend is still upwards. But also thinking about the relationship between the cost of quite often public services, transport and electricity, how that affects food security and nutrition at the household level. But also this question, the last provocation around, is the problem actually food prices? Is it both, or is it actually only wages and income? So with some provocation there, rather than coming straight to just a general session, can I ask you to turn to the person next to you and just for 2 minutes, just buzz with them about what stood out for you from this presentation, questions you have, or what stood out for you about what we're seeing happening with food prices in South Africa and what it means for households. Just for 2 minutes.
So that
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so it's quite funny. When I first suggested that we have little buzz groups, I saw a few expressions like, oh, really? Now I'm struggling to bring you back. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry to cut those discussions off, but now please feel free to those discussions you didn't complete or the points, really important points you wanted to raise, please bring them up now in plenary. The floor is open. Questions or points you want to make, contributions?
Okay.
Of course. Mark, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, two points I'll try and make quickly. The one just to say that, Mervyn, you were showing those food price increases 2021 to 2026, and you were talking about 30-40% overall for the basket. And the child support grant, for example, went up 24% in that period. So we see how the erosion of the ability to buy food when you're depending on grants is happening. So I just want to put that alongside your figures, and we can check the other ones. I think they're all similar, the other grants, the pension and so on, but the key child support grant, only 24% versus the 30+% of the actual cost of this food. And then the other point which has a question to it is, if I got you right, you're saying the increase in the prices of VAT exempt foods was higher than the non-VAT exempt. And I think this is a very interesting example, of perhaps related to Justice's point earlier, that the government is like giving up money in giving the VAT exemption to make food more affordable. But some of that saving to the consumer is actually being taken somewhere by the retailer or the producer. So obviously, like, there's this balance between like purchasing power and the selling power. And now we save 15% on the VAT, but some of that 15%, I don't know how much, if it's half or something, is not actually benefiting the consumer of the food. It's benefiting that. So that seems to indicate to me this importance of that we need to increase incomes, as people have been saying, but I think we also have to manage the price side to avoid and look very carefully at the capture of any savings or added value we put in, especially when it's state resources we put in. We have to really watch that carefully, I think, and we need responses, I think, on both sides of that equation. Thanks.
Do you want to respond, Mervyn, or should we take a few hands? Okay, Stephen, and then Stephen, and then Flo.
Mervyn, I want to ask you a provocative question based on the last comment that you made. You know, we often hear that the food system is broken in South Africa, and I find that a very dodgy, a very difficult concept, because it seems to me that actually the food system is doing a good job of making sure that the shops are full of food. But we have such high levels of hunger, stunting, malnutrition, etc., that people say, oh, the food system must be broken. But what you're saying is that actually it's not that the food system is broken, it's that incomes are too low, right? And if that's the case, then the problem is that the economy is broken. It's not creating jobs. Social grants are not compensating for that lost income because of unemployment. So should we blame the food system, or should we say actually the food system is, you know, with some exceptions, is doing a pretty good job, and rather focus on job creation, social protection, and delivering the right to food through governance rather than through blaming the food system?
Thanks, Stephen. Flo?
Yeah, thanks, Mervyn. Firstly, I just want to congratulate you again on using a methodology that puts the practices of the women who provision households first in terms of how they manage these issues. But then secondly, what stood out for me from your presentation, I mean, there were many really valuable points there, but also the emphasis that you placed on energy costs and on transport costs. And for me, particularly, transport is an issue that also has to do with people's strategy to access food at the cheapest possible places, and also the possibility for people to participate in the economy by accessing jobs. And it speaks also to strategies to bridge the kind of spatial divide, the kind of long-term spatial legacies of apartheid planning and post-apartheid development, which really shows us that some of the solutions to these issues may not lie with national level planning or economic planning at that level, but that there's also really an important component to this that sits at the provincial and at the local government level. And also that looks at how do we invest in infrastructure and how do we work with existing public transport systems to enable better participation in the economy and better access to food. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are about that, Mervyn. Thank you.
Thanks, Flo. I just want to prioritize a couple of new hands. So you, and then not put you on the spot, but you and you, sorry, I don't know your names firsthand, but before we broke, you had your hands up. So if there's ways in which you want to, if your questions or your points are still relevant to the session, would you like to? Would you like to raise the questions you raised wanted to raise in the previous session? Or are you fine? Okay. Okay. Sorry, it was Mark, your hand was up, and then you. Oh, okay. If you can just, sorry, just introduce yourself again when you speak.
I'll introduce again. I'm Mark Vorming from University of the Western Cape. Mervyn, thank you. Very insightful, and thanks for the provocation at the end as well. It's food for thought, no pun intended. But yeah, it's good to consider those things. But my question is just on real household food stress. You know, how is that? Just take us through again. Maybe how is that measured at the moment? And are there gaps at the moment in measuring real household food stress? Are we missing some factors that we should be considering, or do you feel that how it's being measured at the moment is adequate? Thanks, Mervyn.
Okay, can you take one more, Mervyn? Okay.
Thank you, Mervyn. My name is Tabile from Department of Agriculture. When we were just talking and we were thinking that when you are tracking food, you came up with transport and electricity. But one other interesting thing is to find out the cost of cosmetics. It's a huge hinder to the household, especially that are living beyond poverty lines, because I usually buy cosmetics at a different time when I buy my groceries. I go and say, this day is for cosmetics. So I would I was just wondering if you ever came across any thought about that, or any tracking that has to do with your basics, washing powder, no fabric softener, deodorant, no perfume, your Vaseline or toothpaste, those kind of things that we need daily. It would be interesting to know. Yeah, thank you.
Over to you, Mervyn.
So if I could start with your question about cosmetics and domestic cleaning and personal hygiene things. So we do track that. We do have a basket. I was rushing. I've never learned how to measure my time when I speak, and most people often give me. So I didn't bring that in, but Stephen did. Stephen Devereaux did this morning mention some of that basket. So if you're interested, we can share it with you. But yes, we do track. So just to let you know what we track. So we track transport costs, we track electricity costs, and of course the central part of what we track is the food basket. And then we do track domestic hygiene products and household cleaning products. So those are the 4 items that we track, and we've got an index for each of them in the Household Affordability Index. So if you chat with me later, I'll give you the website where you can go and download it. Okay. So if I go to household food stress, so I mean, in a sense, it's quite difficult. I don't know if I'm truly getting what you're asking for, but we tend to have a lot of conversations with women. So it's not just the data, but also how should we understand this data. And of course, the thing that comes through to us all the time is that what this data means is that households are unable to access, number one, sufficient, and number two, so sufficient food, whether it be nutritional or non-nutritional. That's really beside the issue. The issue is they cannot access sufficient food. And when we go to what should be the standard, then of course it should be nutritional food. So that's not even being thought of at the moment. So and then households, so all the things that we heard this morning about the context, the women having to raise children and not having sufficient food and so on. All of those factors women tell us about. And the one thing that I want to add to what has already been mentioned is that not only is it that adults go hungry first and feed children, it is women adults. So it's therefore not surprising that most of our non-communicable diseases are also gender-aligned, and is directly connected to the fact that mothers don't eat and just give to the children. So from a household stress perspective, that is what we are picking up. It's of course, very difficult to measure it, except that we have to look at this data and then say, well, what picture does this data paint? So yeah, that's what I can respond to. And then to Florian and Stephen, it's a very difficult question. I like to provocate, but whether I can answer it is 2 totally separate matters. How we try very hard, and it might be a reaction. We try very hard to keep the focus on affordability. So how much money we've got in order to access that which we need to buy. And it might be a reaction to what I don't hear about now, but I heard quite common
say in 2006, 2004, oh, the solution is just let people grow their own food and then everything is solved and, life is all good and hunky-dory. And I'm happy that we have moved away from that to a food systems discussion. So we like to see the food system as embedded in the economic system. So it's not only one versus the other. It's not only that the food system is not broken and the economic system is broken, because even the food system needs to be shifted. So the amount of fertilizers we spend, the fact that tomatoes is 10% more expensive this month than it was last month, because it's carted from Limpopo in the ZCC farms all the way down to Durban. Surely that should be changed. The fact that we are exposed to fuel so much, all of those things need to be changed, as well as increasing the amount of income that should come into homes.
Thanks so much, Mervyn, and thanks everyone for the inputs. A hand for Mervyn. Okay, so I think a lot of unfinished discussions there as well, especially what to do about wages and food prices, the relationship between them. But we're going to now move into looking at some of the drivers of food prices in South Africa. So for that, we're joined by Naledi Khadebe from the National Agricultural Marketing Council. Please do come up. The National Agricultural Marketing Council is a state body that was established after the passing of the National Agricultural Marketing of Agricultural Products Act in 1996. It works on agricultural markets in South Africa, developing market information, and so on. So yes, over to you, Naledi.
I'm not sure if I'm tall enough. Good afternoon, colleagues. As our facilitator has introduced, I'm Naledi Khadebe, and I'm from the National Agricultural Marketing Council. And I'm an agricultural economist by profession as well. So without the waste of time, I'm just going to take you through my presentation. Okay. Not sure if I'm audible now. Okay. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you so much once again for this opportunity. So just to take you through my slides, I'm just going to summarize on what I'll be covering on my presentation, which will just be a brief NAMC mandate, but I think he has highlighted on what NAMC is all about in terms of the Marketing of Agricultural Product Act of 1996. And I'll also be covering the food price trends and looking also at the the drivers of food prices in South Africa, and look at the challenges that we are currently facing as the country, and what should we expect or might expect as a country. And that will be also another slide which will be concluding the whole information that will be shared on the previous slides. Might have been a struggle for me, the technology. I might be young, but yeah, it dribbles me as well. So, as I've mentioned previously, colleagues, to say that NMC is a state-owned entity, which basically what we do, we provide an advisory service to the Minister of Agriculture on issues which are pertaining the marketing of all the agricultural products. So that's in a nutshell, trying to summarize what this whole slide is containing. No, I'm gonna struggle. Should I? Okay, perfect. So, colleagues, without the waste of time, is I think I've just wasted my own 15 minutes as well. I'm just going to take you through the graph that you are looking at right now, which is the graph looking at the food price trends. So here we can see, colleagues, that for some time now, the food price inflation has been growing. The growth has been always be above the overall inflation. And looking at the period from February 2020 to the February 2026, which is recent period. So if we might look at the recent, or looking at 2020, whereby the food price inflation started going up. This is the period where, if we may recall, colleagues, it was when we were experiencing the COVID-19 crisis during that time. And then we could see that the graph is growing at that period during 2020 to 2021. And we also see that during the 2022, beginning 2022 up until where it's at its peak, which is early 2023. And if we may recall quite well, colleagues, during that season, we had also a crisis on drought. Not only drought, we also experienced the challenge of the Ukraine conflict, the Russia-Ukraine conflict during that period. So we can see that the food price inflation went up during that period as well. And the only time where we experienced the easing of a food price inflation was during the time, or during the period of 2024, whereby we could see that it was going down a bit, but we could also see some increase along the 2023, 2024 as well. But those are some of the factors that we could highlight as to say these are the factors that contributed to the price or the food price inflation during those periods. Looking at the 2025 period, colleagues, if we can just look at where it started, which is early February 2025, I think that time we had the disease outbreaks. If we may recall quite well, there was an avian influenza which hit the poultry industry during that period. Not only that, we also started experiencing the FMD disease outbreak during that period as well. Mid-2025, the outbreak had been already happening during that season. So this is why we could see that our trend is now starting to go up in terms of food price inflation during that time as well. And then, colleagues, not to also forget to mention that we also had a case of the pork industry, whereby they also highlighted that they had some cases of the African, is it African swine fever, if I'm not mistaken. They also reported some of the cases during that time whereby they had indicated that they are experiencing such crisis. So that's why we see the trend going up a bit in mid 2025 up until the time whereby it was December, which is the festive season. Obviously, some of the commodities or the food that we usually buy in our houses, the prices are drastically high by that time, as the demand is very high during that period. So when we see that, we saw some moderate or some easing in terms of food prices during the early months of this year, which is between Jan and Feb. And that was also just for a short period of time, because looking at the challenges that we are currently having or facing as the country, there is a projection that we might still go up, our trend will still go up. Like, for instance, now we are having the Middle East war that is attacking us, the fuel prices are going up. And I've also heard some of the speakers mentioning the input costs, the fertilizer prices going up. So those are some of the factors that we see that they are affecting or they are contributing to the food price inflation in our country. Okay, maybe it's my hand. Maybe it's my hand. Okay. So colleagues, on this slide, I think what I was trying to present on the previous slide, it's more of the same what I'm having right now on this slide, which shows on what happened during the time whereby we see that the food price inflation in our country was going up. We can see that it was COVID-19 between the period of 2021, 2022, and we also hit by the drought, which is the climate shock that we had as a country. And then also at the peak period whereby the prices were drastically high, there was the Russia-Ukraine conflict that happened, and we also had experienced the drought as well during the same period. So it's more of, I was trying to just show a clear picture on specifically the food inflation in our country, on what happened during this period. So as we can see, colleagues, these are some of the factors that had hit us as a country, which caused the food prices in our country to go high, as we can see. Okay, so looking at the commodities or the food groups that we have, as I have also indicated that some of the food groups contribute to the food price or to the food price inflation that we are experiencing. Like, for instance, if we look at the increment that we or the increase in food price for the animal protein, which includes red meat as well, which during that time we know that the FND disease outbreak had also affected us during the period, because this graph covers the period of 2025 February and February 2026. So this is just a 1-year period whereby we're trying to track and see what a commodity or what food group had contributed to the food price inflation in our country. So as we can see, it's different groups as well. We might also see that some of the food groups like vegetables, fruits, also the bean products, we see that they are easing up or they are going down, which also assists us in that manner, because there was a period whereby we saw some slight decrease in terms of food price inflation, meaning that they also assisted in making the food prices to be lower than what we had been experiencing. So these are some of the commodities that we have, and this is the trend that we are showing. And also I had omitted to highlight that with this data that we are using, we also as NMC do have we do publish the reports whereby we are monitoring the food prices for 28 commodities. And we also look at not only in South Africa, but we also look globally, and in terms of the food price trends in that manner. So if the colleagues are more interested in wanting to get more information on these trends or this information, we can just go through our website which is the NMC website, and you'll find our reports there, which covers almost every aspect in terms of food price trends. In terms of the drivers of food prices in South Africa, colleagues, I think I've already highlighted some of them, but just to also mention the ones that I've highlighted on the slides, we see that that the food price inflation in our country is not only affected by just domestic factors, but it's both global and domestic factors that do affect our food price inflation. So some of the drivers that I'm just highlight, these are not all, but just few that I just included on the slide. Like we look at the global commodity prices as well. We look at the exchange rate, as much as we know that we do import as a country. Some of the commodities that we have, we do import them, and we rely in some of the goods or in some of the commodities or the processed products we import from other countries. So the exchange rate fluctuations also does play a role in that. And we have the geopolitics conflict, which I have also mentioned above, like for the Ukraine and Russia conflict, and also now the current one, which we are experiencing, the Middle East, sorry about that, the Middle East war that is happening currently. So we also see the agricultural input costs, which when it does affect, I think most of the presenters had also mentioned that the fertilizer prices, they do affect, and the climate shocks, I've already highlighted that, the drought that we're experiencing, we saw that the food price inflation went up during that time. We have the logistics inefficiencies and market concentration as an influence in terms of the food prices in our country. And in that, colleagues, just in a nutshell, to summarize this slide, I'm just highlighting some of the challenges which I've already mentioned during my presentation that we are facing as a country, which is the FMD outbreak that we're having, the African swine fever that we are, the pork industry is experiencing, the ongoing geopolitical tension that we are currently facing, the rising in fuel and fertilizer, electricity costs, and also the climatic shocks. Currently, there's been a released statement from the South African Weather Service, where they are projecting that there might be a strong El Nino that we should expect as a country. And some of the changes that I've highlighted that we need to agree that we might experience as a country, looking at the challenges that we're currently having, is an increase on production, an increase on domestic food prices, increase in input costs, as well as logistics inefficiencies. In concluding remarks, colleagues, looking at what I've just shared with you, we can see that geopolitical risk and animal disease outbreak continue to threaten our sector. And we could see that this increase in food price inflation also can threaten the food security of the country, and also the Middle East constraint that we are facing, which might not only affect us as South Africa, but other countries as well. But looking at our country, as much as we are importing some of the input costs like the fertilizer and the crude oil, so we might be having challenges on that one as well. So the suggested interventions in terms of the issues that we have is to say that if we might look at how can government how can the government come in order to assist us, maybe government can just try to support the domestic agricultural production, and we should also try to encourage the local production of fertilizer, not to only depend on the imports. So the last point is to say maybe we should try to invest more on having to to sponsor the agro-processing industry as well, because we might, if we look at the amount of raw product that we import in order for other countries to process and bring it back to us, that might give us a good relief in terms of food price inflation in our country. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Naledi. I took quite a lot from that. One of the issues is that there's a lot of drivers behind rising food prices. And going back to what we're saying, so geopolitical conflict, climate shocks, exchange rate fluctuations, the global price, because since liberalization, our prices in South Africa, the markets have become quite more strongly linked to global markets. Global prices affect that, rising input costs and infrastructure and concentration issues. One of the things that also highlight for me is that what we were saying earlier about addressing high food prices requires interventions in a number of areas. And it seems that one of those areas is also the conditions of production and where production is happening and so on. It's not everything, but it may be an important area to consider in addition to looking at the structure of markets and so on. I'm just watching the time, so I'm thinking we might not buzz now. So should we just go straight into any feedback, ideas, questions, comments? Yvonne, your hand was up first, and then your name is Colette, and then you. So Yvonne.
Thanks. Just reintroducing myself, Yvonne Erasmus from SERI, Socioeconomic Rights Institute. My question relates to the reports that the NAMC produces. I try and read and follow those, and I'm interested in understanding how that information and data is used within government. Because I'm imagining that you have different audiences for this, so you put it out for the public, so people like us can understand. But you, in your introductory remarks, said you act in an advisory capacity to the Department of Agriculture. So can you speak a little bit about how those reports are used internally within government, and whether there's any example that you can mention of how government has used that information to intervene in any area of the food system? Okay.
Thanks, Yvonne. Do you want to answer that or take 2 or 3 questions at a time? That's fine. Okay. Sorry, answer or take a few more?
Thank you so much for the question. On the reports, as the NAMC, for us to provide an advisory service to the minister, we also need to do the tracing and gather information or do the research on in terms of what's the trend or what's the current issues that we're having in our country on how, and also find a way on how can we go about and try to find solutions in that. So we need to trace what the food prices in order for us to provide solidified, should I say, with reference, or should I say with how can I put it? But we need to also trace the food price trends in order for us to be able to come up with those solutions, because we can't just come with a solution without having to see what are the trends, what are the current issues that we are facing as a country. So we also do that in terms of the organization. I'm not sure if I've answered.
Looks like quick one. If you feel your question wasn't fully answered, or
So absolutely. I mean, your solutions and proposals need to be evidence-based. I'm just you've mentioned that you've produced numerous reports over numerous years. So I'm just wondering if there is an example where the findings of those reports have led to where you have advised on a particular issue and where government has intervened.
I think on the issue of, for example, the FMD outbreak that we are currently having, we had to trace back on some of the factors that are causing the outbreak, or that are leading the outbreak to be uncontrollable. So for us as NAMC, we were able to provide an advice to a minister in terms of that, and to write out to the public, not only the minister as well, but we also send it out to the public to say this is what has been happening in the past, and this is how we see in terms of the policy or in terms of the marketing of the agricultural product, this is how it should be resolved. I think I've answered that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. My name is Coletta Gandidzanwa. I'm from the University of Pretoria. I'm just interested in how you track these trends in terms of the different drivers that we have heard of. Is there evidence that you have picked up when you look at different industries that speaks to certain drivers being more being bigger contributors of price increases? So yes, there are quite a number of drivers, but what I'm getting at is, are we able to say maybe market inefficiencies or market concentration is a key driver, as opposed to attributing it to global tensions and so forth? So do you do that to sort of differentiate the contributions of these different drivers?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So in terms of the drivers from different commodities, we do look into what we also receive from the industry bodies or industry stakeholders. So what we receive also is the data from them that they share with us in terms of what's the progress on what do they see on the ground that they are facing as a challenge, and what could be the solution to it. So we do interact, or we do have that stakeholder engagement, or have the data from the different stakeholders. It can be the grain industry, like for instance, during that time when there was drought, the grain industry had come up to us to show us, or they shared with the data with us in terms of which provinces or which areas that are most experiencing this crisis, and what's the way forward they see possible from their side. So we have that interaction as well, and we also consider the global aspect of it as well, to see on how does it also contribute or also play a role to that crisis, or should I say the drive, or in terms of food inflation. We also compare that as well on our reports. I'm not sure if I've answered that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last question.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Abdullah from Empower Cycle Trust Business Group. Thank you very much for the comprehensive information. I think when we are looking at the determinants of the food price, or the rising cost of the food price, there is one factor which also we cannot ignore, and I believe it has got a lot of influence in the food price. It is the operational cost of the food price, especially in the industry of business, from the wholesale up until to the retail. This industry is actually a business industry, and I believe it has unlimited control on that area, where business regard the food as a commodity, and then there is a lot of that seeking a profit, and the more sophisticated the standardization of the business continue, or the food being regarded as not a basic human right, but also regarded as a commodity, it will have a lot more cost. So do we need to dig out more about the infrastructures, or otherwise the operational cost involving to the food production, from the farm to the fork? I believe there are many, over standardizations which are involved, which also adding the cost of operational cost. And the last one, that I will also ask is, we have a traditional small farmers who produce animal or farms, I mean crops, but they also struggling to put into the shelf, where most of our shops now are owned by systematically giant companies who regulate the food which is coming to their businesses or branded businesses. So do the department have mechanism to make possible that these small scale farmers could be able to come into the retail where they can also sell their surplus or the extras that they can have? Thank you.
Is that to add or run out of time? So just quick.
No, a short one. I just thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to find out, does the NMMC look at the informal sector, or does it have plans to look at informal sector? I mean, we can look at the data now. I'm sure this data is only about the formal sector, and then the informal sector has a large portion to contribute into the pricing of food as well. So are you guys considering opening a division that would look at informal sector and, you know, collect the same sort of data and see the comparison between the formal sector and the informal sector?
Okay.
Thank you for that question. I think that's simple to say. It's true, the data that I just presented now, it looks at the urban prices that we are tracing. And in terms of the informal sector, we do have a division in our organization, which is the agribusiness division. They basically look into smallholder farmers and how can they try to assist or transform them from being the smallholder to commercial level. So they basically do the groundwork of doing data collection in terms of what are they producing and in what quantity in that matter. So we do have that division. It just, if you go to the NMC website and you check the agribusiness unit, you would find some of the data there. Thank you.
Okay. Do you feel your questions been answered, or do you? I think if I were to summarize the questions, about also looking at cost drivers after farming as well in the value chain. So does NAMC look at that at all? So in processing, manufacturing, retail, and so on? Or is that not really an area it covers? Sorry, just for time, do you mind if maybe we come back to that question maybe after the tea break? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Naledi. I think that's also super useful in terms of looking at some of the drivers, but also unpacking NAMC's role as well, and what NAMC looks at, how it relates to government more broadly, and in terms of thinking about its role in food price issues. So thank you very much. So next is, we have one more presentation before the tea break. From Kagiso Zwane, who works at the Competition Commission. And the Competition Commission has been playing quite a strong role around food prices, especially in recent years, in terms of both monitoring food prices and what might be behind some of the trends, but also conducting market inquiries into particular sectors of the food system. So Kagiso is a senior economist at the Competition Commission and also works on food prices. Thanks, Kagiso.
Thanks, Andrew, and good afternoon, everyone. As I've already been introduced, my name is Kagiso Zwane from the Competition Commission. I'll begin with a brief introduction on just acquainting everybody with the Commission's work, how it fits in to the patchwork of economic policy and regulatory decision-making in the country, and then jump into the presentation focused on concentration, competition, and food prices. So the Commission is a creature of statute, brought about by the Competition Act, passed in the late 90s, amended in 2019, and we are one of 3 institutions tasked with the enforcement of the Competition Act. We, the Commission, the Competition Tribunal, and the Competition Appeal Court. And our mandate is the enforcement of the Act, but that is investigating anti-competitive conduct as defined by the Act, such as cartels, abuses of dominance, merger investigations for those that fall within the merger thresholds, conducting market inquiries, and conducting research and advocacy on competition in the economy, including developing and contributing to more transparent prices, which is where this work fits in. Our food research program is long-standing. Food prices and the functioning of food markets has been a priority for the government, I think, since deregulation in 1996. It's a transformation imperative. It's food security. It talks to poverty and unemployment as well. So this is a long-standing research program, but it is one that has become all the more important in the last 5 years. Beginning in 2020, with the COVID-19 pandemic, that is when we began our essential food price monitoring work, which was motivated by an understanding and perhaps even an expectation that when events like COVID-19 happen, markets shut down around the world, we all had to stay at home, we can't shop as often, that these sort of crisis events, these shocks and these disruptors do present an opportunity for either anti-competitive conduct or simply just exposing the vulnerabilities and inefficiencies that are inherent in markets without necessarily being the result of an anti-competitive conspiracy. As Naledi from NAMC has said, we are now in this period of successive shocks. You know, we moved from COVID-19 to lifting of the lockdowns, which was not without friction. Supply chains took a long time to recover. It sparked an inflationary crisis. While we're in that inflationary crisis, Russia-Ukraine happens. All the while in South Africa, load shedding is getting worse, and. So this work is very important. And as you'll see, our animating principle behind it is this rocket and feather effect. This is how we've been screening these markets. This is how we've come to understand them. And this is how the vulnerabilities have shown themselves in the research. So just a quick canter through what I'll do. I will start by outlining some of the shocks, giving some facts on concentration in the markets, detailing these asymmetric price transmissions and why it matters to our work and why it matters to the work of everybody here today. And the ultimate outcome then is what we are discussing is that we have these structurally high food prices that remain generally above inflation levels that we've seen and unaffordable for most South Africans. So as I've mentioned, we've had these persistent challenges and shocks that have affected global and local food markets, exposing vulnerabilities throughout the value chains. It begins, with the lockdowns, as I've said. In the 2022-2023 period, we have high interest rates. The Russia-Ukraine war disrupts about 30% of global grain and oilseed supply. Load shedding worsens, and with the Russia-Ukraine war, chemical input costs surge, also affecting the cost of production on farm as well as oil prices throughout the world. The 2024-2025 period started to look like we were stabilizing a little bit. Inflation fell to within the target band, including food inflation. That was fairly stable during that period. Oil prices seemed to have been moderating. But of course, if you live in Johannesburg in particular, you would have seen then challenges really becoming real with municipal service delivery and water challenges affecting the cost of doing business. And now in 2026, that brief period of stability, maybe some might even say a GNU honeymoon, has passed. Straits of Hormuz is closed because of the conflicts in that part of the world, affecting 20% of the world's global oil supply. And then the chemical costs have surged again because a lot of these chemicals are byproducts of oil production and oil refinement. That is what goes into pesticides, fertilizers, and as well. And our concern really is that these shocks, they happen, they're exogenous shocks. Nobody caused them. Certainly nobody sitting in South Africa has caused the Straits of Hormuz to be closed. But the nature of these structural concerns is that they may amplify shocks that are seen throughout the value chain. And concentration is in part a concern because it may amplify shocks, and it also lends itself then to measures to stabilize markets, in inverted commas, which could be collusive in nature. So globally, input markets are highly concentrated at a global level, which is not something that has come up today, but I think it's quite important to note that the first source of concentration in food systems is international. So the market share of the top 4 seed companies went from 21% in 1994 to about 65% in 2014, and largely through mergers and acquisitions being conducted in Europe and in the US. Because these companies aren't domiciled here, we can't do much about those. So we sort of take those changes in market structures as they happen. Similar trends can be seen in agrochemicals, where the top 4 firms account for 62% of global supply in pesticides and herbicides. And then fertilizer production is concentrated within a handful of oil and gas producing countries. And the one another data point on this is to poultry and the genetics for poultry. There we have 2 or 3 global players dominating the genetic material for all chickens around the world. And that is for broilers, the chicken that we eat, as well as eggs. So this is a global concentration problem, and that has actually come about through M&A and firms, choosing not to compete with one another, but consolidating their market power over a very fundamental part of the food value chain. On the farm level, we see that there are many farmers. This is highly atomized, diverse in some context, but in response to pressures, cost pressures in particular, that come from these input costs and the consolidation at the global level that trickles down to the local level, there is now a lot of on-farm consolidation, and farming units are becoming bigger. So we have an output called the concentration tracker, which looks at levels of concentration throughout the economy. The first edition came out in 2021, and we've just completed the second edition, and it will be out soon. And in the first edition, it found that the concentration on farms was increasing, and there was a 31% decrease in the number of farming units between 1993 and 2017. So we have there's that consolidation resulting in fewer farming units across a number of food value chains, with grains being most affected. There's the number of commercial grain farmers has fallen, but they have also become more productive. So maize farmers have increased their grain per farm by 59% between 2015 and 2019. Marketing channels are another area of concentration in the food value chain. So you will know that the marketing infrastructure, largely storage and everything around that is the legacy of the regulated environment and the co-ops. So all of those co-ops became private companies, and now they are private companies that have market power in certain regions and essentially are monopoly providers of storage in the regions where they operate. So think about Senwes, NWK in the Grain Belt, AFGRI down in the Cape. All of these were cooperatives managed and regulated by the state, and are now private entities that are operating on market principles. So commercial silos owned by these cooperatives handle 73% of the country's grain. So 73% of the country's grain, in other words, flows through, as a matter of necessity, a very tiny group of storage holders. In fresh produce, the agents who market fresh produce between farmers and retailers, or farmers and wholesalers, through municipal markets, 80 to 90% of the country's fresh produce flows through those traders. And this is also another level where there is global concentration. So the ABCCDs, as they're known, the top 5 global traders, these are diversified commodity traders. So they move grains around the world, but some of them, like Glencore and its subsidiaries, are also involved in moving mining commodities around the world. But this is also a serious area of concentration, which competition authorities are turning to. And when we speak about this consolidation, we have to also just be sensitive to the fact and alive to the commercial realities that these businesses are operating in that economies of scale are important in terms of running a sustainable and profitable enterprise. And unfortunately, that does come with high barriers to entry, which reinforces the concentration that I've just described, especially in the processing parts of the food value chain. So this is driven largely by high capital costs that has then resulted in the oligopolistic structure I've described. You see it in milling, in oilseed crushing, and in dairy processing, where between 5 to 10 firms dominate those markets. And we know, I think many people in this room will know and will remember that it is this precise market structure that led to the bread and milling cartels in the late 90s, early 2000s. And the successful prosecution of those cartels actually led to one of the biggest fines, I think, biggest administrative penalties ever imposed in South Africa up until that point. The next one was in the steel sector. But these are the very real risks that come with oligopolistic markets. And those cartels obviously harm consumers. And then, yeah, the retail sector, we are well aware of the fact that it's dominated by a handful of large retailers. Our work in the grocery market retail inquiry found that these retailers enforce their dominance by entering into exclusive leases with shopping centers, which essentially block out competition when a shopping center or mall is being built. And the clauses, the exclusionary clauses, were actually quite far-reaching, because they extended to potential products that the retailer might want to include. So, make an example. If somewhere in a checker strategy document they wanted to enter into books, for example, they could enter into an agreement with a shopping center that says, well, since we may or may not want to enter into books, do not allow another bookstore into the shopping mall. So that is on top of the fact that they excluded independent butcheries, independent fruit and veg retailers, etc. And through the advocacy work that came from the grocery market retail inquiry, all of these have now been phased out. So I think each retail group has agreed that they will not have exclusive leases over malls. And that is just one way in which competition at the retail level, at least, is returning. But that doesn't take away from the fact that these are nationally controlled groups. So even if you do have a Spar and a Pick n Pay alongside one another, these decisions are being made at a national level. And so the oligopolistic nature of competition remains. As I said, opening, that we've seen these challenges of concentration play out through the rocket and feather effect. And this speaks to what Mervyn said earlier about how prices tend to stabilize at higher levels. So on the panel on my right, all of our rights actually, I have what I've called the competitive ideal, which is that a cost shock like the ones I've described, it comes, the dash line is the cost shock. It comes, it raises prices at the retail level or whichever level temporarily, but as the thing goes down, the retail prices go down with it, and it settles at wherever it settles. But the point is that margins haven't expanded. And why this is the competitive ideal is that when there's competition, you don't want to be too late in adjusting your prices, because your rival is going to capture those volumes and capture those customers away from you. But we see this rocket and feather effect where the cost shock comes. It's a very quick adjustment upwards of both costs and prices. But the cost shock comes, but once the costs have subsided, the shock has subsided, costs come down quite quickly, and then prices kind of trickle down and settle at a higher level. And we see what I'd say is a sort of a structural tendency towards margin expansion and profit margin expansion in food value chains. Now, slow adjustment downwards may not always be the result of anti-competitive conduct, and disentangling this is very difficult as an empirical exercise. We know that there are leads and lags for prices to adjust. These things don't happen immediately. You have to clear inventories, etc. Non-commodity costs are quite important as well. So if we're talking about a drought-induced shock in maize, that could be followed by something in fuel, and so the implied price is higher, or the price is higher than what you might expect when the maize price comes down. But it's true that there is durable pricing power. It exposes, I think, the cost shocks exposes just how far people can take price increases. And in the monitoring work during the inflationary period and the Russia-Ukraine crisis, I think it allowed wholesalers in particular and food manufacturers to see just how far they can take price increases. So you saw a period where they were reporting 9% increases in prices, 8% increase in prices, and then suddenly it was 1% because they figured out that they can, how far they can take it and that they were at the limits of their pricing power. So there is a lot of pricing power, and sometimes these shocks actually function as a natural experiment, which reveals just how much consumers can take before they start trading downwards or switching to rival goods. And I think the evidence is showing that there actually is a lot of room, precisely because these are staple products like maize meal, bread, and the like. You know, if the price of maize meal goes up, there isn't really a next best alternatives. So there is a lot of pricing power there over consumers. And these are the examples from our monitoring work, which show the rocket and feather effect playing out in the real world. So this is the staple grain value chain for maize. On the right-hand side is the farm to producer spread. So that compares the price of maize, white maize grown on the farm, to the factory gate price of maize meal right out of the millers. And those bars are just showing the expansion in the spread. That could be profit margin, that could be other costs, but what you see is that these margins, you know, they tend to fluctuate, but the feather is quite clear in 2023. When this white maize price is coming down because of bumper harvest, good conditions, etc., at the factory, those prices didn't come down. So the bars went up quite considerably. There was a period where they absorbed prices, but, you know, they rebound quite quickly. They rebounded quite quickly, and the margins get up to that point where they were quite soon after that decrease in price in 2025. So this is just, it shows that the rocket and feather effect is not a theoretical construct. You know, it's actually happening, and we've seen it in the work. And at the retail level as well, you see towards the end, 2024 to 2025, the wholesale price is going down, but the retail price is reluctant to go down, let's say. So again, an example of the rocket and feather effect throughout the value chain playing out there. Poultry, we saw it in eggs, in avian, with the avian flu as well. The panel on the right shows the producer to retail spread of eggs. We saw, okay, great, big pricing rule, not great, but you know, the orange line shows what happens when 20% of eggs of egg layers are wiped out. The price went up, but the recovery of retail price has been much slower than what is happening at the farm level. And chicken is quite an interesting one, where we see, I think, the constraining role of imports. And I think it adds a nuanced aspect to a discussion on food systems. So just with the time I have left, you know, as I said, this is an active research program for the Commission, and we welcome collaborations from anybody who has a question that we might want to answer together. We're doing this work on an international level through the International Competition Network, because all competition regulators, I've learned, are interested in this. So there is a lot of energy happening globally. We also co-chair the working group on agriculture and food markets for the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center. And our attention there is actually on the global grain trade. And we have a similar focus with the African Competition Forum. And within South Africa, we continue tracking these prices through our cost of living report. We're conducting a joint research project with the Department of Agriculture, which will do two very important things. We want to understand the state of play in terms of SME participation in essential food value chains, and also a benchmarking exercise. Where do our prices sit vis-a-vis comparable countries? And can we say that South Africa has exceptionally high food prices compared to a global comparator? Are we average or are we low? And how does that differ across products? We are now interested in alternative models that de-risk and increase the resilience of value chains, because we see the risks inherent in the very commercial, large-scale driven model that we have. And our work is also now going to turn to understanding it from a climate change perspective, and because we realize that that is the next thing that we have to understand, and that is the next risk that we have to look for, are these extreme weather events. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Cool.
Thanks very much, Kagiso. I think what stands out about your presentation is it really now took us has taken us in the direction of talking about, number one, corporate concentration in the food system and focusing our attention on that. And I think that's a crucial aspect, given that much of the food in general that we purchase and eat has passed through essentially corporate circuits. So this is a question we really have to interrogate when we're looking at food prices and what we eat. And linked to that, secondly, then the role of this existing structure of the market, which is highly concentrated, as you showed, across the value chain, and what that means then for pricing and particular pricing strategies. So, okay, again, because of time, we won't have buzz groups. So Kagiso is here for you to shoot at. Coletta, and then Koketso, and then Yondela, and then Mark. Can you take a number at once, or
I can
do
do
you
that,
need,
yeah.
do you need a pen and paper?
I've got a pen and paper, so we can take it.
Okay, great. So, Coletta.
Thanks very much for an interesting presentation, Kagiso. I just wanted to understand a little bit this rocket and feathers phenomenon that you were explaining. At what point do you then intervene in the market and do something about it? Because it's is it even legal? I know that there's a yes and no, but what I'm interested in is at what point does the Competition Commission come in and say enough?
Thanks. Koketso.
I'm happy to go last because it's not a question, it's a comment. So you can jump me and come back.
Comments are welcome as well.
Oh, so I was going to say, just, yeah, that was fantastic. But one of the things it made me think of was Stephen's comment, just about whether the food system is actually broken or not. More than anything, it is the Competition Commission's work that to me shows that the food system is broken, right? So you were talking about the exclusive leases, but I'm thinking about the outcome from the findings of the Fresh Produce Market Inquiry. And then also, when we think about the bread cartel, and that at the time it was the biggest fine that was ever given to these companies, we still did not see a change in behavior. We've continued to see cartel-like behavior in food, price gouging, and the price fixing. And just to give you a sense, some of the foods we're talking about are the nutritious foods, right? Beyond bread and milling, we've seen it in dairy, we've seen it in fresh produce, we've seen it in white maize meal, in sunflower oil, and. So if the system isn't broken, why, despite the fines and these measures that were taken, does this continue to happen so regularly? And then I also would probably want to add that, again, talking about nutritious food, when I think about some of the investigations and even this kind of price transmission asymmetry, it has particularly impacted those, right? Again, I'm thinking about the Competition Commission's work in chicken, eggs, and bread. To me, by all indications of the Competition Commission's work, suggests that we don't have something that is functional and working well. It does suggest actually a deep brokenness and an incentivized behavior that the fines, which was once the biggest fine in South Africa, has still not been able to curb. Yeah.
Okay, let me shoot. I think I have a question around the data and transparency that I think Yvonne had raised, that within the value chain, there's somewhere where there's lack of data and where there's lack of transparency. So comparing that with the Competition Act in terms of data sharing and transparency in the market and having to compete. So how do we balance having the data that we can do our analysis available, but then again, having it disaggregated in such a way that it doesn't raise competition issues?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a question. About in 2001, in fact, I was involved in a excessive pricing, abuse of market dominance case concerning pharmaceutical companies in relation to the pricing of essential antiretroviral drugs. Do you think, on the basis of the evidence that you have presented to us, that what we are seeing here is abuse of market dominance, because otherwise the rocket and feather effect couldn't be sustained in order to allow excessive pricing that doesn't have a reasonable connection to the actual costs of production? And would it be vulnerable to a complaint coming from civil society organizations or a request for an investigation by the Competition Commission into these practices on the basis of what you've presented us today? Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the question. So I think maybe 1 and 4 I can take together. The rocket and feather effects. What does it say about the law? I think rocket and feather is, I would call it a screening device. It is, and because it's built on aggregate prices. So it's a screening device that we use to see the parts of the value chain that aren't behaving normally, for want of a better word. But what I've presented today, it's based on highly aggregated information, and from just that alone, you cannot be used to draw firm conclusions. So that's the first thing. But were we to investigate, the rocket and feather effects has shown us where we can look, and I think a lot of it, and it's consistent with a paper that has come from colleagues at Treasury. It is at the wholesale, at the producer level, at the processing level, the manufacturing level. So that is the first thing that it helps us with. It is not a contravention in and of itself, asymmetric price transmission. And I know it's a bit counterintuitive to say. The contravention is, as you say, Mark, excessive pricing. And excessive pricing has a definition within the Act, and it's part of abuse of dominance. And so the nature of the investigation there would have to first establish whether there is dominance within the meaning of the Act, and then whether the prices are excessive within the meaning of the Act. And stepping away from food and speaking about abuse of dominance, more generally, and excessive pricing, it is a frustratingly difficult case to run. It is analytically very difficult to run because there's all sorts of questions about how you attribute costs across multiple product lines, etc. But it is also legally frustrating to run because the bar is so high for proving an excessive pricing case that if we want to do something for consumers now or in the next 12 months or in the next 6 months, by the time you get a decision, events would have overtaken the market and you might not get a lower price, which is why we are in a zone of let's try do other stuff outside of the Act because of these frustrations that an excessive pricing might have. Market inquiries are proving incredibly powerful as a tool. They too take a long time, but there's a negotiated settlement aspect to that. So you don't have to go through the hurdles of getting things from a decision at the tribunal that will invariably be appealed to the CAC, possibly go to the Constitutional Court as well. Measures that supports price transparency, or like the monitoring, are also quite can be also quite useful in terms of constraining prices too. And then the last thing is also thinking about just the structure of markets and what sort of pricing behavior structures of markets without a anti-competitive conspiracy, what sort of pricing behaviors does the structure of the market lend itself to? And I think that's the zone that we're in. We're in markets that just naturally lend themselves to doing things slowly because there's a lack of competition. And you don't have to have a concerted effort or, in smoke-filled rooms with the competitors to collude not to lower prices. But there's a tacit understanding when there's only 5 of you in the market that we're going to do this very slowly. You don't have to meet. There'll never be a paper trail about it. They know the stuff. The CEOs, CEO of one company used to be the head of pricing at another company. So it's a network and a tacit understanding that we're just going to do things slowly, which is why thinking about market structures and innovating around market structures that actually lend themselves to being much more responsive than they currently are is probably where I think the thinking should go. There could be cases where there will be just something that you can run an excessive pricing in and it's worth the resources and it's worth the effort. But in food markets, we've been doing this for a long time. Other than the bread cartel, nothing like that has come out because it's just the structure of the market as it is supportive of what we're seeing. Yeah, on the data and transparency points, I think, yeah, I did note this down when Yvonne asked the question earlier. There is a bit of a dance that you must do with transparency from a competition perspective, because too much of it is then what exactly is used to facilitate price fixing type cartels, right? But I wouldn't say that we know enough right now. There's a lot of hand waving from both sides, from ourselves as the regulator and from private sector on input costs, transports, fuel costs, electricity costs, and the like. And we don't have a firm understanding of how those play out in value chains. And I'd say everybody's kind of guessing. You know, when Eskom raises prices, people say, oh, the price of food might go up. I think we're guessing. We don't know how much of it, you know, the percentage in the final price that is accounted for by electricity or by fuel. And so we can't build expectations. And I think there is work to be done. And it is possible. It's long, it's hard work, empirically quite taxing. But, you know, a group of smart people can get the data, get it together, and then we can start actually figuring this out and separating out the different lines and the different channels of transmission. Because what this hazy, opaque view of prices does is that when the price, you know, when the petrol price increases comes, there is almost a permission across a market to raise prices by what they deem fit. And of course, nobody's saying don't raise your prices in response to a cost increase, because that's what gets things produced. But it's always the extent of it. And the first question that we need to ask is, well, what percentage of your total costs are transport or are electricity? And then we can get to the next question, which is are your price increases or are your responses to these costs justified, or is it the sort of thing that might fall into the excessive pricing? And yeah, I think that covers it, unless I missed something. I think there's 2, 3 more.
Pardon?
I think there's a few more hands.
Oh, there are more hands. Oh gosh. Okay. So you, and then Flo, and then Mark. And can you just remember you haven't spoken before? Please introduce yourself. And then Busiso. Can I catch you up for 40 seconds? Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll try to be short. I'm Brian Palo from South African Informal Traders Forum. If the commission have some findings in price fixings and everything, what are the actions that are taken into that? Because look, as informal traders, we go into this market, and I remember very well in 2021, there was a finding that was found by the commission in eThekwini market. You come to Joburg market. Today you are buying a tomato by 50 rand. Tomorrow it's 100 rand. The other day it's who should be regulating that, specifically because all these markets, they are linked to the government, because farmers are supplying whatever that they have there. Then who's regulating the prices when it comes to that? That's my simple question.
Then it was Flo.
Yeah, thanks for that. It was really fascinating. Lots of insights there. I have a comment, a provocation in response to this question of whether the system is broken. I would argue it's functioning perfectly for those who own it. And I think that this rocket and feather thing illustrates that very beautifully. Also, I just want to challenge you a little bit, Kagiso, around what you said about it's not behaving normally, or it's not the competitive ideal. And I think that points us towards certain assumptions with economic orthodoxy that, you know, a properly functioning market will self-regulate in the interests of consumers and everyone will get what they need at the end of the day. And clearly that's not the case, as we see with these trends of oligopolistic developments and cartelism and so on, that there really is market power. And what it boils down to for me is that I'm hearing you say that there's in terms of the law, it's really difficult to make any of these cases stick, and it's not really worth the while to pursue it. And I'm wondering then, is there not a case for legal reform around this, of changing those laws somewhat to make it a little bit easier to actually go after what is evidently an injustice and something that's obviously causing harm? It's a violence. We heard this morning how many children die every year, every month. And yeah, essentially, I think it's really about distinguishing between what is law and what is justice. If we look at our history in this country, apartheid was legal. It was not just.
Thanks, Lloyd. Mark.
Thanks very much for the input, and we appreciate the work of the Competition Commission and all the data you gather and stuff. I just, in my mind, when I'm listening to you and thinking about what we're trying to do here, I mean, I understand the role of the Competition Commission, as you're indicating, you're looking for that sort of the smoke-filled room and the collusion, the illegal act, and that's when you can act. But of course, what we're seeing is overall kind of trends of what's happening and which are affecting prices. And I think that's what. So I kind of have to, maybe I'm letting you off the hook too easily, but I kind of don't expect the Competition Commission to do that. And I think that's kind of why we're here, because we need to see changes in other policies and regulations and maybe laws and so on to deal with these things which are like systemic, which, as you're saying, you can't point to a criminal act in some of this like rocket and Fed thing, but we can see a consistent trend. And that, I think, is partly what we have to address in this room. What other interventions? I don't think I suppose I'm saying I don't think we should be expecting the Competition Commission to be able to change the system. You're looking for the criminal conduct in a way. And the challenge to us is hopefully benefiting from the data you gather. We need to look at what can be changed in the system to get a more just, equitable system going forward, even when we can't point to crimes. So you might comment or not, but yeah.
So Busiso, I see your hand, but both Mervyn and Mark wanted to respond to that issue, and both of you were giving me small manana signals. So please.
I'm just wondering if I'm correct. I mean, with the rocket and feather, the way you were explaining it, if one of our recommendations is, and if we succeed in that recommendation of saying that input cost should be lowered, it could lead to lower input cost, but prices might still be the same. And we might find it extremely difficult to then determine it is excessive. Am I hearing you correctly? I just want to, am I making a correct deduction from what you were saying?
Mark?
Yeah, it's just this point Florian made about law and justice, and to come back to Kagiso's response on suitability to a complaint, which I accept. The only thing I would say is that, to add though, is that the Competition Act requires the Competition Commission not just to look at markets, but to look at society and socio-economic well-being and so on. I've forgotten the exact preamble of the Act. And what this does, what you're describing, which links to what Florian has said, is that these behaviors are unlawful because they violate everyone's right to sufficient food. And in particular, even more strongly, as we heard this morning, they prevent children from having basic nutrition, which is not even an issue to do with progressive realization. Children are meant to have, every child, sufficient basic nutrition now and for the last 20 years. So there is a connection. You're right about how long it would take and all of that, but there's a stronger connection between the unlawfulness of the behavior of these markets and these rights.
Okay, Busiso.
So just building on from what the two Marks have shared, I was just curious to know that internally within the Competition Commission, is there a program or unit, whatever we may call it, that is preoccupied with consumer side dynamics, right? Speaking about vulnerability assessment, that is informed by things like purchasing power, and if there's that kind of data that's emerging. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
All right, guys. Now the most questions. Okay. Oh yeah, these were a lot of comments, and I think the main thing is we do want to support work that makes the markets function better. I mean, I don't think I speak out of turn when I say I think we've, as an institution, I've been doing this work for 5 years, and we've hit the limits of the Act as it's currently drafted. Now, whether we need an amendment to the Act or something that is way above my pay grade, but in the interim, it certainly is about us lending ourselves and our expertise to supporting initiatives that get these things to function better. And I mean, Mark is correct that, you know, since the Mediclinic judgments are out of the Constitutional Court, more so than ever over the last 5 years, you know, taking into account the rights of South Africans is very important in how we do our work. And a lot of the debates now is, you know, is this the sort of case that implicates the people's socioeconomic rights? And I think that I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what it means for running a case, but it definitely, and more so than it did before, it is on our minds in how we make cases, how we look at mergers, how we look at abusive dominance. I mean, we have a lot of pharmaceutical cases that we're pushing precisely for this reason, because the Constitutional Court has told us that, you know, the Act cannot be interpreted independently of the Constitution. You know, it is part and parcel. Everything works together. And then on Mervin's point, I think it's very important to look at input costs. And the challenge that you're saying is quite, if we get input costs down and prices don't come down, I think that would be an interesting time and an interesting event, because then we can see what we can do in terms of running a case or running a market inquiry, etc., to understand why costs didn't come down. But, you know, let's use an example. Chicken feed is 75% of the cost of producing a chicken. You know, so if by some intervention the cost of chicken feed falls by 50%, and there isn't a cost in a fall in the price of chicken, then, you know, those are serious questions to be answered. And I don't think I'm contradicting myself earlier when I say that is the sort of thing that you would pursue through Section 8, because when you look at the poultry sector, I mean, 3 players, there is market power, the big cost has gone down, prices have not gone down. I think that is the sort of thing where you would trigger a Section 8, especially if it came from, example, a market inquiry that somehow figured out how to cut these costs and the cost didn't trickle through. You probably trigger Section 8 for something like that. And then on Busiso's question, our program, you know, there isn't a team. How we work is very fluid. You work across various things, but consumer markets is a big part of our research program right now. As I mentioned, you know, we're doing that work on SME participation in essential food value chains. There is also a township and rural economy study that is coming up. And I haven't seen it. It's not a piece of my work, but you can imagine that when we're discussing the competitive dynamics in township and rural economies, we're talking about what is the effect of malls going into township areas, what is the effect of supermarkets opening up in rural towns, what effect does that have on the local food system or on local entrepreneurship and the like. So there is that study coming about. So our understanding of markets is becoming more granular, focused on the actual and existing stores and decisions that consumers make on a daily basis to meet their needs.
Thank you very much, Kagiso, and thank you everyone for those inputs and comments that made a really rich discussion there. And so I think a lot of questions came out of there as well about our thinking in terms of addressing food prices and enhancing affordability related to, I mean, there's an interesting point there about, do we need to be talking about, you seem to be saying, Kagiso, about the limits you, in a way, that we've reached in terms of the Competition Act to sort of solely be the instrument that's used in terms of understanding food price formation and regulations. Is there a question there about, number one, perhaps competition law reform, but also number two, looking at other forms of regulation as well, which we'll go a lot more into tomorrow as well, in addition to competition regulation. There's also an important point there that you also drew out, Mark, about it's not only about kind of instances of abuse of market power, but also the question of the overall structure of the market that enables certain kinds of pricing behaviors that, again, regulation needs to think about. And of course, also there's questions about further kind of data and research needed to actually fully understand price formation, in addition to corporate concentration in the market structure, but also the role of, for example, rising electricity prices. So there's a lot of information also that continually needs to be gathered. Sometimes when I think of all this information we need, I almost think, I mean, that's for the long term, but should we also just be strengthening systems that just bypass these guys? Or strengthening, yeah. Okay, so it is tea time now. Madeleine has asked us just before we get our tea, if we could just all gather over here just for a quick photo. So please, if we could just quickly do that. The time now is 26 past. So if we try and come back by 20 to 5, is that acceptable? Will you bear with that? 20 to 4, sorry, 20 to 4. That's a long tea break. Is that okay? Okay, so could we all move as quickly as we can to where Madeleine is outside? Thank you. And thank you again to all the speakers.
Please don't forget your smiles, eh?
How was school today? Mute function is working. We brought you something sweet, ne? It was only 2.3. Okay, please.
What? Oh, the farmer. Pointed a full on helmet plate shotgun at my face and forced me to propose to her on the spot. I had no choice. It's not funny. I can't. Dates. So all three are those Sims might be so today I took me after watching. I see I little so
Hello. Do you have a WhatsApp number that I want to send a picture and ask if you have that type of a shoe that I'm looking for? Hello? Nandon? Yeah, oh, it's in born again. Sibabhalwa ndawoni i-style number? Zibazi lapha esihlangwini? No, sisihlangu. Oh, 71.
Notando, your number, your mic is off.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Hello? Okay, cool. Okay, welcome back from tea, guys. I'm Yasira Mahdi. I'm taking over from Andrew's facilitation. And we're going to go into the next half of the session. We're still focusing on the same topic, which is what determines food prices in South Africa. And then just as a reminder, we're focusing on those key questions that we have there. So what is the situation of food unaffordability in South Africa? What are the main factors determining food prices? What makes food prices higher than needed? Who are the main actors involved? And what are the research gaps in relation to understanding good prices and affordability? So those are the things that we kind of focusing on and should keep in mind as we go into the next half of the session. And how we'll structure the session is a bit different because of time. We'll go straight to Andrew. He'll do a 15-minute presentation. And then we'll go straight to Stephen, who'll do another 15-minute presentation. And then we'll do questions after that for 15 minutes. And Newton from SAFTU, who is meant to be part of this session, unfortunately could not make it today. So we'll also save a bit of time in that way. But yeah, without further ado, we'll go into Dr. Andrew Benny's session on food price formation and looking specifically at the production level. What are like unpacking the intricacies of what is going down on that level. Welcome, Andrew Benny.
Thank you. Hi, me again. Okay, so what I'm going to just try and briefly present on today, try and be brief, is some work that we're starting at the IEJ, so Yondela and myself, on looking at power and pricing in both the maize and wheat value chains. It's still relatively early days, and so this presentation is a brief summary in a way of what we know so far, and I'll try and also spend a bit more time on, especially in terms of the purposes of the seminar, focusing in on also what it is that we need further information on, but also so what the research gaps are, as well as especially what the policy gaps are. So as I said, we're focusing on maize and wheat, but just for the purposes of today, to keep it brief, we're just presenting on maize. So if we look at the maize value chain, so why maize? So number one, can be a particularly useful value chain to look at because of the fact that if we look from the consumption end, and I think that's our main concern is affordability and consumption of nutritious food, is that maize prices are, number one, exhibit high volatility, so up and down a lot, but also, as Mervyn was showing quite clearly, are on a very clear upward trend over time as well. So we see that if we look at the trends of maize prices, so the market price for maize from the farm, the blue line, and then maize that's bought at the shops, you'll see two things there. One is it's constantly up and down with particular periods of very sharp spikes. So especially like 2015 and 16 after that very deep drought. And then again, another big spike after the instability with the Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And then also linked to that other kind of ups and downs. And you see that then also in the consumer price index for maize. So in terms of the index value itself, that's not a percentage, so it's the actual index. Again, if you look at in 2021, it was about 69. It's now constantly on an upward trend. So above 100 from about 2024, and now it's staying above that. So that reflects some of the numbers Mervyn was showing earlier around percentage inflation of maize meal. Now, I mean, there's also a question here. We're concerned with affordability of nutritious food, right? We're concerned with nutrition security. So why maize? So one reason to look at maize is that, as again Mervyn was saying earlier, Number one, a high proportion of the incomes of especially lower income groups, so around 10 to 15%, about 10 to 15% of monthly incomes are spent just on maize meal. So when you increase, when the price of maize meal increases, that has a disproportionate impact on low income households. And so the question of exacerbation of inequality. But also because of the fact that maize is, as Peter Maritzburg Economic and Justice calls it, maize meal is one of the core foods. People prioritize that. There's relatively inelastic demand. So even when prices of it go up, because it's a more filling staple, people will, what money they have, generally will first spend on that, and then what's left will be spent on more nutritious vegetables and fruits and so on. So the implication, one might say, is that the more if maize prices are lower, there's also more money available for fresh fruit and vegetables. Another really important reason to focus on prices is that maize itself is very vulnerable to climate change impact, especially heat and drought. So there's work that's been done, for example, by some researchers looking at the relationship between climate change and food inflation. And if you look at that map they've developed from all the data they have, you'll see the color of South Africa is at about between 1.5 and 2%. So climate change impacts are projected to add about 1.5 to 2% to food inflation under a 2 degree Celsius rise in temperatures, in average temperatures. So again, there's also something there about existing climate impacts. You saw the spike with the drought in 2015 and 2016. And that's set to continue as climate change intensifies. So looking at measures to address the price volatility and rising prices of maize is quite important. So if we look at the maize supply chain, as Kagiso was saying, it's really important to situate pricing within the structure of the value chain. Part of what shaped the structure very closely is that before the 1980s, because the process started in the 1980s, we had a very tightly controlled, prices were regulated of maize. So we had control boards, we had single channel marketing, so maize farmers could only sell to cooperatives that were registered on behalf of the state, and prices for farmers were controlled, a minimum price and a maximum price for consumers. After, from about the late 1980s, deregulation started, and from 1996, we officially had no maize boards and cooperatives anymore marketing maize, and it was all handed over to the market. And so that means that those cooperative structures that were there, that you had one cooperative structure per region essentially, were then transformed into private companies, which meant they had that massive market share that was given to them when they were still essentially statutory bodies. So yeah, we've said that the structure of the industry then has important implications for pricing, both in terms of the market power of dominant access to shape pricing, but also in terms of the ability of other players to enter the industry, which in terms of competition theory, for example, more players means more competition, which means hopefully lower prices. There's something we'll come back to on that later though. So if we look at the structure, it's highly concentrated. Number one is what you'll see. So if we look at maize farmers have decreased from about, I think it was over 30,000 commercial maize farmers in the 1990s to about 3,400 in 2024. So a lot less maize farmers, but also producing a lot more. In terms of handling and storage, so when we see those big silos in the maize belts of the Northwest and Free State and so on, about 78% of silo storage capacity is owned by 3 companies, so former co-ops, Senwes, NWK, and AFGRI. But also what's interesting, there's also some dynamics happening here, and you can catch Andrew Bowman, plug to you, at the dinner if you want to understand this more. He's done some really great research into understanding what's been actually happening with the structure of both storage and millers. So there's that overall highly concentrated core still in place, but there's also sort of contestation and fragmentation happening with actors there. And so, for example, you have more storage capacity outside of the silos developing, where farmers are developing storage capacity in order to bypass silos and the kind of unfair pricing that farmers see them as practicing when they sell their maize to them. In millers and processors, again, there's actually been a bit of a decline in terms of the largest firms that dominate the market share there in terms of milling, but it's still the 5 largest firms corner about 55% of income in the sector, and the 20th largest about 84%. In retail, again, then all of this then goes to the top 5 retailers who are, have about 67% of the market share of food retail in South Africa. So, okay, so if we then look at what, within that market structure, what are some of the factors that shape the price of maize in South Africa at a sort of more mundane technical level, if you will, because the price of maize was transferred over to the market from the 1990s. As we discussed earlier, the world price affects the price of maize, exchange rate fluctuations, the supply and demand domestically, but also climate change. So we can have a bumper crop, and there's regional aspects here, and that we can have a bumper crop. But then, for example, what happened late 2024, early 2025 is because of the drought and the increased need for maize in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, there was an increased export to those regions because there was, in terms of market, there was increased demand there, so more was directed there, and so there was lower supply in South Africa and prices increased. And of course, also, as we've been speaking about, the role of concentration and market power. So if we look then at general price formation and price transmission in the maize sector. So one of the things, some of the things to just note here in terms of how we think about the price of maize meal is that there's an ability of millers, processors, and retailers to pass costs on to consumers. So that's something that's been highlighted quite importantly in a paper recently by economists at the Treasury, which shows that, for example, firstly, it's farmers aren't able to pass on costs that much onto silos and millers and retailers. But retailers and millers and retailers are relatively easily able to pass on their costs to consumers. And those costs are obviously things like electricity, the impacts of climate change when it increases the producer price, so the input price of maize into the maize meal process. Obviously, within a capitalist economy, wages are billed as a cost, and so kind of wages also have an impact on how firms calculate the price and so on. But also one of the questions that we need to interrogate more, which I think now we've also already been discussing a lot, so I won't take long on it, is exactly that when we're talking about the power of millers and retailers to pass on costs down to consumers, that implies a level of power, right? So what is actually happening in terms of what kind of costs they're passing on, the level at which they pass those costs on, and the distribution of value that implies. Part of also the pricing behavior that we see with dominant firms is also related to their marketing strategies. So at some times you might see them in certain spike periods, whatever the case might be, they might increase their price, but then sacrifice volumes in order to maintain their margin. So this is what very important for them, is to maintain their margins. And so some will increase the price, even if it means slightly lower volume. At other times, some will rather increase the volume and increase the price by less in order to maintain a certain margin. Yeah, I'll skip the last couple just to keep moving. So this question raises what we were talking about, what Kagiso was talking about, which is to what degree, so these are some of the kind of technical factors that shape pricing, but to what degree does corporate power and concentration actually shape pricing? And one way to look at that is asymmetric price transmission, or the rocket and feather effect. And as Kagiso said, that's when prices increase, dominant firms increase their prices to consumers relatively immediately, whereas when their supply prices come down, their prices to consumers come down a lot more slowly, which implies excessive profits. So different researchers has looked at this. Some researchers from 2006, as well as more recently 2025, say yes, there is a rocket and feather effect, and so excessive pricing or abuse of dominant position. Other authors, Lowe and others in 2017, Van Reenen at the Treasury, Natalie Van Reenen and colleagues at the Treasury last year say no, there isn't. The Competition Commission says, as Kagiso has indicated more recently, yes, there is, especially in milling and retail. And the fact that, for example, in 2025, gross margins of retailers were at about 37%, just on maize. And for millers, it was at 45% in late 2023. One of the things here, and again, Kagiso was alluding to it, is these kind of, I think this is something that really needs a lot more clarity to really understand more deeply the actual details, the nuts and bolts of actually how corporate pricing strategies really work in shaping the price of maize. Part of that is a data and access question. So, for example, we have kind of these indications, like we have data from the Competition Commission about these margins in late 2025 and 2023, but we're struggling to see research and data that really creates that systemic picture of actually what exactly are the pricing behaviors, what margins are they achieving, and what distribution of value across the value chain, especially in terms of consumers, does that create. And so I think that sort of, it's not really a debate, but the different positions that we see in existing research reflect that. Not to mention that actually there isn't nearly as much research as you might expect on that question. So that points to the fact that we really do have quite important policy and research gaps around pricing behavior and cost structures, around really understanding very clearly the impact of concentration, the exact impact, be able to quantify, for example, the impact of concentration on price patterns, the distribution of value in the maize value chain, and linked to that, the very specific patterns of margins and profits of the dominant silo owners, millers, and retailers, and the kind of strategies and material basis that underpins this. And lastly, the policy direction that this would seem to point to is that there's a number of factors that feed into volatile and rising prices of maize meal. And so that number of factors, the variety of factors, then also calls for a variety of policy interventions. Some of them that I think could be useful for us to consider are, as we were mentioning earlier, to assess if existing competition law enforcement can be strengthened or even reformed. But also in terms of talking about competition is one of the factors that is often pointed to as important to bringing down prices in the context of corporate concentration is to increase marketing channels, increase the number of players in the sector, to increase competition and so bring down prices. But as we've been discussing earlier there, we need to talk there about, okay, what's the balance? When firms are under competitive pressures, what's one of the first things they attack is wages. So we really need to talk about a balance between better competition, more players in the market, but also decent work. Also, what would be potentially important for us to unpack is mechanisms for greater transparency in pricing behavior. So given that we don't really fully know how exactly pricing is happening, exactly the margins and so on, talking about mechanisms for greater transparency in pricing behavior, measures to protect consumers from potentially unfair price hikes. So might there be a role here for the National Consumer Commission? Also, something that Stephen also mentioned this morning is there a way to put downward pressure on margins? So is there a need to think about what kind of regulations of margins could we actually consider? Importantly, also, if we think about some of the factors, the broad set of factors behind price volatility of maize, buffer stocks, where the government essentially holds stocks of maize, and when prices spike, it releases maize into the market to bring them down again. When they drop below a certain level, that's bad for producers, in our context, especially smallholder producers, to help bring the price up a bit. But also, what's really crucial is, in addition to distributional shifts, regulation of corporate power, regulation of margins, is also longer-term shifts that we need to position these interventions in. The need for sustainable and healthy diets, including more nutritious and climate resilient crops, for example. So decreasing staple dependence on maize, white maize and bread, to increase the role of, for example, indigenous crops like millet and sorghum, which are also more climate resilient. Following Mervyn, my last provocation might be then, I had a provocation, I've just gone blank, so I'll just have to, it's been embarrassing, but I'll just have to stop there. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and thanks for sticking to time there. Oh, this is very high. But anyway, that's okay. Yeah, I think that was a very interesting presentation, and it really brought together themes that we've been discussing throughout the day, and brought them to a reality of a specific element of the value chain or the supply chain. And it brought on the questions of how does external situations or global market or global changes influence local markets and domestic pricing, and how do consumers absorb the costs that retailers sort of get away with. But importantly, it also spoke about concentration in the sector, or market concentration in the sector, something that Kagiso also spoke about, which is that concentration is happening at all levels throughout the supply chain, throughout the food systems. And I think that leads on perfectly to Stephen's presentation, Stephen Greenberg, who will talk more about corporate concentration. So yeah, here you go. Please welcome Stephen.
Thank you. So I'm somewhat obsolete because a lot of people have covered a lot of these things, but I'll see if I can reinforce the arguments here and there. I'll move quickly as well. The question really is, to what extent does corporate concentration lead to food price increases, or excessive food price increases? And it's not really that easy to answer because actually there's not a lot of information available on that specific question. It's also very much obscured by things like advertising, things like loss leaders at retailers, which other people did talk about. But I'll just talk about 4 aspects. What do we know about corporate concentration? And I think Kagiso and other people have already spoken a little bit to that. The second one is, what is the link between concentration and food prices, and what evidence is there? And the third one is really, what is the research gaps? And if there's time, I'll just make a couple of suggestions about how we could maybe proceed from here. So I think the first issue is that, is there concentration? I think the answer is yes. I'm not going to go through this too much. This is on the input side, and I think Kagiso spoke to some of these issues about concentration in agricultural inputs. On that side, there's a market concentration of seed, in different types of seed, and the seed is at the bottom, and you can see that South Africa is the most concentrated of all countries across all of those types of seed. Okay, so that's one indicator. This is just looking at different pieces of information that are available in terms of corporate concentration from different sources. I'm not going to read through all of those. CR5 is basically the concentration ratio of the 5 biggest companies. So the market share of the 5 biggest companies essentially in that sector. And at the bottom here, you can see that an oligopoly is defined as a 5 firm ratio of 50% or above. So all of these are above 50%. Okay. And then when you start looking at the profits as well, Stats SA has some data on profit margins. In manufacturing, they basically show the profit margins for food and beverage manufacturing are generally above the overall manufacturing profit margin. So food is higher. Okay. The margins are somewhere between 1.9% and 6.1% between 2011 and 2021. And you can see that a couple of sectors have the highest profits and the highest profit margins. That's sugar, bakery, vegetable and animal oils and fats, and grain mill products. And you can also see that the concentration ratios of those sectors are the highest. Okay, so that's a correlation. We can't necessarily say that that's a cause, but I mean, there's a correlation between these two over there. I won't talk to all of those others because there's not enough time. But in a nutshell, we can establish that there's a case to be made that there are excessively high levels of corporate concentration in the food value chains, okay, across sectors. So what do we know about value distribution in the supply chains? This is where we really have limited information. There was over there, it's a study that I did, I think it was, I can't remember exactly when it was, early 2000s somewhere, on the wine exports to Sweden. But that's a very atypical case because a large portion of the value was taken by the Swedish state, essentially through taxes. But that just gives an example of how you could do a breakdown. But you have to look both at the value, you have to look at specific commodities and not only specific commodities, but specific companies. So it becomes very complicated actually to work out exactly what is the distribution across, because also it's not like a static thing that you start the production and then it ends, and then you can measure that, and then you start and it ends. There's a lot of cross-cutting issues. People have inventories. There's a whole lot of other issues that you've got to take into account there. So it becomes very complex to really work out what is the breakdown of value across the chain. But I think this speaks to Yvonne's question a little bit about we really do need these studies about saying not only, okay, I mean, I'll talk about the farm to retail price spreads, which the NAMC does do. So it kind of shows the percentage that the farmer gets. Okay, but then the rest of it is the rest of the value chain, and that's all just lumped together. We need to break that down into storage, transport, processing, manufacturing, retail, all of the different elements over there. Okay, so that we don't really have that data at all. And also there's many other factors to consider when looking also at the share of the price from farmers. But basically it indicates that for the commodities they monitor, which is really poultry and meat and milk, those are the main ones that they were looking at. The downstream of agricultural production is 33 to 75% of the value in the different commodity chains. Okay, so it varies quite widely, and we don't know how that's broken down. All right. So I think Stephen spoke about the kind of price formation. I'm not going to get into that over here. But I think, again, yeah, I just mentioned it's important to look at specific value chain studies to get more information. Does corporate concentration lead to higher prices? I think on the face of it, one would assume that, yes, if you've got market power, it's going to lead to higher prices. There may be some mitigating factors. For example, there's all this advertising about low prices everywhere that you look. And also when you look at the valuable brands, you can see over there, we've got Nando's, we've got Spar, we've got ShopRite. They're held in high esteem amongst the consumers in South Africa. So people are definitely not identifying the retailers or the food sector as being some kind of baddies. In fact, they're considered to be favorites amongst consumers. Not to say that doesn't, yeah, anyway. Then I think the argument of economies of scale, which somebody did mention, you reduce the cost per unit and lower overheads per unit. So there is that argument to be made that the bigger you are, the cheaper you can actually sell per unit costs. And there are some studies about the comparison between corporate retailers and informal traders. The results are mixed, actually. Some show that retailers are cheaper. Some show that the informal traders are cheaper. But obviously, there's all the other questions about transport, availability, closeness of the service, and other things which have to be taken into account over there. Then there's also very high levels of competition between corporations. So, I mean, I think especially in the retail, although it sounds like it's very concentrated, but they fight tooth and nail with each other, and very thin margins, but volume. So what Stephen was saying as well, that they get the profit out of large volumes at a very tight margin. Okay, and the margins that we were seeing were, I don't have it on this page, it's fine. And then if you also think about things like the Walmart business model, which is to introduce a supplier, and once the supplier's in and supplying, then you basically force them every year to reduce their costs, okay? Supposedly that's to benefit consumers and to have lower food prices, but there's all those knock-on effects into the economy of fewer jobs, of more precarity amongst the suppliers themselves. There's issues of the environmental impacts of that kind of like large commodity model of agricultural production that we have to take into account. There may also be an argument that the law prohibits non-competitive behavior through the Competition Commission. I think we've heard about that. We've seen quite a few cases of price fixing and market sharing, fertilizer, the bread, dairy, cattle feedlots, market agents at the fresh produce markets, and the list goes on. Okay, then just in terms of an increase, price stickiness, I think that people did talk about the rocket and feather effect. I mean, we've had a lot of discussion about that. Also, the issue of buyer-driven value chains. I mean, food sector is considered to be buyer-driven. So that means that the buyers have more power to determine how the value gets distributed in the chain. Even manufacturers, to an extent, farmers definitely are price takers. The retailers determine the price and then distribute that back down the chain. Okay, and then I think there is the issue about profiteering and market power to earn excess profits with price rises beyond cost increases. So I think this is a question for empirical study and actually seeing how that is happening. I just wanted to mention the issue of food waste quickly, because actually the CSIR research has shown that up to 27% of edible available food in South Africa is wasted. So who carries the cost of that? That cost, the cost of that lost and wasted food, gets passed to the consumer ultimately. I'm not going to talk too much about food waste here. Then I think indirectly there's also issues. So governance systems, for example, corporate influence on food policy and governance undermines agency and broader democratic participation, suppression of wages, weakening livelihood opportunities and the impact on food choices, barriers to market entry. All of these are factors that should also be taken into account, even though they're not direct to food prices themselves. And then I mentioned the environment. So the last one is really just about research gaps. I think the one, obviously, we're lacking in research on market shares for corporations. This is usually proprietary information and very difficult to get access to see what concentration is happening. And then also there's limited direct evidence on the link between corporate concentration and food prices, and more research is needed to look at this through key value chains. And I think that those priority value chains could be determined in a kind of a research project. There were just a couple of last things on what can we do, because I mean, the one thing is to directly take on the retailers or the corporations, but if you also look at the power imbalances at the moment, even with governments in relation to corporations, maybe you can take a more indirect route, which is to build up the alternatives. And I was very glad to see that Kagiso was mentioning that the Competition Commission is looking at what kind of alternatives to build resilience and to build sovereignty, because the thing is, in the current global context where there's a lot of instability, we know that fertilizer prices are going to rise, petrol prices are going to, and oil prices are continually rising. We're constantly being hit by all of these global impacts. How do we build a little bit of a shield within South Africa? And that means domesticating, that means shorter supply chains, that means import substitution strategies, which you can do. For example, South Africa can produce poultry, South Africa can produce wheat, but because of WTO agreements, you're forced to open the market to minimum access from outside. So I think that some of the things that we could do in terms of building that alternative are redistribution of land and other resources. And I think that governments also seems to be opening up to the idea that actually land redistribution is something that has to happen now. Whether it does, we'll see, but there seems to be a bit of a renewed effort there. Support to small enterprises and cooperatives in the food system. So you decentralize it a bit, you bring it more local. And then you could even set targets for market shares. So over 10 or 15 or 20 years, you want to target 30% of the market to small enterprises or something like that. Preferential procurement is a very obvious one, where the government uses its buying power to purchase from smallholder farmers, and then re-embedding local food systems, so connecting production and distribution at a local level. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. I think you definitely brought a very new element to the discussion about concentration, and really, for me at least, deepen my understanding about how exactly these things can be analyzed, and again, just how widespread it is, especially in the food system sector. And yeah, I think it brought up some interesting questions, like if market concentration doesn't necessarily equate to lower food prices, how do we navigate this discussion in terms of what are the trade-offs and what are the nuances in terms of food prices, and what are we trading off in this conversation? But yeah, is there any questions or comments for both Andrew and Stephen on both their presentations? Any insights or things to discuss? There must be somebody. Because they were very interesting presentations. Yondela?
I just wanted to find out from Stefan if the concentration that you see, is it as a result of closed markets, or is it as a result of open markets but non-participation, that maybe no new entries are entering the market? I don't know if my question is clear. For instance, there was a case ran by the commission with regards to the stores, those closures that Kagiso was talking about, where it ended up Fruit Lovers Market became the evergreen that we see, or the big store that we see. So it opened, and there was a market participant that wanted to come into the space. So we can break this market, but if there's no potential entry into the market, there will be no change.
Mark?
Yeah, thanks. It's a question for Andrew. I mean, on this maize margin at the mills in particular, you mentioned a 43% margin. I'm just wondering if you can clarify a little bit how that's calculated. I mean, obviously, like, is that just tonnage coming in and the cost of that versus tonnage going out, or how does it take into account the actual cost of milling, packaging, and all those kind of factors? And is that across the board? And I'm wondering whether, what mills are included, because we found, the big corporate mills, and then we found many sort of more medium family-owned mills. I'm wondering exactly what's captured in there. More clarity on that.
Flo? Flo, yeah.
Thank you. So, Stephen, I'm quite pleased that you also pointed towards some of the ways to decouple the agricultural production from some of these global commodity circuits and also the input circuits. And I think that resonates with some of what Kagiso was pointing out, with how a lot of the collusion and cartelism seems to emanate from transnational and global corporations. So I'm wondering, in terms of dependence on chemical, genetic, and energy inputs, what the concrete possibilities are there from the state and also from other actors to promote transition towards more agroecological processes, even if small and incremental, in ways that can enable that kind of decoupling and also ensure that workers in the food system have a greater and fairer share in the benefits. And then the other thing which struck me as a recurrent pattern here is the lack of data in terms of understanding price formation, and whether there isn't an argument to be made for mandatory disclosure of some of these cost factors, for example, to an institution like the Competition Commission, which can hold those data confidentially and thus ensure that these corporations are not contravening any kind of collusion regulations, and that would enable a better surveillance of price formation And particularly given advances in data science and artificial intelligence, could enable almost real-time monitoring of price formation and provide the kind of evidence that would allow actual price fixing and cartelism to actually be prosecuted. Thanks.
Thank you. One more question. Is there anyone else that has a question? Okay, we'll do that last one.
Thank you. Andrew, I'm just wondering, is there time in those discussions where we're going to talk about public stock holding and it becomes a comfortable topic for buffer shocks, or with the kind of market concentration and the players, it would not be possible? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me hand back to Stephen and Andrew to answer those questions.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try. So, Yondela, I'm not sure if I got your question exactly, but I mean, I do think that barriers to entry are a major concern here, because these corporations are huge. And so if you're looking at how do smaller players enter into the market here, they're obviously not going to compete. So you might look at more localized markets and breaking the market down a little bit in that way. And I think that that's probably an approach to use. I think this also touches into all the issues about investment agreements, about the WTO and the requirements of WTO, about the kind of the foreign ownership of food corporations at this stage, and the financial institutions. If you look at BlackRock, Vanguard, they own a lot of the South African food system. They multinational asset holders or asset managers, the largest in the world, and they basically determining not only in one company, across the food system. So they have a lot of influence and power there. I mean, it's a closed market if you look at it from that point of view. I think that local production, Flo, if I get your question right, I think in terms of specific interventions that can be made on how to build this alternative, I mean, I'm just thinking of one example, which is about the input supply. Okay, I think this is I think the global situation now gives us a picture of where we're heading. I think it's incumbent on the government to develop some way to build resilience in the South African system, so that when these shocks come, you try and smooth out the impacts locally. So I think Andrew talked about buffer stocks. I think that's one version of it. Another one is to localize production of some of these inputs so that you're not having these wild fluctuations all the time. So I wouldn't necessarily be averse, for example, to the production of or domestication of fertilizer production, for example, instead of the total reliance on outside. Prior to deregulation of the agricultural system, we had a fertilizer industry. There were fertilizer producers here. Now, of course, in the longer run, you want to shift away from fertilizer, but maybe as one step, you do that because there's people who are still going to be relying on fertilizer. But as another step, you open up the government input supply program to and specifically focus on supporting small enterprises to register as suppliers and to produce ecological inputs. So that's basically seed production and distribution. That's organic fertilizers like compost, manure. Of course, you can still have your quality controls and your standards and that's fine. Those need to be developed. And then the system needs to be opened up, because currently the farmer input supply programs are really about tenders to large corporations to deliver GMOs and fertilizers and pesticides to farmers as a kind of a standardized thing. That needs to become more flexible and open space for more organic inputs. And then that also extends your organic market. And then I think the local value chains is another one. These things can be done. Public procurement has been in law since 2001, but we don't seem to be using it effectively. I mean, it called for 30% procurement from small enterprises. Why shouldn't we do that? You know, so these things just have to be actualized. I think in terms of the idea about gathering detailed data from the companies, almost real-time data about their inputs and outputs and all of that, and keep that confidential, and then just aggregate that information for public use could be quite a good model, so that the Competition Commission could gather that data, could see where there were real transgressions, but at the same time could now and again aggregate that data so that you're not speaking about a specific company, and just show the public this is what's going on. I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, Mark, on the question of margins, so firstly, as I understand it, those figures were from the Competition Commission. I think their 2023 or 2024 food price monitoring report, and then the other one, I think, from the March 2026 cost of living report. And so, as I understood, it's gross margin, so just broadly the initial difference between what their product is sold at and the cost of producing it. So without tax and so on. But part of what I was putting it there is that that's part of the question when I was looking at that figures is, number one, I was thinking, oh, great, where did the Competition Commission get these figures from? How did they access these figures? But also, this is part of the problem is we have some kind of scattered figures. But again, Yvonne's point, like we need to bring it together more systemically and systematically. Flo, your point about mechanisms for and to generate the data to understand price formation. I mean, I think that's exactly a critical part of our discussion is what, the point I made about the need for increasing price transparency and pricing behavior. What are the mechanisms through which we can do that? So I think, things like the reporting of cost structure disclosure and so on are all important decisions, and also real-time monitoring is also, like you said, is an interesting idea, but also the question is by who? So how much can only be kept by competition authorities and how much can actually be transparent to society in general is the important question. The question of public stockholding. So I'll try not to say too much because I think one of the first speakers tomorrow, Nonkedo, is going to be presenting on the potential for buffer stocks around food price stabilization. But just to say a few things, I mean, I think number one, similar to what Stephen was saying, is I think they, in some quarters they're kind of controversial, but actually at the same time, they're operating in many parts of the world. Japan's been using a public stock to release rice onto the market to compensate for rice shortages and price spikes. At the moment, Qatar has a food buffer stock that it's deploying in the current crisis in the Middle East, releasing grains into its domestic market. So these are all there. I think what's important also, so for public buffer stocks, they play this role of helping to regulate the spikes in prices. I think, we should also see them as part of a potential broader system. So what is the system of food price regulation we're trying to develop, but also other objectives, so around more ecologically sustainable and resilient production, including more smallholder farmers, so linking to the land and agrarian reform issue. So price, climate, and, if you will, developmental aspects, they can play a part in this. But I think what's also important is that they're situated within a system, so also linked to public procurement, linked to particular procurement policies for the stock that incentivizes ecologically friendly production. Can also be used to create markets for more indigenous crops, sorghum, millet, in order to both diversify production and nutritious consumption. And again, looking forward to the input from a colleague in Brazil from their public system, which is exactly the system that has buffer stocks, public procurement, social policy, support for ecological forms of agriculture in one system. So maybe we can also learn from that. I just want to make the last point that maybe that's also part of how we should be thinking about prices, is that there's regulation of actually existing incumbent actors, but what actually is the sort of system that we can also create. There's obviously linked to it, but also alongside in a way. And so is there the question about, in a way, I mean, you don't want industrialization of food systems, but an industrial policy for the food system that kind of envisions the system, a public, strong role for the public sector in shaping a more fair and price stable and affordable system like we have in Brazil.
Cool. Thank you, Andrew and Stephen. I think if we're happy and no one has any urgent questions, it would be good if we could cut this session here, because yeah, I think we just want to do the last bit before we finish up for the day. So yeah, round of applause for Andrew and Stephen. Thanks for that. And I'll now hand over to Mark, who's gonna give us some practical group work to really take home all that we've learned today.
Great.
Here you go, Mark.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Are we ready to do some work? Are we ready for some work? Okay, I think we have to stand up for a minute. I think we've got tired in our seats, just stand up for a minute, humor me. And everyone has to be standing together. This has to be done collectively. Even Stephen, even professors, even government officials, even Mo at the back and, other IEJ staff. Okay, so we just got to shake ourselves a bit, shake our thinking, shake our bodies. Just shake a bit. Hold on. Try and shake all of yourself a bit. You can start, the hands are easy, but then you've got to shake all of you and your legs as well. Even Peter, you've got to shake yourself. Not hard. And roll your head around a bit. Get it easy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we need more music. No, we'll do music later. Thank you for that. We're going to have these group discussions, and we're going to split. We had thought we might split. You can sit down if you want, or stay standing if you want. But we thought we might split by groups. But I think the discussion has been sort of. The discussion has been quite broad, so I didn't see a particular focus coming out on particular foods. So I just want to split us randomly, and we're all going to deal with the same questions. So we're still following the main questions of this session. Remembering, of course, tomorrow we're discussing the solutions. So we're trying to set the scene now for understanding what is driving prices and some of the actors involved, in order that we can then tomorrow really focus on these solutions, what could be done about this. So keep that in mind. So I'm suggesting we just make it short, and we've got white cards here, and the white card drivers of high food prices. Maybe they're too high, maybe they're not too high, but what are the drivers of food prices? Okay, so that's our main question, and that's on the white cards. Each group is going to have white cards, and you're going to brainstorm in your group, what do we think are the most important drivers? And then maybe prioritize them. So first of all, just feel free, shake your minds. It doesn't matter. Put out your ideas in your group and say, what are the drivers of these high prices, or too high prices maybe? And then maybe prioritize them if you have time. And then we can also be saying, who are the main actors on the yellow cards, okay? So white, drivers, and we'll stick this up to remind you. And yellow, who are the main actors? Because these are the ones we have to engage. If we're having interventions, what are the actors we have to engage with for these interventions? So this becomes important. Can I smile? Okay. And then the information gaps, I think, is also important. So these are the first ones. We're starting with the drivers of prices, the main actors, but also where do we lack information? Okay. Anything else missing? If we cover that, will we be okay? All right. Please write readable. So we've got beautiful pens here, different colors, and they've got two sides. They've got a thin side and a thick side. So the point of writing on these cards is so we can work with them. When we come back, we're going to stick them on the wall there with the press stick that we have. So keep that in mind. When you write, and don't write small, long sentences. It's not a test for, university test or something. What we want is something we can work with so we can discuss as a group. So write in bigger letters. Keep your point short. It doesn't have to be perfect grammar, like my write readable. Okay, but we want to be able to read it there so we can see. So when we come back, we're going to group them. So it's also 1 point per card. Don't write 20 points on the card. Write 1 point per card. So on a white card, on white cards, there's each point of the drivers of the food prices. On the yellow cards, you've got the main actors. And then on the green ones, we've got the gaps. Okay, so you know what we're doing. Each group needs to just get someone to facilitate, someone to help facilitate. I think we're capturing most of it on the cards, so we don't need a note taker. But maybe if you might have other things of interest that come up that don't fit these. Jot them down. Maybe take blue cards so you capture that on the side. But what we want is to really be prioritizing, identifying and prioritizing these drivers and the main actors and the info gaps. So we can group them and see what, get an idea, build a picture amongst ourselves of the important things that we have to address tomorrow. So when you get into the groups, pick a facilitator and get on with it. Don't take a long time. Make sure everyone in the group can contribute. The instruction clear enough so far? Anything missing? Okay. So we're going to go to, we've got this room and we've got a breakaway room over there. So 2 groups are going to be here and 2 groups are going to be in the hall over there in a room. There is a sign by it. It's Prospect 2, but we've also written a sign by it. And online, if there are people online, please, as a group online, if that can be facilitated, technically, they can talk to each other without talking to the room. So we'll mute ourselves this side, and online you can communicate with each other if you're there and address the same questions. Drivers of high food prices, main actors, info gaps. Okay, which might lead to research gaps. We are now sitting at, phone, come on, 16:39, 16:40. I know we're going to slightly run over time. Can we take 40 minutes? Be back here at 20 past for a quick report back. And it'll be quick when we're organized and can put up our cards quickly. So we come back at 5:20. Okay? So you've got 40 minutes in your group. And have discussion, and as you prioritize, and that might be useful then for someone to note on another card on the side some of the issues that informed things like your prioritization, and identify someone who can speak for your group in explaining the cards. Okay, so a facilitator and someone, I suppose it is a report taker then, who's going to report for your group. That's what you're going to do. Anything else I need to explain? I'm going to number you off now. All right, so we're just going to number 1 to 4. Remember your number, right? We're counting. Most of us can count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the ones who say 1, you're group 1, all right? And so on, like the 4s. Okay, but yeah, and say your number loudly so we hear your voices. We haven't heard every voice in the room, so I'm going to go around the back first. Louder? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 3. Hear your voice. 3. I'm going to go down here. 4 is here. Busiso? There's 4. There's 1 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. 1, Yondela. 3, 4. Yeah, so you all remember who you are. So let me get these ones to come and collect the cards. We just need 1 person from each group. So to make it easy, this 4 here, Tabile, come, and Peresa, yeah. So we're going to split up. The pens are here. And so groups 3 and 4 are going to stay here. Groups 1 and 2 are going to go to the other room. So if you're a 1, start moving over to the prospect room. If you're a 2, go to the prospect room. So you walk across there, you go in the main entrance in that other building, and it's the door in front to your left. Groups 3 and 4 are going to stay here. Palesa, Tabile. Okay, so take especially the white cards and the green and yellow. And take some blue on the side if you need. We've got more here if we need. We can open up this. Just make sure you're...
We take papers for our team? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Just grab a hands.
Okay. So everyone, can we all then get up, like to help it, like group 3 can be on this side in here to help you. Group 3 that side, group 4 that corner. Okay? 4 is there. Yeah.
That's it. Okay, I'm coming right now.
Please also deal with the same questions. How many people?
4. I just want to check if they're all still here. I can just talk them direct to. Speak to them. Hi everyone online. Hi everyone online. It's Andrew here. If you can hear me, can you just put a hands up or speak to say you can hear me, or put your video on? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So Ntoseng is here. Kelly, are you here?
Yes, I am here. But full disclosure, I'm writing a piece on this, so I might not be the most like contributive, but I will listen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I want to send, so it's Kelly writing a piece into saying, Oscar, are you here? Oscar? I'm just thinking, I'm just here with Godfrey, our tech person. So Godfrey, maybe I'll be able to just move this computer if it's only into saying who's really able to participate. Try and just put her with, well, put the computer with group number 4. Yeah. It's interesting. We're going to move you because there's seemingly only really you online who's able to participate. We're just going to stick the computer with group 4.
No problem.
Okay.
Stop.
Sorry, everyone. There's only one person still online, so they've got no one else to interact with online. So can I put the computer here so they can be part of your group? Okay, it's Ntoseng who's online. And then Kelly is also writing, taking notes.
Thanks.
Oh, Oscar's here as well. Yeah. Okay, you're with another group that's in person here, Oscar and Ntoseng and Kelly.
Different papers, different questions.
I think it's four papers.
Oh, so it's him. Okay, decided. But the questions.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so first one is what are the main drivers of food prices? Inflation? Pardon? I just took it, just that, yeah. Yes. Somebody mentioned inflation. Salt? Isn't it caused by
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I wanted to say that access is also like a driver of food prices.
Access?
Yes, like if something is
What
available,
sense?
if something is available, right, like in an area, then it doesn't really become really expensive. But if there's like scarcity in it, then there's a bit of a problem, and then the prices go up because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so like maybe white.
Access, demand, supply. If there's demand and then there's no supply, the price will go up. And if there's more supply, there's no demand.
So we write it.
Price goes.
Yeah.
So that but yeah, it's like the production cost. Yeah, production
That
cost.
was-
When the production cost goes up, then the price goes up. So that that is.
Are you going to like
And
elaborate?
also, production cost. The petrol. Yeah. Like Yeah, because oil.
Because the other thing that they want us is to prioritize this. So maybe, I mean, like if we mention, let's say 3, we need to say which one is like the most important.
Okay.
Yeah. But the production cost is.
So are we gonna elaborate on these when we present?
Yeah, so they need to be elaborated.
Yeah, I think we need to like make notes at the bottom.
I think you can write like that. I mean, like when.
Because as a presenter, you need to know what's
when
at the back.
So how many people are the point of the question? Do you need to make long list or we just?
So we say the production cost. So where does the energy cost comes in? Is it
Energy is part of
the production cost? Yeah. Okay.
Because I think then we're gonna come to a point where we say who are the main actors or producer, more or less these companies and all these things. But I think what one was trying to understand is how many do you discuss per question?
Yeah, we didn't get that. We didn't get a number.
No, not to say anything. Give us a number. I'm saying us.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that
no.
we can dwell on one thing because people will come. We are a number of groups, 4 groups, so they will all come with some issues. Then we'll be able to plug them. Maybe we should be at least giving ourselves to say 4, 4, 4,
Oh, yeah.
or 3, 3 a question, and then we are done.
3 to 4. That's
We have 2 so far.
Shocks and disruptors as well are causes of drivers of food prices, like environmental, political factors. I think they were talking about it earlier. We saw with the Ukraine and Russia, and currently with Iran and America.
I think when we say
can just label
shocks,
them shocks because
yeah,
they're environmental
because
as well.
the
It's not
environmental,
necessarily like your
drought,
drought.
floods, and so on. So if you say shocks, then it will encompass them.
Someone raised their hand.
You can speak at any time. The one who's online. Person who's got something. The last one. Drivers of food price.
I'm gonna mention inflation, or yeah, we didn't write it.
I'm not sure if advertising counts as well, because I think somebody mentioned it in one of the presentations.
Advertising.
Yes.
Advertising as a driver.
As a driver.
As a driver, yes.
How do we elaborate it?
Yeah.
Should I elaborate on that?
Yes, please, because we're trying to
Okay.
find like a correlation.
Okay, so advertising as a driver of food prices, right? So what I'm thinking is that usually when you advertise something like frequently and then it becomes popular, the prices go up. Like anything that's advertised on TV, or if let's say you were eating ice cream today and then you post it, then other people start buying into that same ice cream that you bought. The price of that one thing that you advertised unintentionally sort of raises the prices. I'm not sure if you're aware of this trend.
So for demand, it's the demand increases.
Because if you just advertising, you think advertising is not. No, but they're different things. But it's like that when the product you are changing your branding and all those things, then you add for those branding and all that kind of then the price kind of go up. But if you don't brand it much, then the price is maybe goes low. Like for example, let's say you just go to a tailor and you say, do this shirt for me. The price might be cheaper than when you go and buy Gucci or something, because Gucci people are saying the brand and all those things. So and that's branding is part of advertising. So the more those gets to be advertised, the more the prices goes up and all those things. So it just goes with the issue of branding. Can we bring it to food? Yeah, like Woolworths, for example, they branding themselves as selling the good food and all those things, and people, when they think of Woolworths, then the price goes up and all this stuff. So and they sell, for me, they sell no more food. Yeah, but the price is high.
It's high, yeah.
Because it's Woolworths. So and it's because the brand. It's because of the brand.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, you'll find it's the same thing. Some will say organic cotton, but it's not necessarily organic cotton. They are normal cotton. But because how they brand themselves, then you get to that point where the price is then goes up and it goes high and all those things. You buy the brand than to buy the product, because from Woolworths, no matter what price they charge you, just buy it. But you could be getting the same bread from another shop at a lower price. So those are
Yes, and that's all because of how it's advertised. How people see Woolworths is the reason why the prices will be at the point that they are compared to when you see ShopRite and Checkers as well.
Yeah. I think we've done enough on the
Drivers.
on the white cars, on the main drivers. Maybe we must go to
Yeah, we have like four.
Yeah, I
Is it
think,
four
I
or
think,
five?
I,
I
I
think
think
we
now
said
we
there are
can,
four.
we can move to another one.
Because
Before we leave, can we like elaborate on the others? So
Which
we have
one?
advertising. Can we just go back before we leave? Oh, so we have access, we have production costs, stocks and disruptors, and inflation.
So can I just say, can you try and focus on, like, of course, input costs, for example, I mean, like inflation is there, but what in particular is making things like too high? And then advertising was mentioned. So like shaping preferences or something. But if we can try this, just try and be a bit more specific on what is it that's the problem. Like inflation is there. I'm not sure what you mean by excess, or lack of access.
access, it was more on the issue of saying the availability.
Or lack of availability.
Yeah.
The access is good. It's the lack of it that makes things expensive.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what that was the key. Yeah.
But still, that's very broad. So what is it that makes access difficult, that makes food unaffordable? Like we can say the price, fine, inflation, fine, or access, but lack of access. But what is it specifically that we can focus in on that's making it too high? What's making access difficult? What's making inflation too high? You see what I'm saying? But that will help us in focusing on what we can address or need to address. So try to just take it a little bit further than the very broad. Say what is it specifically that's what was it? Because we can't get rid of inflation. What is it we could try and get rid of?
Yeah.
That is like make inflation too much.
So, for example, when we say production cost, just to specify those production costs, and just to say production cost.
Yeah, or what's the dimension of? I'm not saying list all the production costs.
Yeah.
I'm saying what is the dimension of the costs of production? That is, like we could say, I mean, we know transport
Yeah.
But then what's behind transport is too much, where we could intervene. I can say, for example, for farmers and so on, if you've got bad road infrastructure, it increases your transport costs more than necessary. We can then see an intervention. We maintain better road infrastructure, that reduces your transport costs and so on. So what's the problem? Like, transport's there, you've got to transport. But what's the problem we have at the moment? It could be, for example, poor infrastructure, you know, something like that, or concentration in the transport industry that's leading to too much prices being higher than we need to.
Something
Yes. Something that's a problem. Like, transport is always there, price is always there, inflation is there, but what is it that's a problem that's making it more than it needs to be? Because that's where we can do something. Get the point?
Yeah.
We're talking about it.
Yeah, you can always solve all of them. Like, for example, when we talk about production costs, production inputs, what are we talking about? Is the issue of energy, the issues of energy, talking of petrol, or diesel, electricity. Those are the issues that drive some of the costs when you produce the food and all that. So then
I think the electricity one is really good, actually.
electricity. But now when you look at electricity and you look at the oil, which is like petrol now. Remember, even now government is stressed to say they've put on hold on the levy because of the price that went up that much. So how do we deal with that? And the problem, especially in South Africa, is that we don't have oil. So we depend on other countries. And for us to have it, then it costs us quite a lot. So how do we deal with that? We must be like America and say, well, we don't have oil, we go to war. We take from other countries, because that's what America does. The reason now they're fighting. So here what do? We don't have, but we depend on it for us to produce it. What do you think? So we need to increase it across the globe to say how do we make oil cheaper for everybody? Because if you want to drive the price down, the production cost must go down. And one issue is, for me, that is really special, is the oil issue, which creates petrol and diesel. So for me, those are the key. Like we, I think they want us to label those. So for me, it's to say we just say oil and.
So good people, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Oscar.
Yes. So my device is temperamental. I was connecting using a phone because I'm on the way. So I was saying that I don't know whether you are done, but I had one point here in relation to what are the main drivers of high food prices. I think our overly reliance on imported food, it's one driver that we need to consider, given our weak currency as compared to the US dollar, which has been widely used in the international or global markets as far as trade of food are concerned. And then the second one, it has to be, of course, obviously, transport. Transport is a major driver of high food prices because we rely on big trucks mostly to transport our food. If you can take, for instance, fresh produce. Fresh produce is produced by the farmer. We don't, it doesn't undergo stage of manufacturing. Just take it from the farm. If you can take cabbage, for instance, so take it from the farmer, and then you simply wash it and you put it in the shelf. So if we check the prices of the fresh produce, then we come to realize that they are quite exorbitant, but they've not undergone the other parts of the value chain, which is going through manufacturing and all that. So I think that has to speak directly to the cost associated with transportation, the fuel costs. When I talk about transportation, I include the fuel cost as well. And these organizations or corporates were paying for drivers and all the associated activities on that transportation.
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
And I think from what you're saying, which I think we put out what
Yeah.
we were saying, yeah, we know transport is there, but what is it about the transport?
Just to add on that, in as far as the knowledge gaps are concerned, we essentially don't know more about, what informs prices, looking at the different value chains. Like if you can take the fresh produce value chain, we don't know more about what informs the price at a certain supermarket for cabbage, for instance. I will use it because it's widely consumed by most people, like low-income people in low-income neighborhoods. If we can take the fresh produce, like I said, and use it as an example, we simply don't know the other maybe food value adding activities, which suggest that we should have at least the corporates, maybe ShopRite people or Pick and Pay or whatsoever in this meeting, so that we can learn from them to say, if they are pricing a certain staple food like as cabbage relatively high as compared to street traders, what informs that? So that's one knowledge gap that I picked up in relation to that.
But at least the
And in the case of the main actors,
can you hear us?
I don't think we have like specific group of actors, because this thing is a food system challenge, It brings
Sorry,
together
Oscar.
all the different stakeholders,
Oscar,
including.
I don't think he can hear
Sorry?
us. But the audio is. You have to move forward.
The issue, like he's talking about.
Can you guys switch on like a mic close to you guys so that we can hear? I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on my way to there. So
Not you, Oscar. I mean the people in the room.
sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't hear the people in the room clearly unless they're closer to the mic.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You can't hear us.
Yes, just switch on one of the mics close to you. If there's a mic.
We've got other people in here, so we're gonna disturb other groups.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but just as on that one, I think everything that we're talking about as well, the supply chain networks, because where the distance from the farm, the mediators, the added price, by the time it gets to
everybody has the price. For example, I am saying, when you are a farmer, when you look at how much it costed for that cabbage to be there.
Yeah.
First thing you start with your plowing, all those people, labor and everything, contributes towards that price. Then you take it to, let's say, to checkers.
Yeah.
So then checkers, when it gets to them, then they are saying, okay, we have to have a storage cost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
like
there
I'm
could be a
thinking
phrase
we need words
and all those
for
things
the yellow
and
card.
space. So they add value based on that.
Yeah,
To say, yeah, now I have to put lights,
we
I
have
have to
details
put
in the
aircon, and I have to put space. Then they add rice there. So that is the because
Yeah.
the cost drivers within that product.
Main
So that
Mm.
you get to that point. So, and where you are processing as
Yeah,
well,
yeah, yeah.
they look at all those costs in terms of turning that cabbage into salad, how much cost it will to get to that as the price goes. So those are some of the things. So, but from what I heard from what Mike was saying, we need to begin at the bottom, where the real problem are. Like we were saying, production input cost of production cost. We need to indicate, like we're saying, electricity, we're saying oil. Then we leave it at that. Issue of access. What do we mean when we say access? What was the
We need to elaborate on each of them.
we be specific when we say access. What do we mean?
So that's when we are presenting. So
No,
this
like now he's saying he wants to understand that we should not be at the high level kind of.
Yeah.
So more ours is more at the high level, but he wants them to be
Yeah,
at
but
that entry level.
yeah. So does it mean when to write here or when we present?
But he was saying when we are writing here.
But then it doesn't make sense because
Yeah.
remember they had said the
just
flash
one-
cards should be one and then
Yeah, but like for example, when you say production cost, you can say diesel cost or diesel or electricity than to say production cost because they're covering all of that. And when you say access, you want to understand what do you mean access? What is it?
okay, but then I mean it's not only diesel cost of production, that's
Yeah, but I think when we presenting, that's when we can be able
transport
to elaborate on that.
and also advertising, like you said.
I
I was saying we elaborated here on transport.
That's the issue.
Yeah, like you were saying,
Yeah.
we understand.
We're left with 10 minutes. We still have two.
The one's top priority is diesel.
Yeah, we did, right? Like fuel.
Farmers far from the market. I don't understand the thing. So if you're producing far from the market, let's say for example, farmers Z2, it's in Limpopo, but they're delivering their tomatoes in Johannesburg.
Yeah, that's why I say the
And
longer
those are the costs that they're going to charge.
the longer the supply chain, and then that's when the
we must promote.
I think for access, right, lack of access instead, so that it's just clearer. Because you don't have access to certain things, maybe proximity or availability of the thing in the shop.
Are you able to hear us?
I can hear some of you guys.
But the other one was not able to hear us.
Driving because it's driving.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Oscar's on the
production
road.
costs, the important ones is fuel cost and what?
Just select those two. There are a lot of them, but the key ones we're saying is
Okay, in inflation, what is important?
that's why we need to, like I was saying, we need to elaborate on inflation.
No, these are for the keywords that are going to be stuffed in. That I'm asking for. We are going to elaborate, obviously, when she's presenting. So the keys. So the keywords.
What is it that you need to address?
Electricity.
I think this is fine though. Shucks and disruptors.
No, we must specify horse or climate change.
Oh yeah.
Then if we say shocks and disruptors, aren't we umbrella?
But that's what Mother was saying. Was to say don't be specific.
It will just will say that okay, mostly driven by wars and climate change, but there are other shocks.
Yeah, there are other shocks.
As example, like the top example.
Climate change. today we put a price, tomorrow we don't. We don't really calculate. Okay.
Depending on advertising.
But this one is inflation. What was to do today? How is the inflation affecting the price? For me, I feel like inflation is influencing the price. Inflation is influenced by the prices than inflation influencing the prices. Because inflation, it goes high, is based on the price. For example, when people are able to buy everything affordable.
Can I quickly say something about the inflation thing? Because I can hear you guys.
Yes, okay.
I was going to say with the inflation, I mean, inflation can be high, right? And then prices go up, right? But when inflation goes low, it does not necessarily translate to prices going down.
Yeah, no, I think
But when inflation is down,
this is what we have been
most
saying.
prices now, they go down.
Not necessarily. On the
No,
retail,
that's why the issue,
yeah,
which is a debate that we've been debating today.
Yeah.
To say some things goes up.
yeah, the trends, yeah.
But then the price
Okay, so what are the
like
key
we
words?
say, we can target to take production cost down.
4 minutes.
But the retail price,
it won't change. It won't change. Yeah.
Okay, so what are the keywords to inflation?
Yeah, that's what
I think we can come back to it. Let's move to the other
The other ones, yeah.
The main actors in food transformation.
Who are the main actors? The food price through the solutions.
Yeah, so the traders, yeah, and and if you're talking about the traders, because I think sometimes if you're a farmer,
the price takers.
yeah, so
But the farmer.
yeah, the farmers, if their price is higher, which means the next person, their price will be higher as well. So that's where it started the producers.
Yeah, the food.
Mm.
You are writing on a picture. But also the farmer is another.
Yeah, no, they're producers. Yeah.
Hey, still and producers, yeah.
And the other sticker.
Producers like farmer.
4 minutes to go. So the last one, knowledge gaps.
We actually don't know what forms the price, not especially from the retail side. So what cost do they take to end up with the price?
What are the main actors?
Yeah,
What are the
green.
main actors?
No, he jumps to the last question.
What are the knowledge gaps?
Yeah, I think that the one that Oscar highlighted is very important. Yeah.
That we don't know.
Yeah, so we needed we need to understand, all the factors, especially on the retailers. Like we just this was saying that you just know that the farmers brought their stuff here, but the storage, yeah, why is it higher?
So
Yeah.
keyword.
So
Also have to prioritize. Take list number 2 because it's number 1.
Number 1, pick up use of it.
So the managers we have only two.
Yeah, traders,
So
manufacturers.
the also the regulator, and we have one here even in the. So because those ones
Regulated.
yes, especially when you say that the inflation now is going down, but the food price on the market is not going down. Someone needs to do something. It's only the regulators that can chase those and also put ceiling on some of these prices.
Okay. Green. We need a keyword for knowledge gap.
The lit gap.
Just if we have one, okay.
The Oscar when was explaining law, so you could cut it in one way.
He was just touching on the fact that we don't have that information, like we don't know what exactly informs prices. Because he said something about retailers having to be here to explain that. Yeah, to feed us that.
Lack of transparency in pricing.
I wonder if Oscar can respond.
Or lack of access to the information. No.
Transparency.
Transparency, I don't know why.
Something that was presented, right? By the competition. Yeah. Rather, it's something that was raised.
Hi, good people. I'm still here. It's
Oh.
just that I can barely hear some of you.
They were asking about the knowledge gap, I think.
Knowledge gap.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have like comprehensive studies, like Stephen have mentioned earlier, Stephen Greenberg, that we don't have comprehensive studies along the value chain because if we want to better understand like what inform a food price, we need to take the value chain rather analysis, looking at maybe the supplier of the seed and the supplier of the fertilizer, and the production, the activities, the farm work that needs to, or the farm workers as well, and the processes surrounding, packaging, transportation, and all that. So we don't have studies. Some of the studies they just focus on more on the production side of things, which give us a mad picture. But if we can have more research that will look at the product in the entire value chain from the seed to the shelf, there will be in a better position, to say what are the main food, main drivers of food prices. And then, of course, obviously, this also answer the main actors. It's so dangerous for me to simply pinpoint certain actors to say this one. If you can look at the entire food system, like the suppliers of the inputs and the farmer as well, and of course, obviously, the processors, the distributors, and of course, the government itself, which has become silent, which tacitly means they have been support of these, high levels of concentration and the ramifications on that on high food prices. So I think the entire food system players are the ones that contribute to this, including the government itself.
Okay, I think we're done.
Number 3, how many do we have?
One. Yeah.
Maybe that is the priority and because we'll hear from others. As long as we can able to say that this is a main.
Okay.
Okay. This one is twofold, this question.
That's
So
fine.
the information you get, gets again. That's one.
Okay.
What are the main problems? Then you're saying there's transparency. There's no transparency. If that might not be true, you must know something about it. maybe in the sector there's nothing, there's no research or anything.
Also, these people, they don't share the information. They don't share the information.
Lack of transparency.
Because remember the information they have, but sometimes to even access it, you can't access that information. They don't share it. They don't make it publicly so that it can inform. Yeah, I mean, I mean, like it falls, it supported that. To say that is, remember you were saying that sometimes it's not like the knowledge is not there or the information is not there, but it's not access, it's not shared. They keep it, especially the private actors. Yeah.
I wanted to come and blame your research.
Like you are struggling to even report.
Before we first, who am I presenting with? Is it not you?
You who was practically to be present?
No, you can do it. I was practicing.
There's something there. I can do it, but yeah, okay. I'll do it.
You do it with her. Oh, you
Which one? Together.
Together. Oh, okay,
Yes.
no problem. Yeah, I'll support balance of gender.
We'll support each other. Oh my God.
Time is up. All right. Those who have cards can start putting them on the wall. Those who have cards, start putting them up. Okay, welcome back. We're going to put these on the wall here. So gather around this side here so you can see what's going on. If you've got cards, start sticking them up.
Yes. And then
And if you see things in a group, as you're putting them up, group them. Like, doesn't this regulation link to this one? You can move them around. So it's a free for all. You can use your initiative to group things and think go together. And we're missing some groups here. Where are the other groups? You're sorted, group one. You've got one is there. Group of two. Who's group two here? And who's group three? First thing in life, think about it. Can we all come this side where we can see the wall here? Can we come to this end of the room here where you see the white man waving his arm? Yeah, I think. Left before we close. No, we 2 minutes. No, we're going a little over time. Okay. But not too much. Okay. And dinner is being prepared. The wine bottles are being opened. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have the wine. So as we're putting these up, can we start seeing what are the patterns here? For you by classes, for some of these. Other people. Hey, so you're grouping somewhere. Do you want to speak to the groupings?
I just noticed that there are a couple here that speak about climate change, geopolitics, wars, shots, and I guess that yes, belongs with some of the global trends.
And what other groups do you see? So we're not going to do formal reports with everybody, but we want to hear points. What are the other groups here? Corporate concentration. Oops. Okay. Corporate greed can go along with corporate concentration. Global trends and external shocks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lack of legislation. But they're related, right? I mean, legislation is part of the regulation, but not the same. Okay, don't make sure that doesn't touch that. Some of those people have been very conservative with their use of Prestic. But that's good. We've got, so Kaleta, you're doing nice grouping. Tell us about your groups. So Kaleta, what brought you here? And please tell us about the groups you see.
Okay, so the groups I'm seeing here are relating to climate trends, corporate related issues, global exchange rate issues in terms of imports and exports. And then we also see another group here around input costs, the cost of fuel, electricity cost, and rising prices. The corporate greed, somebody just said now that it's a very important point. It came out also very much in our groups that the oligopolists and cartels are doing the most in terms of affordability, and that's where the concentration is. And then logistics and efficiency, I think it can go with input costs. Another, I see only one card on drivers and food waste. And this, I think, came from our group. And the way we're looking at this is that producers or actors in the supply chain factor in the food waste in their input costs. So what happens down the supply chain is something else. Somebody's going to pay the cost, but it has already been factored into the input cost. Then issue that came up earlier in the morning, consumer preferences. So the consumer is driving affordability in the sense that they're going to buy what they want to buy. The price matters or doesn't matter. And then regulation in terms of its inefficiency and restrictiveness nature, and there are also some compliance costs that come up in markets. There was an example that I can't quite explain now, but then there's one, agencies that are acting as facilitators in markets, and that adds an extra cost. And then there's also an issue of barcoding traceability, where a farmer has got a close retailer they can supply to, but then they have to drive to a place where everything is centrally controlled, and then you go back to where you're coming from. Yes, I can stop here, Mark.
I suppose, can we just, in the groups that did consumer preferences, just explain to me a little bit more how that drives the prices too high? It would just be helpful.
You're one of the groups.
Yeah, so in our group, what we thought is that the consumer prefers certain types of products, and whether they're healthy or unhealthy, they're still gonna go for it. So if the price is high of Coke, and I feel that I need to get that burp, I'm still gonna buy it. And in that way, I am increasing the demand. I'm still buying the good even if the price is high. And if demand is high, then the prices go high. So ideally, I want the consumer to not buy a product because it's unhealthy or its price is too high, but because they'll still prefer that product. That drives the price. Yes.
Consumer preferences? Which group? Oh, no. Which group? You were in the group, Sweta? You want to add?
Yeah. We have seen this as one of the drivers. Now, people are now aware that aware of nutritious food that they need to take, and one of those, if you look at your sorghum now, people realize that sorghum is a nutritious crop, and now the price of sorghum is gone up, but maybe it's also affected by the production side, because that value chain, it's actually died, But now people realizing that now sorghum is a good nutritious crop that needs to be taken. Now that increases the price.
Thanks. And I think Derek made the point this morning that you could intervene to reduce the price of certain products, maybe healthier products, but if people still prefer buying something else, they're still going to buy something else, so your intervention is not going to work. So that was one of the points that was being made. Can someone explain lack of access? What's the issue there? Oh, Peleza. Come forward. Come here. Yeah. Here, and you got notes as well. Come here. Yeah. Hey.
I'm gonna need my group to help me.
Okay.
But
just a few points, like to clarify.
Okay, so lack of access was touching on the issue of proximity to shops. So if there's like, no, but I want to need you to jump in. Yeah, that's the point that we had. Because if there's only like one shop in an area, then yeah.
Okay.
Can I add?
Okay, I understand. I attended a meeting. There was a conversation where they would say that if the shop is in the rural area, and some of the retailers or some of the people that have the product would rather sell it in the rural area because they would charge more for maize meal there as compared to the urban side, because there's competitors there. So now those ones do not have access to the maize meal as much as the urban side. So that also drives the price, and it's linking to demand as well. Yeah.
Pass the mic to Stephen.
On a different point, Mark, can I talk about a different point? Chair, can I make a different point? About regulation. Regulation hasn't been mentioned much, but it goes two ways. On the one hand, there's too little regulation of bad behavior by corporates. We're not sure that they are getting away with cartel behavior behind our backs. But on the other hand, there's also a lot of regulation that adds to the cost. For example, you've got to wrap everything in plastic these days. And sometimes it's because of safety reasons, we understand that, but sometimes it's excessive. And also informal traders have to go through a lot of hoops, and that adds to their bureaucratic costs, which again can raise their prices. So there's too much regulation in some ways and too little in other ways.
Important clarity. Maybe someone can write on a card one of those. Oh, look, there you go. Okay, focus still on these drivers. Anyone from another group want to explain something, feel something is missing or hasn't been touched on yet? Something that needs to be clarified? Anything? Palesa, from your group, you want to clarify anything else? You got all those notes. Okay.
So for branding and advertising, we said that prices are hiked because of popularity. So more people, so when people know about a certain product, because of its popularity, the demand goes up. So this increases the price. Yeah. Like for example, if a product ends up at Woolies, the price is gonna increase just because of the hype around it and the shop. Yeah.
Okay. Well, any other points that haven't been clarified yet? That need clarifying? Like Colette spoke to some of them. So, because we don't need to spend longer explaining if they're clear to people. Yeah. And everyone's got a question where you don't understand one of them as well. Did any group try and prioritize these? Get to that?
Yes. Yes.
A little bit. Okay, what are the priorities? You didn't. So you did.
No, we didn't.
Our priorities. So any group that prioritized, what were your priorities? Who's CISO?
What do we mean by priorities?
How we rank them?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're ranking like the most
For the drivers, strictly for the drivers. Okay, so number one, we've got corporate greed. Is that reflected?
Right.
So yeah, so we had one was corporate greed. There we go. And then for us, two was regulation.
There's a lack of it or too much of it?
Both, yeah. Over-regulation, under-regulation, compliance costs.
So overall regulation.
Yeah, it must be refined.
Okay. Lack of regulation.
And then
players, too much regulation for small players. Yeah.
Yeah, so close to that was then.
Stephen was saying lack of regulation for big actors, too much for small actors. Is that another one in the regulation question? Sorry.
So three would have been legislation, but I think it's kind of be there. Four was climate shocks.
The number of cards also indicates some kind of priority. So when you look at these, you can also see what's kind of being prioritized. Although, of course, some groups might just not have thought of really important.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but then it's strange to know.
Yeah.
Fifth was consumer preferences. And then last would be food waste and food loss. All right, that was how we ranked ours, the drivers. Yeah.
Any strong disagreements, especially if, did any other group try a ranking? No, okay. Like when people are looking at this, corporate greed and concentration, over and under regulation, legislation there, and then the climate shocks and of course other shocks have been raised, and then coming consumer preferences and the food waste. How do people feel? We're not making a final decision here, we're just getting an indicator. Like, does someone feel there's something really important that's ranked too low here?
Are you just lumping the climate shocks with
all the other shocks? Yeah.
Yeah. Geopolitical situation is
a big one. Yeah.
I mean, if you think of energy costs, fertilizer, all of that stuff.
Where would you put that? Where, geopolitics.
I think it's, I don't know,
where would you put it? Yeah, but you're saying it's high up.
Currently, I would put it top. But I mean,
one.
That's a sort of a temporary.
I'm going to do one, and this is in a square box.
This is what exposes us to that.
Yeah, so this is related. Because one of the, like, as we said earlier today, we can't change the geopolitics, not easily anyway. But the issue becomes then, what do we do to protect ourselves from that? So I think the response often comes in regulation and so on. Do we have enough, Andrew? Yeah.
Like the almost overexposure. We're overexposed to global shocks and so on. Does that not relate to, I think the point that was quite important for us is liberalized and deregulated markets, both in the sense of our exposure, integration into global markets, and domestically, like in a way, it's too much of a free market when it comes to food, which then also makes these too high food prices, spikes, shocks, we're that much more exposed to them.
Okay. So the corporate greed for me is like top, but it's so interrelated to this. Because of corporate greed, geopolitics are then weaponized to further drive, right? So these things are very much connected to the corporate greed as well, I would say.
Okay, thanks. Just because of time, I'm wanting to move on. I mean, we're just getting a sense, we're getting our thinking, even the discussions you had in the groups, even if you don't share it all here, that's helped to inform your thinking. But of course, if there's a key point someone wants to make, do, raise your hand and make it. But I just want to have a quick look at the main actors. We've got a lot of cards here. Someone want to speak to any of these?
Question market agents.
Who put market agents?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, with market agents, we might have about, I think we have about, yeah, there's a lot, right? So Joburg market, Pretoria market, and East London market, you can't sell your goods there without an agent, right? The agent has fees. So which is added, is an additional fee that you don't want as a consumer who's buying, right? And then those agents, there's got about 4 or 5 of them that are main, which is RSA is part of them. And then those directors that are directorship on all of those agents, they are part and parcel of the other agents. So if they decide somewhere without calling each other, because already it's just one company, if we're gonna move up the prices at the Joburg market at between 8 and 11, all the prices will be up. Whether you like it or not, everyone would be up. And then they decide, because there's a client, yeah, then they drive them down. They manipulate everything.
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't have to analyze them too much at this point. We're just identifying them. So the market agents which exist in our fresh produce markets, and there's also market agents in other spaces as well. Yes. Cool.
That's what
yeah. Yeah.
Export,
yeah, there's agents involved, sure.
So you've got private sector throughout the value chain here. You've got consumers, you've got researchers, and you've got government and regulatory authorities. So that's 1, 2, and then smaller ones here.
That's our main grouping. Any further clarity on regulators? Have we covered them here? Are we missing any key ones? Yeah.
So was the question we were asking here, are these actors driving the price, or what were we saying, who is involved in general?
I think it's both. I mean, we're not saying all of these are bad. We're not saying they're the problem, but we're saying they're the actors that are important in this. So whether they're causing the problem, solving the problem, they need to be involved. Yeah. Yeah. Or not, so failing to solve the problem. Yeah. 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 So some of these, which ones we want to emphasize here? Not solving? No, we can leave that. Okay, Consumer Council. I'm just going to Consumer Protection Authority.
Yes.
Council. There's APAC as well. Yeah. Health. So there's a few more we can add. I'm glad municipalities are here, and of course they have multiple functions. But so I'm just sort of highlighting those because I think they're really important across a range of areas as well. Okay, and then on the research or information gaps, which might be research gaps, who was someone grouping? Someone was grouping these. Who was grouping these? Who's responsible? Andrew, which? Okay, where's Andrew? He's gone. He's busy. All right, but we've got the black market. We don't understand enough about the black market, pricing strategies, especially in the informal sector. I think we don't understand for the formal sector either very well. I mean, they're very secretive. Can I, if I, plus formal. And then we've got info gaps. We don't know enough about food loss, costs of profits, distribution of costs. This is all distribution and costs. Value chain specific pricing formation. Does anyone want to explain that? Which group is this from?
Yeah, I think this is based on a comment that I made, that we need to understand how prices are formed, but we can't just look at that in the aggregate in terms of the entire food system, but that the mechanisms are likely to be different depending on which commodity we're talking about and how many players, how powerful they are, and so on.
Yeah, there was someone called Koketso was whispering to me earlier saying, she was referring to dynamic pricing. We tend to always be looking at these average figures, but the reality is that you've got different prices in different locations, you've got different prices in different sort of brands, and there's some prices that move quicker than others. So sometimes we need to disaggregate that a lot, and we're too often maybe looking at these overall averages, which can hide a lot of what's going on. Yeah, seasonality. And like there was this example earlier of rural shops maybe being more expensive and therefore people selling there. So that also impacts. Okay, so we can understand these things more. And I think the whole thing on, specific products, I mean, we know that the supplies are different. We know the cost dynamics and who's winning and losing is different across them. So we do need to understand specific products as well.
Issue in relation to this one also that you need to look at specific companies sometimes as well. So you look at a lead company and actually then look at their supply chain because it's different for different companies, even in the same sector. So it becomes quite complicated, but I mean, we have to do that if we want to really understand that distribution.
An example of such a. Should we then modify that card?
Well, we could say value chain and companies.
Okay. All right. Any other key point we want to add? I see here land grabbing and monocropping. We don't know enough about that and its impact. Anything else anyone wants to emphasize or add? We can still add cards. Yeah.
So the black market.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And yes, closely linked to that was also the role of the informal sector in terms of price setting.
Okay.
State they have.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think it's captured. I don't know if we need to write more there. Okay. We done for today? Yeah? Is that right? Good. So let me, before we close for the day, just information. The dinner is going to start next door at 20 past. We invite everyone to stay. And there will be like 2 bottles of wine on each table provided by the organizers, red and white, so you can drink those. And then there's a bit of budget at the bar that, like if you don't drink wine, you could order a beer or a cider. We're probably only about 1, maybe 2 if you're lucky. There is a ceiling on the bar, right? So it's not going to go on forever. And then once the ceiling is reached and your bottles of wine on the table are finished, if you want more or need more, then you'll have to do that for your account. So we're just saying be reasonable. There's a little bit provided so everyone can get a drink, including, and of course the soft drinks are also available and less limited. And people can get a drink of beer or wine if they need to, or cider. No spirits on the house. If you want spirits, if you need your whiskey, you're going to have to pay for that yourself. That's the main thing. So please do join us tomorrow morning for dinner, and we can chat about some of these things more over dinner. And there's a few colleagues from Gila and others who were in the other meeting on food who might join us as well, so we can get to know other people better. If you need to check in, please try and do that just now, because before you've got 20 minutes or so to check in, if you need to check in if you haven't done that. Tomorrow morning, we're starting at 8:15. So please, can we start punctually, because we're going to finish early. It's not going to be a full day. We're finishing in the afternoon, not late, and we don't want to go late. We know it's Friday, some people are traveling. So please, can we be here and start at 8:15? Because the really important stuff is happening tomorrow, which is looking at what can be done, looking at what is being done and what can be done, And at the end of tomorrow, we really want to have some clear ideas to say, okay, this is things that could and maybe should be done. And even ideas of then how do we take those forward from here. So we really want to see everyone energized and active tomorrow with that focus on looking at what kind of policy framework. And it's going to be more than one thing. We've already seen there's a number of different factors. And if we're going to be effective in this, we're going to need to have probably a range of interventions that we can do. So please, 8:15 in the morning, we'll be here. Yeah, Tabile? Okay. Oh, she's back. She's been thinking there. Any other sort of logistical things we need to say? Okay. So logistics, we're going to start dinner. Be there, like 6:15, 6:20 for dinner. And don't worry, there won't be speeches and things. You're just going to eat and drink stuff. So don't be afraid to come for that. Okay. The last point, the black market.
To differentiate between the black market and the value of the informal market. Those are two differential.
You're right. So we don't want to, you were worried about branding them together. Thank you. Okay, the informal market, and even many of these brands people sell in other shops, they're not black market or illegal. They're just not the big name brands, and those things get confused sometimes. Like you can go and buy those much cheaper Simbas there, and there's no reason to believe they're not necessarily worse quality. Okay, so we take that point. Thank you, Tabile. All right, can we all give ourselves a round of applause? And stamp your feet as well. Stamp your feet to move your legs also. Stamp your feet. Okay. And we'll see you at 8:15 tomorrow. And we're first to end at dinner. Thank you.
Thank you to those online. Have a good evening.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.